1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Garbage Day! 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 Garbage Day!
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 278 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast is coming at you live and direct with the Mexicant, also known as JP. And of course, we got Mr. Saucedo, also known as Pretentious Tyler. And back in the house, we got JP's better half, Carly Harvey Oswald, also known as Carly. And I be your host, the toxic offender, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, my dudes? Dudettes?
Hello.
Drinking.
Yeah.
You guys drinking eggnog?
I couldn't think of anything for Carly's name, but I checked one of the chats and her name was Carly Harvey Oswald, and I actually laughed out loud. I'm like, who came up with that is fucking brilliant. Like, that's a good
Dan, I think, did that. I don't know where that came from.
The picture of the
It just-
group two used to be like her face on Lee Harvey Oswald, like getting walked out like before Jack Ruby shot him.
That's awesome. But it just flows so well. Carly Harvey Oswald. That's great. That's fucking so clever, man. Really good. Good one, Dan. Good one. Yeah, man. Episode 278, top 10 Christmas horror films, our top 10 favorite lists. This is something, man. This is just something new that we're been wanting to do for a while. And I'm excited. I'm excited to see to get these lists done and stuff. And I want to just throw out a big thank you to everyone that actually dropped their top 10 list, whether it be on the video or the podcast or wherever you commented on social media and stuff like that. It was very interesting reading the top 10 lists. I was so it was awesome because like there was some films on people's lists I never thought would make anyone's top 10 list, and I love that. That's what I love about favorite lists. Like you see shit on there, you're just like, damn, that's pretty cool. So yeah, big ups to everyone that commented and stuff. And yeah, all right, coolio. So what's going on, dudes?
Oh, not much, just I did spend a lot of time watching Christmas movies. I felt like I put in a good amount of work for this, even in my list. I could have literally not watched a single thing and still had like a list.
This is like one of those weird top 10 shows that like I prep naturally for because I watch all these movies anyways.
Well,
So
is,
it was
I
probably
did a
the
little
easiest
dig-
prep ever.
I did a little digging, and there was like some movies that like I realized that I didn't realize were Christmas movies.
Yeah, and
I
you're
got to
probably
look at.
referring to like Curse of the Cat People or some bullshit like that.
I watched that one. I watched that one by accident. Well, not an accident, but like I didn't know it was a Christmas movie. I watched like the original Cat People. I was like, that's pretty good. I'm gonna watch the sequel because Robert Wise directed it. So I thought it'd be cool to check out. And there was just like all of a sudden Christmas. I was like, a secret Christmas movie.
I mean, I forgot it was kind of a Christmas film too. So much I didn't even have it in my video. I forgot to even put it in there. So, but yeah, I mean, that's the type of film that I was thinking to myself. I'm like, that's what's going to be on Tyler's list. is Curse of the Cat People, right? Or the segment from Dead of Night. That's just the segment, not even the movie, just the segment.
Honestly, like I just won't even spoil anything at all. I'm not going to hint at anything. I will say, like, though, like regarding movies like that, there are definitely movies that, like, you could say that, like, they're just like Christmas for no reason. Mm-hmm. But with maybe some of, like, even the more like popular movies, I notice it's like sometimes, like, just making it Christmas and having a little bit of Christmas atmosphere is kind of a good choice that makes the movie a little bit better for it. And it's almost like a different approach to Christmas. And I've kind of like realized a little bit like the Christmas movies that aren't as like traditional, like Happy Christmas, but you see like kind of like shitty decorations everywhere. A lot of that is also like, I think almost like juxtaposing the loneliness of Christmas, like for some people that like don't like have family around the holidays or just like don't have like somewhere to like go or anyone to celebrate with. That I think it's like an interesting texture that gets a little overlooked just because of like the other side of Christmas movies.
Yeah. So did you guys end up watching, like, well, Tyler probably did because he's not as avid of a watcher as we are. Anything new this year? Like first time watches?
Christmas movies?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched a couple new ones. I watched Yoooooo, which was that movie is really fun. I liked it a lot. I think Moodz will like it a lot. It's out there. It's wild. I didn't watch the sequel yet, but it made me want to watch the sequel. I also watched The Dorm That Dripped Blood for the first time. I thought that was a pretty good slasher. I watched. What else did I watch for the first time?
Santa Claus.
Santa Claus. Yeah, that was an experience.
Oh, the one from the 90s. Yeah.
Yeah. The John Russo one.
Yep. With isn't Debbie Rochon in that film?
Yeah. Yeah. She is.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched, what other one did I watch for the first time? It was obviously the 3 new ones that we did for the show last week. And then I also watched the Mean one. I finished it. I never finished it the first time. But yeah, I mean, most of I've seen most Christmas movies. So
yeah, I mean,
not a lot.
All the big ones. I mean, every year there's always a ton that come out. I actually just discovered one today that was called The Naughty List of Mr. Scrooge. I think that one came out a couple days ago. So it looks okay. I'm gonna check that one out.
Yeah, the only big new one that I got to get to was Dead End. I think I mentioned the other day when we were talking. That's one of the ones where, like, I guess, like, you probably could criticize the Christmas aspect a little bit more because it could literally be anything they're going to. That was a fun one. I like that one. I'd watch the movie again. But I definitely had a couple like rediscoveries, like movies I hadn't seen in a while, and like had a different experience watching now. So that was cool. And I watched like all like the ones I always watch.
Yeah, I hadn't watched Dead End since I was a kid, so that was a cool I decided to rewatch it, and it was very nostalgic. But it definitely, because it's not like snowing out or anything either, so it could have been
and there's like no directions.
They have presents in their trunk, and that's kind of it as far. And they're going to Christmas Eve, but yeah, they could have set that anywhere. But that's a fun movie. I watched Santa Claus, and I watched the Mean one, and that's pretty much everything. And I did watch that He Sees You When You're Sleeping movie that you guys did. So,
yeah, what was your final thoughts on that one?
He Sees You When You're Sleeping. That it was weird. It was just a weird film it's like ripping off Psycho 2 or inspired by it or what. And then the period piece look to it was like not
I forgot again, it was a period piece.
It looked like if I just hastily was trying to make something a period piece in 10 minutes and just I don't know, it was a weird film. That's how I felt with it.
Yeah, it's like it's ripping off Silent Night, Deadly Night at the beginning with the old person,
grandpa.
and then it just goes into like Psycho 2 territory. But I mean, those things don't really bug me. Those are just kind of like, obviously this movie's made for genre fans and they're going to recognize these things. So I don't really have a problem with that. It's more just the way it was the way it progressed. Like, I don't know, man. Like everything about that movie was goofy. Right from like the lead in the movie was so unlikable. His acting was so bad. It just takes you right out of it. And
he was awful.
The aesthetic thing, like being a period piece, it's set in like 1980, I think, right? And like I always say about movies that come out in like 1980 is like, if you go back and watch a lot of films from that era, like they still feel like 1970. It doesn't feel like the 80s yet. I don't feel like movies feel like what we think of the 80s until like, maybe 83, even 82 still feels kind of like the leftovers of the 70s, right? So that's why it's like a weird time period. It's like, because you're thinking, oh, it's 1980, it's going to be like neon and like, and shit like that. But it's not really. It's kind of like dirty looking and it's still 1970s kind of thing. But one thing about, I think we did mention it, but the music in that film didn't make any fucking sense to me. There's like this synthy kind of music and shit that was not around in 1980 like that. Like it sounded like that soundtrack sounded like it was recorded in 1986. It was very poppy sounding, like synthy, and the way it was conceived, I was like, no, that doesn't fit for 1980 at all. It was more soft rock and pop synth music wasn't really a thing in 1980. So I'm like, well, but yeah, that one just not a good one. Not a good one at all. So, yeah, but I saw Carly, you're doing 25 Days of Horror. That's pretty cool. I was actually thinking about doing that again. I did one years and years ago and I was contemplating on doing it, but then all the stuff that was going on at work and stuff, I didn't know what was going on and I just didn't really have the time.
Yeah.
So I was like, fuck, maybe I'll try to do it next year, but that's pretty cool. It's been a while since I've seen someone actually do like 25 Days of Christmas Horror. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's the first time I've attempted it. And I think from now on, I'll just do 12 days because I felt like I watched every good Christmas movie and then I ran out really quickly and then I was just kind of grasping at stuff off of Tubi and whatnot. And I ran out of things to really watch. But I mean, it's been fun. But next year, if I do it, I would keep it to 12 days of Christmas.
That's why I did 12 because I was like, I could do like many years of 12.
Yeah.
True that. There's so many Christmas movies. Like it was amazing when I was doing my video. Like I wanted to do a random count because I wasn't even sure. And I was thinking probably 75. And it turned out I had over 100. I'm like, dude, there's so many Christmas horror films. Cause like I have a list of shit that I don't own. And there's like 30 more films on here that have physical copies. I'm like, this is fucking nuts. Like every year. So, I mean, even if you're doing 25 days with that amount, like you can still do multiple years of Christmas. So,
but there's a lot of drop off after like the first like 40.
I feel like I peaked. I feel like I already watched everything I love to watch and did it. But
yeah, there's so many Christmas films that like I'll watch every bunch of years. But yeah, there's like, good 2025 that you kind of got to get to every year. There's a lot of top heavy ones, man.
Yeah, like Slaughter Claws. Oh my God. I even brought that up in the video too. I was like, this legitimately might even be one of the worst movies ever made. Like, I don't use that term lightly because we've seen a lot of film. Like I even mentioned in the video, I'm like, I hate when people are like, oh, this movie's fucking terrible. It's one of the worst movies ever. And they're talking about like a Batman movie. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. I'm like, no, legitimately, Slaughter Claws might be one of the worst things ever filmed and edited and put. It's awful. It's beyond awful. Yeah, it's bad. It's real bad.
And I told people, I said, I'm not telling you not to watch this. I'm actually telling you right now to go and watch this because it's going to prove my point that this is legitimately the worst movie ever made. So, yeah, I've talked about that movie a few times. I'm surprised that the director hasn't seeked it out and said something. That's happened a couple times now. We've like totally bashed films and it's like, oh, that was my movie. I'm like, well, sorry, bro, but not sorry. Yeah, sorry, but not sorry, man.
Sucks to suck.
Yeah. Fucking yeah, good stuff. Yeah, man, Christmas. Yeah, it's almost there. Fuck, man, this has been a weird Christmas season too. Like it's just ripping by. We've been recording so much, and Just
Yeah.
everything has been going on in my personal life and shit. Like it just hasn't felt like the holidays at all because everything's all backed up and all fucked up around here and shit. But here we are, like, December 22nd, and it really doesn't feel overly that Christmassy this year. I don't know.
I'm not even doing Christmas shopping.
You're not even doing any?
I'm not done.
Oh, fuck.
I'm Christmas shopping tomorrow.
Oh, dude, doing shopping anywhere like after the 20th is just a bad idea. Because I mean, it's a zoo all month, but like
I do it every year. I don't know how I keep doing this.
Do you have a lot of people to buy for?
Me.
No, not really. I have like a couple like small gifts for people, but I got some of that taken care of. And like my brother, like my parents, my girlfriend.
I'm one of those.
What I do is I don't do anything until last minute, and then I panic and make Carly do it.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, he
Just like
has
my
done
dad.
that.
That is
It's
the
like
true
my
definition
dad-
of the Mexicant right there.
I used to make fun of my dad for this, like when I was a kid, because like every Christmas Eve he'd like come home in the afternoon and be like, "I need you to wrap all these presents." So I kind of blame him for this behavior. I used to make fun of him, so maybe I blame him for this behavior. But like I get it now; it just happens.
Yeah.
I don't know. I panic the whole month until I have everything bought. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually started quite early this year, so like I usually do, but I hate waiting the last minute. It's can't do it. Can't do it.
I hate it too, but I always do it.
Yeah. The problem is like my parents are like way harder to buy for than like everyone else. So like I kind of need to like go out and like find something to be like, that's the thing.
I feel like I'm the easiest person to buy for.
I'm super easy to buy for. I'm like, you could not be easier to buy for.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It just the people you're around often like are just easy to buy for, I guess.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of people to buy for, just the wife and the kids, so
that's good.
it's pretty simple actually. I actually wrapped all my presents yesterday in like pretty much like an hour and a half or something like that, and it was like, what? Done. Just like that. I'm happy about that shit. I was watching Leafs game and them losing, and so I started throwing shit around.
Penguins got beat up too.
Fucking sports talk.
Brian Rust has been on a tear. That's been great for me.
What the fuck was I gonna say? Oh shit, man, my shit's not working here. I don't know what's going on with my computer right now.
Are we recording in progress?
Yeah, we did an intro and everything.
We're in the pod.
No, I just didn't know if he set the recorder.
No, it's
Oh, yeah.
recording. I'm just, something's not working. My Mac keeper's not working right now. It's really weird. It's driving me nuts. But anyways, yeah. So, since we're doing our top 10 Christmas favorite lists this week, I thought I would look up, and actually this was really weird, man. So I looked up to see, some top 10 lists on the interwebs. And oddly enough, when you type it in, there isn't a lot of like actual like top 10 lists. It's really strange. So yeah, it was weird. It was like, why is this happening like this? So I did find, I think I have a website here. Okay, here we go. So I type in top 10 Christmas horror films, and there's like no list. It was just a bunch of like where you can stream the top 10 streaming ones or whatever. And I was like, what the fuck's going on? So the first actual ranked list is from pastemagazine.com, and it says 25 of the best Christmas horror films. And I just did a quick scroll down to see if it was actually like going to be worth it. But yeah, so number 25 is definitely worth it. So number 25 is Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2.
Yeah.
From 1987. Number 24.
Garbage Day.
Yep. Number 24 is The Ginger Dead Man from 2000.
Oh, come on.
It is
Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2 is better than Ginger Dead Man.
Whatever. Listen for dummies. Number 23 is Elves from 1989.
Yes.
That
one,
yeah, it is.
I've seen that one on a lot of people's lists, actually.
You've never seen that, Carly?
No, I have not.
Dude, it gets better each watch. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah,
it.
you got fucking Grizzly Adams in it, man. But
Looking like he smoked about 100 packs of cigarettes.
oh, big time. Number 22 is Santa Sleigh from 2005. Wow.
Good one.
Oh, that's crazy. Number 21 is Jack Frost 2, Revenge of the Mutant Killer Snowman.
You're telling me Santa's Sleigh is fucking worse than Jack Frost 2?
Yeah. Jack Frost 2 is one of the goofiest fucking premises of all time. Like, it's literally a killer snowman in the fucking Caribbean. Like, so dumb. Number 20 is Silent Night, Bloody Night from 1972.
I do like that one a lot.
Number 19 is P2 from 2007. I like that one.
I didn't revisit that one this year.
I watch it every few years. It's not one that needs a lot of revisiting, but it's still pretty good though.
Dude, you guys can't tackle for shit.
Number 18. Wow. Silent Night, Deadly Night from 1984. At number 18.
Yeah,
Dude,
it's pretty
that's
low.
wild.
It's like popular too, so it's like surprising to see it that low.
That's crazy. Yeah. Number 17 is Puka from 2018. What the fuck?
That was the
No idea what that is.
after. What is the? Remember the Blumhouse series on Prime where every month there was like a new movie that was holiday themed?
Yeah, it says the Christmas holiday in this off-kilter entry in Hulu's Into the Dark horror anthology series.
Yeah.
In which is struggling. Yeah, okay. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Number 16 is Silent Night from 2021. So it's the really depressing fucking one, not the remake. Okay. Number 15 is Christmas Evil from 1980. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Number 15. Crazy. Number 14 is The Leech, 2022.
That movie's awesome.
Movie's so fun. Number 13 is Saint, which
Also good.
we in the Western world consider to be a Christmas film, even though it's actually technically not a Christmas film. But it is what it
Why
is.
is it technically not?
Because Sinterklaas in Dutch mythology is actually somebody that comes down on December 6th and gives the boys and girls presents on December 6th. And that's what this is referring to. So it's not actually Christmas.
Well, they just fucked up the date. That's all.
Fuck. Number 12 is Christmas Horror Story from 2015. Fun anthology. Number 11 is Anna and the Apocalypse, 2017. I still have not seen that. Number 10 is Christmas
Not
Bloody
worth seeing.
Christmas Bloody Christmas, 2022
Great movie.
from Joe Bigos. However the fuck you say his name, I don't know.
I think it's Bigos.
Bigos.
Yeah, I think it's Bigos.
Number 9 is the Advent Calendar from 2021.
Yeah, this, gonna be a
This
bunch of-
ranking is fucking garbage,
I had
but
a
I do
feeling-
like that movie.
I had a feeling like once the older stuff was coming out in the back, there was going to have a bunch of new stuff up front.
Right.
Yeah.
Number 8 is I Trapped the Devil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all right.
From 2019. I thought it was pretty good. I still need to get a copy of that one. Number 7 is Deadly Games from 1989.
Nice.
Number 6 is Better Watch Out, 2016. Interesting.
Nice.
Number 5 is Krampus from 2015.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got I didn't pull out my TV stuff, so I didn't even show this up. But yeah, Tales from the Crypt segment, All Through the House from 1972. Oh, that was
That's a
actually
good
from
one.
the
That's
movie.
good.
I
Oh, the
guess.
72 one.
Yeah, okay. I thought it was
Yeah.
when I started reading it, I thought it was the TV show. Number 3 is Gremlins from 84. Number 2 is Rare Exports, A Christmas Tale, 2010. And of course, number 1 is Black Christmas from 1974. That's interesting. The Black Christmas remake wasn't even on this list.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fucking losers.
I just realized that because that one actually made quite a bit of people's lists that I noticed too. But there was weird ones like, like Silent Night, Deadly Night 5, the Toy Maker was on people's top 10 lists. Like,
Yeah,
really
people love that.
and then people, like Inside was on lists and stuff. And like, yeah, it was just really interesting. People have different tastes all over the place. So, but, yeah. You guys got anything else?
No.
So that is that ranking. That was like a lot harder to find than I anticipated.
I guess we could talk about any like rules that we put for ourselves or
Yeah.
anything like that. I guess I'll start.
Mm-hmm.
I pretty much literally just went on the ones that I like the most and rated the highest. I didn't really put any deep if it takes place in or around Christmas, I counted it. And then also we won't be doing any honorable mentions in case we decide to do a part 2 next year or something like that, because there's definitely 10 more movies that I'm bummed at that I didn't get to put on the list. So realistically, I could do 2 more top 10 shows. And yeah, that's me.
I mean,
Sorry.
there was a pause and all 3 people talked.
Tyler.
All right. Yeah, I pretty much have the same rules as JP, where if it was set on Christmas or around Christmas, like it flew. So yeah, something that like might be a minimalist Christmas movie would be qualified, but I don't think I have anything egregious on my list anyway. But yeah, that's about what I pretty much did the same thing.
What about you, Carly?
Yeah, I mean, if it takes place on Christmas at all, that's fine. I will say they're not, because I didn't like watch it like I do regular top 10s where I'm like, okay, this is 10 out of 10, then 9 out of 10, and all that. So it's just I might have a 6.5 at number 7, and then like a 7.5 at number 8 type of thing.
These sound like Tyler.
Or wait,
ratings.
the wrong way. I think I did that wrong. That would have made sense. I meant to say 6.5 at number 7, and then number 6. Never mind. Forget it.
No, I get it.
The ratings are out of order.
It's like the way I used to have my top 10 list. I remember I had what was the year that Gunwoman? I think I had it number 3 and it was a 10 out of 10, and my number 2 was like a 9.5 or something like that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. Basically for me, it's like I went with films that are, set on Christmas, that actually more or less have to do with Christmas, have, that overwhelming Christmas aesthetic to it and stuff like that. So there's a lot of Christmas films out there that are films that take place on Christmas that aren't necessarily about the holiday. They just take place during the holidays. So they're more of a holiday theme type film and stuff like that. Those ones I kind of excluded just to make my list a little bit easier. Otherwise it would have been, I could have some different entries in there for sure. But I went with like, the Christmas horror films, straight up, undeniable. But that was pretty much it. And it was just really a way to like condense it down and make it easier. Like I always do. If you set parameters and boundaries, it doesn't fucking break your head, So works for me. But that's pretty much it. And plus, I mean, going into this, I was like, I pretty much know what my top 10 list is anyways. Got to be the easiest prep in the world. Easiest top 10 list I've probably ever made. So.
Yeah, I definitely had some delightful surprises. I'll say that.
I can just imagine.
All right. So if you were going to guess how many movies that are pretentious are on Tyler's list, I'm going to go at least 4.
All right, well, we need to set parameters what pretentious is, because I really don't understand what
we will tell
pretentious
you what
movies. No, like let's set parameters. Let's set parameters, because I want to be able to defend my position.
I don't even know what to like with Christmas. There's one that I saw you rate or just put on your letterbox where I was like, oh god, Tyler's Christmas prepping. But I don't want to like say it out loud to like ruin things, but
I know what we were talking about, but I don't understand how that movie could be considered pretentious, like, at all.
In the sake of this type of, like, everyone's gonna have fun shit probably on their lists, and then you're gonna have like,
but I don't like fun movies. I don't like fun movies though. Like I like
right.
movies make you feel bad.
I guess that's what we mean.
Yeah,
like,
so you got Silent Night at your number 1 then, because that movie is the ultimate feel bad Christmas movie, man.
I just like movies that make you feel bad. Like I don't know.
How the fuck can you not like fun movies? That is like it's utterly
like
ridiculous.
Movies, but like my favorite movies like are more movies that are just like not like an outright happy ending. They don't also like have to be like a bad ending.
Well, don't get me wrong. I love a very bleak and dark ending too.
I think movies that like are bleak like have more of an effect on me. So like they're just movies that like I'm more interested in, and like movies like I like going back to more.
I need to switch it up, or I will like I can't
do watch
watching
like fun movies though, but this is also the thing where it's like I think like really violent movies are like just fun. Like when people say like when you see that meme, people are like, oh, horror fans like sit down and then like watch a woman like to unwind and watch a movie with a woman getting her head sewed off by a piano wire. Like that's me.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What pretentious Christmas films is there out there?
I don't think they really.
I don't know,
Yeah,
but
that's
if
what
they
I'm
exist,
trying to-
unless-
I'm
Unless
trying to
you
rack
really
my
think,
brain on
unless
this.
you
Tyler's
really
gonna
think I
find
have, unless you really think I have Eyes Wide Shut on my list, then
Oh, yeah, I didn't even. Yeah, totally. Right. Yeah, that's probably the only one
and
I
like
can.
I wouldn't even like consider that. I mean, I don't like this is the thing. Like I like when
It's not a
when
horror
someone's
movie,
When it's not. I'm just like saying when someone's a pretentious movie, like movies that I would say are pretentious are like the Russian like poetry films, like the movie like the or like the movies that it's all just like it's all like some type of like decodable message. Like to me, like those are the pretentious
like
movies.
the cremator.
The cremator's not a what is like what makes that pretentious? Because
The
it's not in
cremator.
English.
No, the cremator's not pretentious.
It's so pretentious.
How?
Well,
What is pretentious?
I think a lot
about
of
it?
people that look at like allegoric type films, they think they're mostly pretentious too because they're allegories.
Because this guy
But-
made a shitty movie and just had some fucking message about some politics.
It has way more to
Country
do than
that I don't even
It's
know.
way more than there's so much more of the movie than that.
See, that's what I'm saying. Pretentious.
How is that pretentious? You're just mischaracterizing
There's
a great
so
movie.
much more to the movie.
Why
It's
can't it
so
just be a
deep.
killer Santa Claus giving stabbies? Like that's
Why
that's
is
what
it-
we mean.
Well, it's not like I'm gonna have the cremator on my list.
Well, I mean,
Like
It wouldn't surprise me if you did.
I just want to be explained what exactly a pretentious movie is.
I will explain it when it happens.
That's just like that's not fair then.
no fair.
Because
fair.
if you don't set the parameters before, you can just like call something pretentious and not that doesn't meet a requirement that you set previously. You can just
Yes.
call something pretentious whatever you
Exactly.
want. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it makes total
That means
sense.
that makes
to
you a
me.
cheater. You can't.
I
even
can't
do
think
that.
of any pretentious Christmas films, so I'm lost.
I
on
can't
this.
either, but I'm telling you, Tyler's going to have them if they exist.
He's going to find them. He's just going to seek it out.
Yeah, that's yeah.
He's just like magnetic to pretentiousness.
Yeah,
Like-
he's like Jeremy,
just-
you know.
Comes, yeah.
This is the thing. Never mind.
This is the thing. Never mind.
Because like it's like this is the thing about the word pretentious. Because I think like 95% of people use the word wrong. The reason Jeremy is pretentious is because Jeremy always would say things like, "Oh yeah, we have the best thing in the world here. We have the like Chicago has the best of this." You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like everything was the best. It was always like, and he'd always assign like because of that self-importance to himself, which didn't really exist. So like when people say like pretentious movies, like I don't understand like what that really means. Like I get what you're like what people are saying.
Here's what pretentious means, buddy. Let me break it down for you. It's something that is showing that it's more important and more like depth than it actually is.
And then like how do you assign that to a movie?
Like the cremator.
What makes it not important? Like what makes like what it's like who assigns
Because it's
like,
fucking
that?
boring.
It's not boring. Boring is the dumbest way to like describe a movie. I know.
Oh, shut up. You say boring too.
I try not to. I'm not going to say I've never used the word boring, but I really try to refrain from that word because it doesn't tell you anything about like your criticism of the movie.
Okay.
And boring to me doesn't mean anything.
Here's another way to describe it. Nothing happens.
That's not even true though.
What happens in that movie?
The guy succumbs to Nazi propaganda. He kills his family. Like a lot happens in that movie.
Because that was like one sentence worth of things happening.
Dude, like for you act like there's not a point A to point B to get there. Like these are like the extremes of the movie. They're so like, all right, you just want to argue right now. I'm not falling for this. I realize
I'm not falling for it.
Wait,
I'm not falling for it after I like realized it took the bait like 3 minutes ago. It's easier to detect in text form. You got me.
All right.
All right then.
Without further ado,
So did we figure out what pretentious means or what?
No, it's an
Not
open-ended
quite.
definition. JP can use whatever he wants, but we'll see. I really don't think there's anything on my list like anyone would call pretentious.
All right. Sorry, I'm consumed with trying to fix my computer right now.
Oh, okay. I was like, why is it so silent?
No, it's just my thing's all fucked up. Anyways, yeah. I mean, I don't really have anything else for the intro. You guys have anything else?
Nope.
Okay, I guess that's it. All right. I guess we'll be back here in a minute with our Roundtree. Oh, we did actually figure out what the order was. What was it again? Carly.
Bye.
It was Carly first, Tyler, then JP, then me. That was what the randomizer told us. All right, so we'll be back here in a minute with our top 10 list.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moodz, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
All right, so getting into the, well, I usually say feature reviews, but we're going to get into these top 10 favorite Christmas horror film lists. We did figure out the order before the show, and Carly, you're up. What's your number 10?
All right. My number 10 is, I was going to say a newer movie, but it's really been a few years. Red Christmas from like 2016, I think, at this point.
Yep.
Which is pretty crazy. I feel like that just came out. But yeah, Red Christmas. This is one that when I first watched it, I actually didn't really care for it too much. I thought the family was really annoying with their bickering, but I've watched it a few times since then, and it has really grown on me. And it's a pretty dark film, and I enjoy it. And it's set in Australia, but they do a good job with the lighting and everything to make it look Christmas-esque. And I think they nail it. I think Dee Wallace gives a really good performance. I love that kid that plays her son with like the Down syndrome. I think he's really good. You don't really see that in movies, and I think that guy really nailed that character. And yeah, overall, it's one that I find I go back to every few years. So I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
So let me ask you something. Is a movie that, I obviously talked about in my latest video too. Now, given the heavy nature of its themes, what would you classify this movie as? Because like I've had arguments with people about this one before, and like would you call it a pro-life film or a pro-choice film? For me personally, I think it's both.
Yeah, I never thought. Yeah. And watching it, like starting it up again, I was thinking like, wait, I forget. Is this one like giving this big message about abortion or something? And then as a guy, I'm like, it's a pretty screwed up.
I think it's really interesting the way they structure, because the beginning of the movie totally gives us like heavy like pro-life, because obviously with her giving the abortion and being bombed and people being killed off and stuff like that, like that's a pro-life theme, right? Because let's face it, there's been many abortion doctors that have been murdered in the past and stuff, like do these pro-life extremists and shit like that. But this movie has that angle, of course, and it's got this ridiculous premise of like the killer, who the killer actually is, because let's face it, I mean, it's utterly ridiculous, but it's done dead serious. Like that's the thing about this movie that I find really interesting, is that it's not a comedy at all, given what the nature of the reveal is. It's played so straightforward. But what I mean by it being like a pro-life kind of startup, but then it goes into pro-choice, it's because this whole movie is about the choices. And the character choices, and like what Dee Wallace's choice was at that time and stuff. And it's not like, they do explain away in the film quite heavily too. It's like, because Jerry, the kid with the Down syndrome in the film, he actually was already born. like she says that she couldn't do it again because of the husband being killed and stuff like that. And she just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Like she couldn't do having another person that, you know, you got to put 110% into like every minute kind of thing. Right. And I get that angle, right? Like I completely understand that. But I think this movie is a lot better thematic than a lot of people kind of give it credit for. Especially like, I mean, if you're one of those people who are just like roll their eyes at everything kind of like pro-life and stuff like that, you're like, oh, fuck. But I mean, there's more to it that this
I can't.
layers.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like they put it's not like a ham-fisted approach like with Black Christmas 2020 or whatever that year that came out, where it's like so in your face with its message. I feel like this one could be interpreted different ways, and I like the way they handle it because, yeah, I mean, when you hear her side of the story being like, you know, dad had cancer or whatever he was dying of, and then they already had a Down syndrome kid plus all the other kids they have. It's like, yeah, you know, it's you can understand her choice and you know, that word.
Sympathize with her 100%, because of like if you lose your husband to cancer, whatever it is and stuff like that, and you got a bunch of kids, like that's where the choices comes into. Like you have to make these choices, and like, can you really? No, it's not even about like a financial thing at this point, too. It's more of just, let's face it. I mean, when you have special needs kids, you have to put a lot more effort into that situation, right? And you already have one. It's about choices too, right? So the pro-life, the pro-choice thing. I mean, it's a pretty fucking heavy film for a Christmas film. And I will agree with you 100%. Like this movie's crazy because like we all know in Australia, Christmas is during like high point in their summer. So it's like super fucking hot there for Christmas. So what they did aesthetically in this film is beautiful. And like I remember reading one review where this guy was like, I hate this movie so much because the colors in it are so stupid and blah, blah, blah. I was like, you know, the director obviously is heavily influenced from like Mario Bava films and like, you know, Argento and stuff. They tried to use that type of palette to create this like really aesthetically beautiful Christmas film where, you know, you're not going to have the theme of having snow. Right. And so I think they did a really good job with that. I think it's edited well, and it's a very bleak film, not just because of the, the pro-choice, you know, the themes in the film, but the way it ends though, man, like it's fucking kind of mean spirited. Like in a sense, like you can kind of take it like, well, she made some poor choices and, you know, she got what she was coming to or, you know, for, and like, you know, you can play it off like that. But man, this movie's like, it's pretty brutal how there's a point in the film that something happens to Jerry, and who does it to him is like that full circle type thing, man. It just like, oh, dude, it's so brutal. It's like the cycle, right? Like there's a lot of really good moments in this film. I think it's highly underrated. And honestly, the first time I watched it, I really did like it, but I just rewatched it actually the other night again. It's been like an annual watch for me too. I think it's fantastic. I think it's a really, really good film, and it just needs to be seen more. But I think
it came out the same year as Better Watch Out, I believe, and I remember that movie really overshadowing. Or it came out. I don't know. I feel like Red Christmas came out earlier in the year, or maybe at the end of the last year.
I think Red Christmas is 2015, right?
I think it's 2016, maybe.
It's something like that. 15.
I
Something
think
like
it's
that.
15.
I think you're.
That's a label that I miss is Artsploitation. They put out a lot of good stuff. They actually put out
They started a new label.
Oh, did they? They actually put out another Christmas themed film called Christmas Blood, which I actually kind of like too. I think it's either Norwegian. I think it's a Norwegian slasher film.
Yeah, you're right. It's 2016.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but that's crazy though. That's almost like 9 years old.
I know.
Friggin' nuts, man.
Yeah.
But, yeah, good choice. Good choice. I really enjoyed that film. I was hoping that someone was going to bring that one up early so we could talk about that. But yeah.
But to mention, I haven't watched that in a while. I actually forgot to rewatch that one. But I would be surprised if it was pro-life, just because horror has been like traditionally very liberal, and there's not a lot of conservative horror out there. So. But it could be both, like you said.
I think it's both, though. I think it gives you the angle of the pro-life thing with, you know, what happens at the abortion clinic and stuff. And then it goes into the whole choices thing. It's all about choices, and they explain it away and stuff. And I mean, you can take it for how you want, but I think it's a bit of both, right? It's like kind of stuck right in the middle. So, but it's good, though. It's good stuff. Tyler? He's up second.
Yep, I'm up second. All right, so let's catch a little flack for not choosing the Santa stabby stabs before we begin. So we're gonna start it off with a Santa stabby stab, and I'm really gonna come in with a new kid off the block. My number 10 is from the year 2024, Damien Leone's Terrifier 3. Terrifier 3 just kind of fucking rips. I'm pretty critical of the first two movies, but I really like this one because it really just sticks to like what I want from this movie, and it gets really mean-spirited and it gets really fun, and I had such a blast seeing this in the theaters. I might like this more than some other movies even above this on my list, but all those movies I've seen multiple times and I spent more time with it. I didn't really want to like move this in front of anything else, but this is definitely a movie I can see like watching like annually or semi-regularly. Ton of fun, pretty wicked violent. It's like that next layer of like pushing what you can actually put on a movie screen into the mainstream. So even if like I didn't like the other movies, like I'm glad like they did well because it eventually got us to this movie, and it's pushing like the boundaries of like what you can like put in a horror movie now, and that's just great for horror overall, and I want more of that. Yeah, Terrifier 3, good shit. I'm sure there'll be some talk about that in a couple weeks as well, but for me, I'm going to start that with a 7.5 out of 10.
There's
interesting.
There's totally forgot about that movie.
Yeah.
Well, I figured I've only seen it once, and I felt like I don't know. I feel like it needs to stand the test of time, which I think it will. I think I will rewatch.
That's why I put it at 10 because like I might like it right now more than movies ahead of it, but like I really like it where I will like happy to watch that movie again.
Yeah. I think that Terrifier 3 will definitely, if not make a future top 10 of mine, like I think it would, like, just because I had the movies on my list I've seen a few more times, you know what I mean, but that is one that is probably one of the better ones that I watched out of the prep. That movie's fun as hell, dude.
Yeah,
good pick
JP.
Okay, my number 10. Oh, man, this was really tough. I had like 4 movies battling for my number 10 spot. Sucks. But I kept going back and forth between one other film that was a big surprise for me. I had seen it before, and but I'd never like felt really strongly about it. And then I watched it this year, and I was like, damn, I kind of love that. But I decided to go with the one that I've watched way more and have liked for way longer, and that is 2003's Dead End.
Very pretentious of you.
What? That is not pretentious.
Good.
The word of the show.
Probably like the least Christmassy type movie so far, or even maybe on my list. But I do think that it does have like a lot of Christmas going on in it because of the storyline where this family is traveling to the family-in-law for Christmas. The mother-in-law for Christmas.
Yeah, Lynn Shaye's mom.
Yeah, it would be Lynn Shaye's mom, the fucking
grandma's house. They're going to grandma's house, guy.
Right, and they're driving on this straight road, and they just can't seem to get off this road. It's like forever, and I just love that like dream-like, eerie, like type of thing where it's like it just and also just like the fact that they're driving there on Christmas Eve for Christmas makes it feel like a Christmas movie, and then the fact that they have like Christmas pie and a gift for their gun nut brother. I love the characters. It's a super dark but comedic movie, and it also is kind of like dark and depressing in the end as well. I love the characters, like Lin Shaye is awesome in this movie. The father, who plays the father?
Ray Wise.
Ray Wise is awesome. Even the siblings are good. The boyfriend, just the fact that like it's a road horror too, which I'm a huge fan of. It has really good music. Oddly enough, there's this dun
Wow.
dun
Something you never notice.
dun, like this like I don't know, like it's like a montage music when they're like driving for a long time. I love the music in this, the score, and I love that it's like also a classic ghost story type thing for Christmas. You know what I mean? Dealing with the plot, which obviously like Christmas has been traditionally a time to tell scary stories, which is kind of weird, you know, around the fireplace and stuff like that. So I think it fits the theme very well, despite not having like much, like there's no Christmas trees and lights and stuff like that, you know. But I thoroughly enjoy this movie. I think it's one of the more like underseen Christmas movies. However, I have lately been seeing a lot more people put it on their lists, and that makes me happy. Big fan of this one. Almost right. I literally put it back on the list right before we hit record. So it was off for a minute, but I just couldn't keep it off.
I'm curious to find out what was in number 10.
Right.
Originally.
Yeah. I would imagine my the one that was in the number 10 that I took out will be on your list.
Yeah, I think it, like, for how much you love Dead End, I think you would really like Wind Chill.
I was just gonna say they're not very comparable, but they're both like road movies on Christmas Eve, and the car gets broken down. And
there's psychological, like and there's they share a lot of the same kind of DNA.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
What did you give that one?
8.5 out of 10.
Okay, cool. All right, so coming in number 10 for myself is a Finnish film called Rare Exports. I think this is honestly one of the most unique kind of Christmas-based films ever done. Actually, it's so weird and like it's so different. You know, it doesn't involve like a stalking killer Santa. It doesn't have people killing off Santas. It's like a totally different vibe. It's a really trippy story about basically this family that you know, it's a father and his son, and you know the Christmas season's upon there, and they're getting ready to do their annual hunt. Basically, you know, the reindeer, and kill off a bunch of reindeer, get their meat and stuff like that. There's like these American, I want to say American British, maybe something like that. They're doing some testing up in the mountains, and it turns out that they're not actually testing. It turns out they're actually doing an archaeological dig, and they're digging something out of the mountain. Anyways, when all the reindeer wind up dead and stuff like that, they basically kind of resort to other means and stuff like that. They kind of figure, they don't really know what the fuck happens. The kids actually kind of figure they know what happens to all these reindeer that get slaughtered and stuff like that. And so one thing leads to another, and they end up capturing like this old dude. And this is a really tough movie to talk about without giving everything away if you've never seen it before. But anyways, they end up capturing this one dude. And so, of course, you know, they lost all their fucking reindeer. They want to sell this, what they figure is like a Santa Claus. They figured Santa Claus, actually. Anyways, they want to sell it back to these American drillers, I cannot fucking talk right now. Holy shit. Anyways, they want to sell this guy back to them. Anyways, he turns out, he's like, no, man, that's not a Santa. That's actually one of the elves. And so they get this bright idea where, you know, ultimately they end up kind of training these things and sending them all around the world. And that's ultimately how we end up getting fucking like, you know, mall Santas and shit like that. So the premise of this film is like really unique and interesting. I think it's awesome, dude. I think the acting in this film is great. The locations that they shot in this is like super cold, super like rural. Oh man, I think it's awesome. But it's like a dark comedy kind of at its like core. But it's interesting because the way the layout of this film is like, you know, they're digging up what they call, you know, Santa Claus, and you know these are his elves. It's not this big ass Santa Claus that they dig up is actually Krampus, and these are like the evil elves. And I like that premise, man. They take these evil elves and they do what anybody would do. You make money off it. I think it's like the coolest premise in the world. So yeah, so like the whole idea that is presented in the film is actually kind of, it's drawn, I wouldn't say drawn out, but there's a couple like almost like prequel films, like shorter films that kind of explain away what the rare export process is with these elves these evil elves that they train into Santa Claus and stuff, and then they export around the world and shit. I think that's really fucking cool, man. But every time I recommend watching rare exports, I always tell people to check out the shorts too, because it explains a little bit more. Because you get it like in the end of the film, you're like, what are they doing with them? They're training these fucking things. But I think it's a little bit misunderstood because a lot of people think that it's like Santa Claus, but I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Krampus, and these are like his evil elves. Obviously, they're not nice elves, you know, your candy eating elves and stuff like that. But pretty interesting fucking premise. Love this movie so much. I watch it almost every single year. I think it's super cool, man. Super cool stuff. Are you guys? I mean, I know JP's familiar with this one, but what about you?
I've seen it. It's been a while. I remember watching it. I remember like thinking like all the dudes running around with their wieners out was funny.
Yeah, the evil elves. It's
yeah.
Like Krampus's fucking little minions, man. But
this is why I actually intended to rewatch. I didn't really get to.
I think it's like so cool, dude, because once they realize, they're like, okay, so we can train these guys and we'll send them out. And like, it just makes me laugh every time. I wish there was a scene in the end of the film where like they would show these converted evil elves into like mall Santas. I wish they would show that. That would have been fucking awesome to see, because like that's the end product of what they did. Like to come up with the premise of like training these people or these elves into Santa Claus is just it's such an awesome idea. Really unique. But I love this movie, man. It rips by. It only runs about 80 minutes, but you know, for me, I love it, man. I think it's fantastic. I think it's really cool, man. The whole setup with like with the electrified fence and like how they actually capture them all and stuff. I think there's a lot of really cool stuff, but I mean, it's obviously Krampus too, because there's a scene in the film actually where all the kids go missing. So if you guys are familiar with Santa, I mean, Santa's generally not rounding up all the neighborhood kids and putting them into sacks, you know? Yeah. So, I mean, it's obviously Krampus thing, but a really unique story, really, really unique. I love it, man. It is, you know, a film that you're going to have to read. Like I said, it's a Finnish-based film. There's a little bit of English in the beginning of the film with the American drillers or samplers or archaeologists and stuff like that. So, but yeah, a really just different film. There's no other movie like this. There really is no other movie like this, and I think it's pretty unique. So, but I give this one 8.5 out of 10. Also, I think it's good stuff.
I only saw it once with JP, and I couldn't really get into it, and I never went back to it. I probably should.
Son of a bitch.
I think it's honestly, it's just, I mean, I can't even think of any other Christmas film like this. It's so different. And that's what I like about watching foreign Christmas films too, because they always have like a different take, but this is like so unusually different that it just sticks out to me, and it's always stuck out to me. When this movie first came out, I don't remember, 2010, 12 when it came out, whatever it is. What year did Rare Experts come out in? 2010. Yeah, it says 2010. Okay.
Yeah. So about the time, was like kind of popular, like right when I like started really getting into horror.
Yeah. I watched it around the time it came out on DVD and stuff, and I was like, holy shit, dude! Like, I was expecting something completely different going into this, and I was like, what the fuck? And I remember watching it and then rewatching it like a week later. I'm like, man, this movie's so different, because I was expecting like, I don't know, like a killer Santa Claus, like you're always expect when you go into these holiday horror films, and you just don't get that. You get something totally different, really likable characters in it too. So I think it's pretty cool too. Like the other shorts that they did for this, leading up to the film, have the same cast in them. So they like the little boy in the film, the little Petrie kid, he's like in the original short, he's like a little kid. He's like 5 years old, and they like stuck it out, and he's like, older in this one. It's pretty cool stuff. But yeah,
little more fantasy than horror.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, but you can't deny the fact that this is a Krampus film and it has Santa Clauses and it has everything to do with the mythology, right? Of Krampus and Santa and elves and all that type of shit. And I mean, it leads right into like what we know in the Western world. Fucking mall Santas, right? It's got everything, man. It's got everything. But yeah, you're right, though. Like this movie doesn't rely on like, you know, blood and gore and, you know, that type of thing. It doesn't have like that real dark kind of horror aesthetic to it and stuff. It's like I said, it's almost like a dark comedy too at times, because like, I mean, they're rounding up the kids and shit, and it's just the way it plays out. But it's very emotional. It's sad and stuff, because like when they lose the reindeer and shit, and the father just fucking, he's so hurt by it, and you know what really happened, right? And you're like, oh my God, I love that emotion in it, man. Emotion in Christmas films, it works. There's another film that we'll talk about later on probably that has kind of a similar moment in it too, where it just gets me every time. But yeah, rare exports, fun shit. You guys should definitely revisit the film, especially you, JP. I know.
What'd you rate it?
8.5 out of 10.
Yeah, Joe Bob actually just showed it for the Christmas special last week.
Oh, that's cool. Well, there you go. So what is he a fan? Well, obviously he's a fan. He doesn't really show movies that he's not.
He did that, and It's a Wonderful Knife.
Nice. Did you watch it?
Nope. It was on Friday the 13th, and I had to watch Friday the 13th movies.
I rewatched It's a Wonderful Knife the other night again. It honestly, man, it gets better. Like the first time we watched it, like I was like, okay, it's good, but like I had even less problems with it, you know, this time around. The very end of the movie still doesn't make any sense to me with one of the characters in our lead, but whatever, it is what it is. But my buddy Mark has a good death in that film. He's the guy that gets the knife stabbed through the eye when she goes into like her alternate reality, that first body that falls on the ground. That's my buddy Mark.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was working on the film because he's a director, actor, writer. He does everything, but he was working on that film and they needed someone to die. I was like, I'll die. So cool stuff. But yeah, that's a fun one. That's fun. I was really happy with the rewatch of it, and I was like, this is fucking, it's pretty good. It's good. All right, well, back to you, Carly. Number 9.
All right. My number 9, I feel like people might think I would have this higher, but it is Gremlins from 1984. Yeah, Gremlins. I mean, I enjoy this movie. I think it's cutesy. I love little Gizmo and the facial expressions he makes. I think there's a great Christmas atmosphere. What?
Bright lights.
Yeah, he's like all sad and scared. Yeah, but I think it's a fun movie. I love seeing when they're all wreaking havoc in the bar and then the movie theater and stuff like that. I like that it feels like a movie, you know, you could show kids, kid-friendly type of film, and just it's a feel-good little movie. It's not like I don't rewatch it every year. I'm not a huge like little creature it's just not the first thing I think about to rewatch, but every time I do, I'm like, I enjoy that film. So I give it a solid 8 out of 10.
Nice. Big fan of Gremlins myself.
Right.
Man, I read a review on Gremlins the other day. I talked about it in my video too. Is like somebody was saying that it's not a Christmas film. I'm like,
you have to be on FET.
I'm like, it literally was a present on Christmas. Like Gizmo was a present on Christmas.
Yeah,
like, what the fuck? I'm like,
it's like there's so much Christmas all over the movie.
It's like, set up from that. I mean, I could see the argument for people saying that it's not a horror film, but not
I can't
a Christmas
even see
movie?
that argument. Like, oh my God, like all those things were scary when I was like 6.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I think it's more or less supposed to be like a comedy before it is horror.
It is, but like it's like that pre-PG-13 era where there's some fucked up stuff in that movie.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah. I mean, you can argue anything you want.
Phoebe Cates' fucking story always like floored me.
Dude, just like the whole like the part with the mom, like there's some brutal deaths, and like you see in the background, like the little gremlin with a knife in its chest, like withering and painting on the countertop. It's fucked.
She throws one in the micro-ass wave.
Yeah, it just explodes, and she grinds the other one's head in a blender. But I noticed it watching it this time, the whole scene in the background where there's like the thing's like nailed to the countertop, just like in the background, like dying with like a knife in its chest.
It's a movie I don't watch very often, man. I've been very, I mean, I like Gremlins. I'm not like the hugest fan of it, but
You're fucking lame.
I don't have any problems with it. I just don't watch it as much as you guys do. And I grew up with that movie too. It's weird.
Yeah,
like I don't have the nostalgia. It's people always talk about like nostalgia, like, oh, this movie's on your list because nostalgia. I'm like, man, I grew up watching Gremlins, man. I saw it shortly after it came out, and like I don't know. It's weird. It's something I just don't ever think about popping on over and over.
We all can't be cool guys.
Yep, that's right. That's right. That's why you watch it all the time.
On a lighter note,
Tyler.
All right, Tyler.
All right, I got another feel-good movie for y'all. Coming up at number 9, we're gonna take a trip to Spain. I got Alex de la Iglesia's 1995 film, The Day of the Beast.
I knew it.
Yeah,
That's the pretentious one.
This is the pretentious one.
One out of
this
two.
Is a reach. That's a reach.
Dude, this movie's not pretentious.
Dead End is more pretentious.
This movie's funny as hell, actually.
I've never seen it.
Not even a horror film.
This isn't a horror film?
How is it not a horror movie?
Where's the horror?
He's trying to stop
Where's
the
the
fucking.
horror?
He's trying to stop the fucking the birth of the Antichrist. The devil's son is being born. Like, fuck, are you serious?
Yeah.
So, so this movie, for those of you who have not seen it, is about a priest who needs to stop the birth of the Antichrist. And to do that, he needs to sell his soul to the devil so he can join entrance into the birthing ceremony where he can then kill the Antichrist. But to do that, he can't do that as a pure man of the cloth. So he has to commit as many sins as possible so he is able to sell his soul to the devil in the first place. And it's like, it's definitely a dark comedy, but it's more of like that, like Pedro Almodovar, like kind of not really like slapsticky, but like twangy, like Spanish comedy. The priest has this like very like oblivious like quality to him, where like he's just like very like cavalierly and casually like committing like petty crimes, like just like theft from like a store. I guess he escalates that like pretty quickly because he like steals a wall off a dying man and he like says, "I hope you burn in hell" or something. But like he's so like polite about it that it's so funny. Pretty early on, he's in a record store where he meets up with like one of our next main characters. I believe his name is Jose or something.
Yeah,
Jose. And he's a huge like metalhead. He's like every stereotype like you've seen about just like out of their mind, like Lords of Chaos, like metalheads. And he's like, this is the most evil music. And it's like, and he gets the priest to listen to him, so things that'll help him summon the devil. And they kind of like team up and they go back to Jose's house. It's just, he's like pure, like he's just kind of like this big oof, and like his family's like wicked goofy. He's got this like grandpa that just like walks around like naked for no reason. It's pretty funny. And then they eventually meet.
There's a theme here. There's a lot of old man penises in these movies, apparently.
Yeah, it's
Rare Exports has a lot of penis, and this one has penis too.
When you get away from America, they're not shy about that.
No,
they let that flag fly.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they form like this duo. Then they realize we don't know how to summon the devils, and then they find this like Chris Angel type that they then like go and basically like kidnap so they can summon the devil, and then that's like probably gets you into like the thick of the movie, and like they form this goofy like unrelented trio like trying to like save the ant.
Well, the TV host is he's forced into it though.
Yeah, he's like coerced into it. And it's just like it's a lot of fun. Like it's just like there's a lot of just like outright like humor in this movie, but it's like it doesn't like devolve enough where like you're not taking it seriously. So like all the violence is like still good. And like you're able to like actually like have tension and like parallel these scenes. That's kind of like the way to do like these like kind of twangy dark comedies to me. But It's got a reasonably bleak ending, but not as much as some other movies that you could probably refer to in this little subgenre. But yeah, I like this a lot. This is a fun movie. This was the second time I watched it in like 3 years. It was really, really nice. 4K from Severin. I'm going to give this one also a 7.5 out of 10.
Who? JP?
What was I going to say about that? I wanted to say something about that movie, but I forgot.
Well, then fucking say it, dumbass.
I can't remember, damn
Come on.
it. Tyler went on for too long. I couldn't think.
All right, guy, we'll take your turn.
This is what I was going to ask you. How much would you sell your soul for?
I mean, probably like an embarrassing amount less than like what a lot of people would. Like, I'm not saying you would like come cheap, but I feel like I'd
like $25.
No, I wouldn't get.
Would you sell me your soul for $25?
I wouldn't get up for $25.
He'd sell it for a refill on his little puffer there.
What about you, Moodz? Would you sell me your soul for
That's
$25?
less than $25.
For $25? No.
So you believe in your soul then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like if you gave me,
I need that to be happy. I need that
if
to be
you
happy.
gave me like
Okay.
Elon Musk level money, I'd give you my soul. Like,
Well, because I was listening to a podcast and they were talking about this. I forget what show it was, but and like there was one person that did not believe in like souls or like anything like that, and they're like, "I'll fucking sell my soul for $25. I don't care." And they were like talking about getting like an actual like guy from like the Church of Satan on the show to like structure the deal or whatever. And like I'm thinking like, even if you don't believe, are you really willing to take that risk? like you're fucked if there actually is a soul.
The Church of Satan? Like, what does that have to do with anything?
I don't know. I guess they were thinking that they would be able to facilitate the soul exchange.
I think that's a little bit misunderstood because I don't think the people that are involved in the Church of Satan, they're not actually Satanists.
No.
Well, they don't believe in like God or the devil or anything.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't believe in the devil, you can't be a Satanist. It's like they're like
Right.
it's like the Church of Satan should be like the Church of Atheists.
But I was just
Don't
thinking
believe
about
in
it. I'm like, how many? Like, I wonder if I could buy some souls. Like, there has to be guys out there who are like, yeah, I don't need my soul, and then I just buy it off them.
But how do you actually get
for
the
a pack
soul?
of smokes.
What do you mean? I draw up a contract that says that I get their soul.
It just transfers on a piece of paper into like a little vial bottle, into like a little fucking beaker or something like that.
Suppose that like you have the ability to capture their soul. Just suppose like you do.
Well, even if listen, dude, it might like if I get a soul out of it, even like just I assume like any other contract in life. Well, the one thing is they're gonna have to prick their finger and sign it in blood because I feel like
they always do that in the movies.
Yeah, I feel like that is necessary to get someone's soul.
So I feel like if you sell your soul, the higher price you sell it for, I feel like if you went to hell, then you would have a worse punishment. Say if you sold your soul for $1 million versus someone that sold it for 25. I feel like if you both go to hell, the person that sold it for $1 million, he got the greater out of it, you know, like he has to burn in hell for longer and harder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you think?
So like if you sold it for 25, it's like, hey man, you're grounded for the weekend. But if you sell it for $1 million, you're grounded for eternity kind of thing, right?
Because it's like more greed.
Yeah. The greater you are, the worse the punishment is when selling your soul. So if you sell it for $25, I'm like, oh shit, dude, I can burn in hell for a weekend versus eternal burning in hell with $1 million. Which $1 million is such a stupid number because $1 million is so fucking not much money anymore. It really is.
The way that I look at it, right, is like, let's say I went and like bought a couple souls for like all these people that don't believe in their soul, and I just get a collection going for like $10 each or something, because like there's some certain people out there that don't believe in it so much that they'll be like, I don't care, like I'm about to make $10 for literally nothing. And so then I go up to like St. Peter's Gate when it's time to go to heaven, and they're checking my soul, and they're like, you know, man, like they're like that thing you did when you were like 12, like that's kind of knock against you, and then that other thing you did, and then you masturbated way too much and all this stuff. And then I'm like reaching in my wallet and I'm thumbing through it and I'm like, okay, what about this one? And I could like try different souls to see if I can get in heaven, you know? That's my plan.
Dude, shut up.
Wow. That you thought about that. You actually thought about that way too hard. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's
so you're pulling out whole cards. You're pulling out cards and you're like, yo, man, I got fucking Sam's over here. I got fucking Darcy's and
yeah.
And they're better people, and they were better people than me. So let me in. I'll use this.
Yeah. So I'm figure like out of all the souls I buy, at least one's gonna get me in there.
At that point, if using that theory, you got to buy some souls of some good ass people. Then you can just commit sin all your fucking life. You're like, well, fuck it. I'll just use Darcy's, man. He was good all his life, man.
I was also wondering if like the currency of souls might like let's say I have like 5 mediocre souls and then like one like a couple bad ones. Like could I pay all those souls to get in or like
what in the living fuck are we talking about right now, man? This is like this is one of the weirdest conversations we've ever had on the podcast.
Weren't you glad that I had time to remember what I was trying to ask?
Yeah, that's not bad.
All right, it is my turn.
Yep.
And speaking of souls, Moodz does not have a soul because he does not like this move. Or he doesn't feel strongly about it, I should say. And that is 2006's Black Xmas.
Okay, so after the conversation we had last weekend or last podcast, I believe it was, I actually popped it in a couple days later and I still don't like it. Like I tried again. Okay,
so you're still lame.
I'm still thinking that the flesh cookies should have been so much better. They should have had somebody eating those for one thing.
They did eat it. Well, hold on.
Yeah, they do.
Hold up.
Do they eat them in it?
That's
So
because I've
bro?
only seen this movie once from a long time ago, and that's like the main thing I remember was people eating the flesh cookies.
Are you watching the rated version?
No, I watch the unrated version.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Because they don't eat them in the rated version, I think.
No, I only have the unrated version. I only have one copy of it.
Who are we talking about? The kid
after Billy kills everybody.
Yeah,
and he
the
goes
family
and pops the flesh cookies in the oven.
Yeah,
he eats it. I know
then the police show up and he's sitting in the rocking chair dipping his flesh cookies in there.
Yeah.
Oh, not Billy. I was talking about other people eating them. That makes sense that he was eating. No, not Billy.
Well, who the hell would eat a flesh cookie?
I don't know. Fuck, just someone else, man. Oh, there's some cookies over here. Let's eat them.
They're not cooked. They literally look like fucking beef jerky covered in milk.
Think about what they
look like.
But it would have been so much more fun if other people were eating flesh cookies than Billy.
Yeah,
because
they
the killer, it's not as fun.
They would look at the flesh cookie and be like, "That's not a cookie. That is meat."
Like, why does it smell like bacon?
You could easily mistake it as flesh cookie is just a fancy name for beef jerky, really, or for human jerky.
Yeah,
at this point. So, I mean, it could taste good. But no, I'm not talking about Billy. I'm talking about other people. But anyways, it's not really like, first of all, it's an ugly ass movie. It's an ugly movie.
What do you mean?
It just looks ugly.
It looks beautiful.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't, man.
There's great snow. There's great atmosphere. There's great Christmas lights. It's more Christmassy than the damn original.
I don't really like the structure of the film either, like the way the story is told with Billy and stuff. Like,
why?
You know what, man? It's another one of these beautiful people movies. I will admit, like the females in the film are all really good looking. It's a beautiful cast, but like it does nothing for me. And I hate the end of the movie too. The ending that they use in that, I don't know. I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like the end. I will say. I think taking it to the hospital is the worst thing the movie does. But
yeah.
Besides that, I have fun with it, but.
Oh, dude, I love this.
I can't get into it.
I can't get into it every time I watch it.
What the fuck?
It's just I love the flashback stuff. They do such a good job with the set design and the flashback stuff. The mom is such a piece of work too.
Oh, she's
it
such
almost
a bitch.
Reminds me of like an EC Comics like type of just bad person. I love that like Billy is just like abused the hell and back.
I feel like they just made this movie. There's so many parts in the film I feel like they just threw it in there just for this kind of shock factor. It's like Billy fathers a fucking child with his mom.
Yes,
and that's his daughter / fucking sister. And I'm like, but then the sister's around and like the whole duel thing in the end. And I'm just like, fucking I don't know, man. I can't get into it, dude.
It was just a way to differentiate it from the original. It's like, don't do the same shit.
Oh no, I'm not trying to say you need to do the same. Of course, I'm an advocate, I like what they did with the movie, doing something completely different. I just don't like what they did, right? So it's like I'm not saying I give them all the props in the world for doing something completely different, making it a little bit more gory, doing a different construction, having these two people involved and stuff. Like it's a totally different movie. It really is.
Yeah, I kind of feel similar to you, whereas like it's kind of like the reason people criticize the Rob Zombie's Halloween, where like they don't like that they don't like the backstory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not even that they don't like the backstory. They're all like, but Michael's supernatural. Like you don't need a backstory. I'm like, but it's a remake. You got to do something else with it.
Like I get that. Like maybe you don't like do that because like for example, just like I think like the original Black Christmas is good because of like the ambiguity where this kind of takes.
Yes,
so, like
and
I do like.
But it doesn't mean that Black Christmas remake can't work with giving all the story, right? It doesn't mean it doesn't. Yeah,
that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying like the choice to like make a backstory is like maybe like something I don't really like in this scenario, but not that like I'm married to like like you said. I'd rather them do something different though.
Of course, I give them props for it. I even said that to myself while I was watching. I'm like, props for doing something completely different. It had been a few years since I've seen it, and I actually laughed out loud to myself, and I was like, I can't wait for this movie to get finally released on 4K and see how fucking yellow Billy really is.
Yeah. Well,
he's gonna look like a Christmas ornament, man.
If you watch it, like he's more yellow in the flashbacks than the modern time.
Oh, absolutely. They accentuate that. It's like they just fucking
it's actually like bright, like he's like glowing.
This movie seems
he's just jaundiced, man. He's got a liver problem. He's fucking jaundiced, but like overly jaundiced.
But the thing is like I always thought like it was like stupid and inconsistent. But then when I really thought about it this time watching it, I was like, oh, this totally makes sense because they're telling the story, so everything is accentuated. Oh, like that's why he looks like much brighter in the flashbacks because it's being told is like almost like a legend,
right? They almost saturate his color. Like when you oversaturate on something, like that's what they do in the flashbacks to like, but I think they do it purposely, obviously, because they want you to know that's the flashback. Like this is. And
I love I just love how twisted the movie gets. Like the fact that like the mom is just like all horny and stuff and just like goes and drops her robe in front of him is like fucking weird.
I like when he stabs his daughter's sister in the fucking eye.
Yeah. That, the whole, the fact that he like kills his mom finally. And then like, I love the sort of way that they take the original like sorority house and they kind of expand on the idea there with like, them basically that was the house of a serial killer or a killer. And like like the way that they leave a present for Billy just seems so like something that a sorority house would do, like just a tradition. I'm like, oh, that's cool because I could totally see people like actually doing that.
It's almost like a fear offering. It's like if I offer him a present because like he won't kill us kind of thing. It's like I don't really understand the whole premise. I mean, would you really want to be in a sorority in a place that like had all this nasty shit happen?
Yes, I would if given the option, I would choose that over a regular place.
I mean, fair enough. I'm not saying I wouldn't either. I'm not saying I wouldn't either.
Dark shit, dude.
But that's what I'm saying. We're a different breed. The average person, which are the females in the movie, do you think knowing this going into this, they'd be like, yeah, that's pretty cool. I want to stay where Billy fucking murdered his family and raped his, or not raped his mom, but had
probably don't know it until they're like actually there and then they're told the legend or whatever. Because
true,
But
I do feel like they miss on the sleaze point in this film. Like, there's a lot of opportunity. And obviously, Billy is like a fucking peeping Tom. Like, we have these moments where he's peeping through the floor and we get to see a little bit of an ass on that one girl, the drunk girl. But like, for this type of cast to have pretty much no sleaze in it, I was like, wow.
Well, all the sleaze comes from the flashbacks,
I guess. But when you have this beautiful cast, you're like, shit, dude, like I'm gonna get, but it's, I mean, the original Black Christmas doesn't have anything.
The one girl is from Pete and Pete. She played Nona, I think.
Yeah. Recognize all the girls. I can't place them where they're from, but like all of them are so familiar.
Yeah.
like all of them. But
I like that the house mother is the girl from the original.
Yeah, that's cool too.
Like I like how they actually gave her a real part and not just a boring cameo.
I like that shit too. I think the head. What do they call the people that run the sororities? Like the older people,
the mother,
whatever. Like the one in the original
house mother.
The house mother.
Yeah.
The one in the original Black Christmas is one of the best characters in that movie. Like she's a closet alcoholic, and she's just dude. When she pulls that bottle of booze out the fucking out of the top of the toilet. That shit makes me gag every fucking time I see that part. I'm like, dude, that's so disgusting.
Why does
I know it's in a bottle, but it's just the fact that it's in a toilet is so disgusting.
But that's just water up there.
I know, but it's the mentality of it. Like it's in a toilet, bro. It doesn't matter if it's. I know the booze in the bottle is not touching the toilet water itself, but still.
Yeah, but that's not even toilet water yet.
I feel like there's poop in it. Like I just feel it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it's clean up there.
I don't trust the plumbing.
What do they call that joke when people poop in the top of the fucking toilet? The upper decker, man.
Really?
Oh my god. Yeah.
I'm gonna do an upper decker.
Upper decker, man. My brother-in-law.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Was telling me a story.
Of the toilet,
my brother-in-law was telling me a story.
All his poop squirts out.
That's not funny.
About he's at a party and he walked into the bathroom and this dude was dropping a shit in the top of this guy's toilet. He's telling me the story. I'm like, what the fuck? Who does that? And he's like, dude, it's an upper decker. And I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, people actually do this shit? Like literally?
My friend did this at a party I was at. So like we were at this like girls' party and like he was there with like his brother. And his brother was like the girl's house the party was at, and he caught her cheating on him like at the party. So like obviously he's upset and runs out and all that, and we're still there, and obviously it's like buzzkill moment. He's like, hold on a second. He finds like a marker somewhere, does the upper decker and writes under like the lid. Oh, he's like, this one's for like that guy, and just like leaves it there, then we just leave.
Dude, that's awesome, man.
Good. That's a boy right there. That's a bro. That's a bro,
I can honestly say I've been at a million parties and I've never once ever thought of taking a shit in someone's
like the
top of their
funny
toilet.
part about it afterwards.
Like, it just never would occur to me that would be something I would be doing with my life. I'm like, can you imagine what you're thinking at the time? Like first of all, what do you just like? You put your feet on top of the toilet seat and just like, and then just bend it. Like, is that what you do? I guess you could technically sit on that because it's kind of a seat.
It's probably uncomfortable, but you're just getting the job done. And like the funny part about it is like you don't assume someone like shit in the toilet tank, so like it's gonna start to smell. But you're
You're gonna know why, because you're never gonna. The only time you ever lift that up is if your toilet's not.
So it's gonna like simmer there for a couple of days. They're gonna clean the toilet. They're gonna do a bunch of stuff, and then eventually they're gonna like open it and just get like hit in the face by the.
No, what happens is you flush it and it all comes out of the sides.
Oh, I didn't realize.
A lot of newer houses and toilets and shit like that don't have those upper decks. Like my toilet in my basement here doesn't even have one of those.
Well,
like you couldn't take a shit in the my upstairs one you could definitely take a shit in the upstairs one, but
this was like over 10 years
to see
ago.
what happens
in my own toilet, sabotage my own toilet. The wife would be like, what the fuck did you do? And I'm like, well, remember that argument that we had that one time while I was getting back at you? That's disgusting, dude. Like cleaning out someone else's shit in your toilet is disgusting. That's horrible. That's a horrible thing to do. That's horrible.
But anyway, Black Xmas, huge fan of this one. It just hits like more and more, and like I do have a nostalgic element for it because it came out when I was in like high school, and like me and my friends watched it like a million times. I know I brought you up in the video. Like you love that fucking remake era. I'm like, JP is big fan of this movie. I'm like, fuck this movie. But yeah, I give it an 8.5 out of 10. That's my number 9.
Actually, come to think of it, I even mentioned Carly in that video too, and I forgot to drop the link through her channel because I talked about her 25 Days of Horror.
Cool.
So everybody go check that shit out. Subscribe to Carly's channel.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Shameless plugs. All right. That's me.
Hello.
Right? That's me? Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. All right. So coming in at number 9, and I don't even think I have this fucking thing up here, is 1989's Deadly Games. Or
Dial Code Santa.
Or Dial Code is Santa, or fuck, I think it has like 7 different fucking titles.
Theater Noel or something.
It's got 3675 code per Noel. What the hell? What is that? Or is it 3615?
It's the area code, and then Pieter Noel is, I think, Saint Nicholas in French or something.
Could be.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Interesting.
Something like that. Not exact translation.
Yeah, this one, this is a fun movie, man. It's a film I discovered roughly maybe 8-9 years ago. Of course, I was one of the people that when I discovered it, I went out and grabbed the German Blu-ray, and of course, ended up getting a nice 4K release from Vinegar Syndrome. But I think I distinctly remember JP even saying, why would you buy that? It's going to get released over here.
I did say that.
And then it got a release again. But I'm actually really happy.
I said the same thing with Society when you and Jeremy are importing some German DVDs of Society.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm not doing that. They'll get really
Those were cheap, though.
Jeremy's like, do you really think that movie is going to get released? It has a talking butthole in it. And I was like, dude, everything gets re-released eventually except for Clown House. And he's all like, the movie's never going to get released. And then like less than a year later, it gets announced.
Yeah, it definitely did. But yeah, no, Deadly Games from 1989 is a film like, fuck man, when I watched this like for the first time 8-9 years ago, I didn't really know a lot about it. I collected Christmas horror films. And I'm watching this thing going, what in the fuck is this? I'm like, this is the horror version of Home Alone. So you start doing some fucking research and shit. And this movie actually legitimately was filmed and released before Home Alone actually came out. Mm-hmm. Now, I think the interesting story about this film and Home Alone is that John Hughes is on record actually stating that he got the idea for Home Alone while he was on a European vacation. That's a quote from his mouth. And I was like, where was he, in France? What the fuck, man?
That's actually interesting.
It is really interesting that he actually said that in an interview, and I was like, what the fuck? So, long story short, of course, the producer, well, actually the director of this film, Renee, whatever his name is, he actually tried to sue the producers, and I think John Hughes, or the creators of Home Alone, for copyright infringement, basically kind of stealing the story.
They copied my movie.
Yeah, but I don't think he won, whatever. But
I don't think he actually ever pursued it fully.
Yeah, it's probably because it was a little mouse going up against a fucking against a tiger.
What is it, like Warner Brothers or something?
Yeah, like you can't fight those people. Like they have way too good lawyers. You're not going to win this battle.
Or is it Fox? I think it's Fox.
You're just not. So nothing ever really came of it, kind of thing. But I mean, as a fan, as a movie viewer, you can't help notice the similarities in this fucking movie, though. Mm-hmm. Is it coincidental? This goes down to the whole Soul Survivor Final Destination thing, where the writers of Final Destination said they'd never seen Soul Survivor before. And I call bullshit on this because that story in Final Destination is so fucking similar to Soul Survivor. It's ridiculous. It's almost tit for tat. Like it's the same fucking movie, just done differently.
Yeah, but it technically was the people who wrote the X-Files who ripped it off then, because that was originally an X-Files script.
Yeah. Well, either or, it doesn't matter. I mean, the movie is so damn similar to Soul Survivor. It's just crazy. But
listen, I have a new rule. If you rip off someone else's movie and make it better, then you're not allowed to sue that person.
Okay.
Because yeah, he may have ripped it off, but dude, like as much as I like Deadly Games, fucking Home Alone is way better.
Yeah, but Home Alone's also a different entity, though. It's like it's a comedy, slapstick comedy that's, it's written really well. Like it's a totally different type of movie, right? Where, Deadly Games it's straight. It's not a comedy, dude. It's actually kind of mean spirited at times. It's a horror film. It's a horror version of Home Alone. That's like in a nutshell. That's what it is.
I like that it has like some. Well, one thing that I noticed when watching it this time is like how good the cinematography is in it.
It's really good. It's really good.
And it has like that room with all the toys, like has like
it feels like the Beyond
Hennessy quality to it.
Doesn't it remind you of like a Christmas version of the Beyond? the end of the beyond. It does. You like go into this weird realm, which in the beyond is hell, but it's like this toy world. It feels like that to me. It's like in this weird basement in this castle and shit. It's crazy. But anyways,
this kid is rich as hell, bro.
Yeah. So this kid is kind of like Kevin McAllister. Like he obviously comes from a very high class, wealthy family. They live in a big ass fucking house. Well, this kid's no different. Like he literally sits at home. He's sitting at home during the holidays playing with his dog and doing these military games and shit. And he's got he's in a mansion. He's got all the world. He's got like trap doors and shit. Like it's too extravagant for one kid. It's kind of crazy too that it's only him. Like his mom only had one kid. And the grandfather. But I'm just saying he has no brothers, sisters, nothing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but his mom is like a big wig and stuff like that. Anyways, he's at home, and that's kind of the difference in this movie versus Home Alone is that, like, you know, he's got his grandpa. He's got to save his grandpa too, right? So what happens in the film is this boy, he's online and he's, you know, talking to Santa, and you know, one thing leads to another, and this guy ends up kind of hunting him down and, you know, kind of breaking into the house and doing some bad shit. He's got to, you know, basically save the house, save himself, save his grandpa and stuff like that. I think I
like the kid too.
The kid is fun, man. Like, dude, there's a moment in this film. Dude, when the dog dies, I feel so fucking bad. I know.
It's like this kid just wants to see Santa, and it's like, oh, I see Santa, and then it's like, wait, Santa, what are you doing? What are you doing, Santa? Oh no, like that's childhood trauma right there.
I still think that whole shit though, like with like the kind of the pre-internet, because this is like 1989 and it's almost like the internet. Like he's on this like almost like the server.
What is going on with that?
I'm still to this day I can never figure it out. But like he's like talking on this weird server and someone's answering him. He's like, oh, I'm talking to Santa and stuff like that. He gets the address, blah blah blah. So he's like super pumped, and this guy comes in and all of a sudden he like kills his fucking dog, and he's like, oh shit, now it's on. It's like so mean spirited, and but I really like this film though, man. I think the kid does such a fantastic job. There's this really like emotional, heartbreaking moment where they have this montage where he's all setting up like Kevin, you know, in Home Alone, setting all these booby traps up and stuff, but he's got to bury his dog in the basement. And you're just like, oh, dude, it's fucking weak sauce, man. It gets me every time. I'm like, I hate that shit, man. But great film though. You mentioned cinematography, awesome. The music in the film is really good too. I like the theme song to it. It's awesome. It's very catchy. One thing I do wish it did have was just a little bit more like straight up action. You know, like when you're watching Home Alone, like this just like nonstop. You know, when they're trying to break in and he's just like one gag after another. I feel like they could have went a little bit further with that. That's like my one big complaint with it. But all in all, man, great setting. You know, his little booby traps and shit are really cool. But the kid is so damn likable in this movie, man. You can't help but root for him. You feel so shitty for his grandpa. He's a diabetic. He needs insulin. There's a fucking emotional moment with that and shit. Like, it's honestly, this is a fun movie. You know, another one I'd probably give, shit, man, what do I give this movie? Probably, I give it like a 9 out of 10. Deadly Games. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
It's a quick little fun watch, man. You know, home siege, man. You know, and like the dude that's pursuing him, the guy that, you know, eventually gets into the, you know, the Santa Claus costume. Is he like mentally challenged?
It seems like it.
He's like homeless, hobo. Yeah, I don't know.
Arranged.
Like, I don't think he's like, I think he's like mentally ill. And so he's violent that way, but I don't think he's like a serial killer. Like, I think he's like challenged.
Yeah, I agree. I think, it's a psychological
You saying
thing.
he got a touch of the tism?
He's got something going on there. It's just,
I don't know about that. But
well,
I think like schizophrenia or something.
There's a scene earlier in the film where he's playing with the kids and stuff, and he just seems off. He just seems like he's kind of like on their level mentally a little bit. So like when you see how it progresses and stuff, and there's a scene where
he's really creepy.
He is really creepy. Honestly, the casting in the film, one of my favorite moments in the entire film is when he grabs the snow paint. Aerosol can and he starts spraying his hair and he makes himself Santa Claus. Dude, that scene is so creepy, man. It's so fucking creepy. But yeah, they casted this guy perfectly. He looks the part. He really does look the part. He looks kind of childish, maybe mentally, you know, ill a little bit, but he looks evil at the same time. It's crazy. It's like
you just described Tyler.
such good casting. It really is good casting. And whoever the kid is, I don't know if he went on to do more stuff, but he's really good in this movie. Like really fucking good. Like his facial expressions.
He got a sweet haircut too.
Dude, he's got a batshit fucking mullet. Like this thing's out of control. Yeah. Out of control. But all in all, really, really fun movie. Love it. 9 out of 10 on Deadly Games.
I like the grandpa's POV when you see his vision so like fucked.
Oh yeah,
blurry.
Right.
It actually, you never see that. Like it actually shows through what he sees.
Yeah.
That was cool. But
you know, one thing about like uber rich people that have these huge mansions, why do they always have like the armor setups in their house?
So you can hide people in it like Scooby-Doo.
But why do people always have these? It's like a cliche in movies, but like I think in real life people actually have this shit in their houses. Like,
dude, if I'm gonna be rich, there's no way I'm not getting an armor set.
Yeah,
right.
Cool.
Like I think when you buy big mansions like that or big whatever fortresses, I think it just comes with them.
Yeah.
It's standard issue. It's like you buy a house with it has a sink and a toilet. No, in these big ass houses, it comes with the fucking armor.
Could you imagine doing an upper decker in one of those mansions and taking years to find it? Because they probably got 15 bathrooms.
Dude, that's awesome.
Operation Upper Decker. Everyone just upper decks
Dow
at the same time.
Yeah, fantastic movie. Fantastic. By the way, that's another foreign film. Like I said, it's French, so you actually do have to read the subtitles in that one also. So who's the pretentious one now?
This
I'm the
dude
one with all
doesn't
the
even
foreign
like
films.
America.
Apparently, I don't like America. America. Yeah.
All right, who's next?
Tyler.
Carly.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean Carly.
Wait.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
back to Carly.
All right, number 8 then. We have Santa's Sleigh from I think 2005.
Starring Bill Goldberg.
Which that means nothing. Who is he? A wrestler or something?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
doesn't
disrespectful.
I'm sorry. It just like I'm just like.
Goldberg.
But yeah.
Goldberg. Goldberg.
Hey! I'm saying things.
Who?
I'm
Me?
talking. Mate.
I say things.
While I'm trying to say the thing.
I'll say things under you.
All right. Santa's Sleigh. I think it's fun. And my favorite line is probably when the girl gets him some present, or I forget what she gets him, and he just goes, "No offense, but are you retarded?" Like it's just like you don't hear that in movies, and he's saying it to a girl. I find that really funny. But there's a lot of good moments in it, a lot of fun, just silly, over the top things. Like the whole intro is great with James Caan and Rebecca Gayheart and all those people. Yeah, and then the old lady who's an asshole at the beginning of the movie, and then she's driving and she can't see above the wheel and she's like all over the road. Just a lot of funny moments in it, and I think it's a blast. I also tend to forget about it each year, and then I'm like, oh yeah, that's another great Santa killer film. And yeah, I
like how he has an ox instead of reindeer.
Yeah, he's a badass. It needs a Blu-ray for sure. So, but
definitely,
I give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Nice.
Oh, look, a doggo.
7.5 out of 10. Damn.
What's the little doggo doing?
Bill Goldberg, man, he rocks in that film.
Yeah,
he's so good.
She says Bill Goldberg means nothing to her. I felt disrespected.
I mean, like him as a wrestler or whatever, it doesn't compute for me.
Yeah,
does not compute.
That was his thing.
Right.
He actually wasn't a very good wrestler. You're just like this wicked intense guy.
No, actually, everybody hated wrestling him, man. Like because he would hurt everybody.
Yeah, he would hurt people because he wasn't a good wrestler, but he just had like that like look to him. So he was just like a guy that like crushed people.
Hey, JP, are you keeping track of everyone's list here and stuff? You're gonna do some stats by the end.
No.
Is anybody writing down the list?
Do you want me to? I'll do that.
Because I usually do, but
I
actually forgot to do it this time, and I can't remember what everyone's movies were now.
So just you got a page open, Tyler?
I'll write them down, then I'll fill it in some sort of page when it's not my turn. Okay,
you ready?
So,
Bonners.
So Carly had Red Christmas, And then she had, what was your 9, Carly?
Gremlins.
Gremlins. Okay. And then you just had
then
Santa's Sleigh. Okay. I had Terrifier 3
Pretentious
and
1.
Day of the Beast.
You can also write that down as pretentious pick number 1 if you would like.
Terrifier 3?
No. Day of the Beast.
Yeah, see, like I knew, like, yeah.
Yeah, you had one passable one so far.
Oh my god. Day of the Beast is pretentious. Then, like, I don't even understand.
I've never seen it. I don't even, like, I can't even.
It's like the
You would
argument
hate
is
it. You would hate it,
pretentious.
Carly, because it's pretentious.
The argument for being pretentious would be like it's foreign.
And then Moodz had
Rare exports and then Deadly Games. So who's the pretentious one now? I'm the foreign king here.
yeah.
I would say, honestly, the most pretentious movie that's been picked is Dead End by a lot.
What?
Yeah.
By a lot, he said.
By a lot.
Tyler's right. Tyler's right.
That's the only movie that tries to not just be like a fun movie that anyone.
I just don't think the term pretentious goes very well with Christmas horror films. I can't think of anything.
It's just like not a word that's like real. It's like movies aren't pretentious.
It's not a
people
real
are.
word.
Movies aren't pretentious. People are.
Yeah, you.
Okay, so then you got to describe why I'm pretentious. So that has nothing to do
Did you
with
write?
movies.
Did you finish writing them down?
All right, what was your number 9?
Black.
Oh, Black Xmas. Okay, that's right. Okay, yeah, I'm all set then.
All right.
I just love that Tyler sits in front of his Criterion collection.
That is like you can see that
And talks about how people are pretentious. Exactly.
That's something you could base me on. I could put anything here, but I chose that.
Yeah.
Right.
But anyways, okay. So I'm assuming this one's gonna count as pretentious. If Day of the Beast counts as pretentious,
Wait, whose turn is it?
it's mine.
It's Tyler's.
Oh,
Okay, so
I'm going to keep all that in, by the way. I'm not even going to edit any of that.
oh yeah, I know that was gold.
my number 8 movie. We are going to the country of Belgium.
Pretentious.
Oh, dude, you're such a cornball. You did this purposely.
Bear? That 2000 is 2000 from Fabrice Duel's 2004 film Calvert.
Dude, this movie has the least amount.
One.
This movie is a movie that is actually something that wouldn't make my list just based on its aesthetic. Like, there's barely any Christmas shit to this. It's set during the holidays, but there's no Christmas aesthetic to this film whatsoever.
Y'all are trying to ruin this movie for me.
This movie's
Because it's a
awesome.
goddamn comedy.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
guys are
that's why I
ruining
like
it.
it.
It's like you guys
So
are trying to
funny,
make
dude.
this dark movie a comedy.
It
and
was
it's
a laugh
depressing,
riot this
dark.
time around. It's
Dude, if
Mark
this movie is
Stevens
meant to be
has the
serious,
worst
it's a
Christmas
terrible
ever.
movie.
Yeah,
No,
there's
if
no
it's
way
meant to be a comedy,
serious.
it's a terrible movie.
No, because it's super goofy and stupid. It's definitely
it's
dark
not
comedy.
goofy.
Yes,
it
it
is.
Ew. You guys are like that guy in
Dude, every townsperson in this movie is just like a bumbling
I'm telling
Crazy
you, man.
person, rapist,
Dude.
weirdo. Yeah,
We
That's
need
how our town is. Go to the bar down the street.
yeah.
Oh my
we'll see how
God.
much of a comedy you find my town.
We need to find out for sure. Like, somebody needs to
There's
contact a director and be
no
like, were you
way.
intending to make a super dark film or a really dark comedy? Because if he says dark comedy, then the movie's awesome. If it's serious, it sucks.
No,
gonna say
it's
go
the
fuck
opposite.
Because it's so funny. You're just like laughing. Like, this movie's
That's
so
I didn't
I'm
laugh.
saying.
I never
I
laughed
laughed
a
a lot.
single fucking
This
second.
movie's
Dude,
so
JP,
funny.
You've only laughed 4 times on the podcast in 12 years. So
This movie's hilarious, dude.
I had
they
such a
kidnap
bad
him and then and make him like the town wife. Like, and this guy might have the worst Christmas I've ever seen in a movie.
I mean, no, I would say
that whole
just
scene
like
in the
probably
bar.
accurate.
How is that scene in the bar not fucking
The scene
goofy,
in the bar
fucking
is
stupid
like
funny?
Because
it
it's
sells it
scary.
for you. It's funny though.
If that was happening
means,
to you think it would be funny.
It's
I think
goofy, dude. It's super goofy, hence
so if
dark
that
comedy.
happened to you, you would be like, "Damn, this is really hilarious."
Do you really?
Well,
You
dude,
gotta
nothing
wa-
that happens to yourself is
I
funny.
wouldn't think it was funny if the things happened to me in Terrifier 3, but I still think that movie's funny.
There you go.
Yeah, but that's meant to be funny.
So is this.
Yeah.
No, it's
Yeah.
not.
No,
Fucking
Yeah,
It
Terrifier actually is a dark. The whole series is a dark comedy. It's dark
So
comedy.
is this. This is
Yeah,
definitely meant to be funny.
Yeah.
You can't
fucking
take
high.
seriously these
You're on
guys.
Fent.
Dude.
You're on the fence, dog.
My mind doesn't get changed too often, but if I find out that this movie is supposed to be dead serious, then I don't like Calvary.
Way.
And I don't like it then.
Even
Because it's
think
stupid
about
then.
the ending. How
Why
are you
is
not
it
supposed-
stupid then? It's fucking terrifying.
Because I shouldn't be laughing at fucking shit that's supposed to be serious, and that's not a good. That's not a good look at a movie.
Right.
If you're laughing at something that's meant to be dark and
this movie's
serious, and if you're laughing, it's not working.
You shouldn't be laughing though. It's
You
fucked
should
up.
be. I know it's funny.
If
Well,
that
like-
was your mom or your dad, you'd find that funny.
And that was, dude. That's like you could say that about literally anything.
Nuh-uh. If my mom got blown up by a fucking clown thing, I would probably laugh.
See, it's fucking funny.
But yeah,
It's so goofy, dude. There's so many goofy moments and characters.
This movie's
and,
just like it's basically all right. Since we've derailed the conversation here, this movie's basically about our boy Mark Stevens, who's like this like washed up of like maybe not washed up, just not that talented.
just said our boy.
Our boy Mark
We go
Stevens.
way back, man. I love that boy, man.
Dude,
He's
I
my
love
boy.
Mark Stevens. He's so funny. It's this
my
guy
boy
that, like,
Blue.
hates his job. It's already funny because like you can tell this guy like just sucks at singing, but he's good enough where he can have these crappy gigs where he goes and sings to old people. And
Yeah,
just
he
has,
reminds
like,
you of like an indie author. or
But see, that's a
something.
joke in
Like
itself,
somebody who
Exactly,
could
and
go
he
to
just,
like,
like, has,
these
like,
shitty cons, and there's like 7 like elderly lady that like massive fans of this writer and read all his work.
See, that's a joke in itself. Like, this guy has a singing career because he only performs at old. I mean, they can't fucking hear him. That's the joke,
And all he gets
right?
is like
He
all
sucks
gets
so bad, it doesn't matter. He can't.
All he can get is just like shitty gigs. So like it's already like he has such contempt. Like you can see him. So it's already a joke in itself. He has nowhere to go on Christmas. This van breaks down. It's just everything just keeps getting worse and worse. And you meet this weird guy that's just like, sing me a love song. Love songs are always. He
Moodz, I
has that
think Josh
part.
Allen just broke his throwing hand.
Oh no,
You did not. Shut up. Look.
that's a dark comedy.
I'm not even kidding.
And then oh my, and he has that line where he's like, I didn't tell you half a joke. When he's trying to sing him the love song, it's just like you see these people just like act like absolute buffoons, and then like you have that turn to really like at that bar scene when they all just start like laughing together. That's like the bread and butter of the movie, where it's just like everything just meets in the middle. And you're like, these people are all just like these delusional backwood hicks. And then like where it goes in the final act, where like they're like, yeah, I want a piece of his wife, and they know it's this guy kidnapped, and like it's so fucking you can't take it seriously for the movie to work, in my opinion. It's definitely just supposed to be like this super dark like disaster comedy, and yeah, it definitely I like it a lot. I like it, so I had a lot of fun watching it this time. And I think the ending is probably like the funniest part of the movie, as like the guy like drowned, just like say you love me. It's like out of like a goofy like cartoon. I loved it. But yeah, Calvary's fun.
I knew this was going to be on your list, man. I
7.5
absolutely
out of
fucking knew it.
Calvary's fun.
Calvary is fun.
Dude, that's just crazy.
He thinks like if you laugh after everything, it's like, and then when he died at the end, that's
Dark
Tyler's way of
comedy.
winning us over.
Yeah, but he died funny though. Like it's not like he just like died. Like it's like he died in a funny way.
I am starting to think that there's something wrong with Tyler.
Starting.
Like, yeah.
It's supposed to be
I don't know
funny.
about him
There's not, like,
dying
this-
is fun. I think the movie is definitely a comedy, though.
It's a
but,
fun
like-
movie. You know, like you get to do a little cringe in there because some of it's nasty. It's like mean. It's just,
Dude,
it's
whenever
fun. It's a
the
ride.
guy's dressed in a dress, sitting there curled up in the fetal position crying, that's funny.
Well, I guess it depends what perspective you're looking at it from.
Yeah,
What other perspective is there?
it's the worst Christmas.
Well, not
ever.
being him.
They should retitle it "The Worst Christmas Ever."
Oh, these are
It is the worst Christmas ever.
Calvaire or the worst Christmas ever.
You think you
What
have
is
it bad.
Calvary? It stands for the ordeal, right?
Yeah, the ordeal.
That's how it translates. The ordeal. Okay,
Yeah.
I would call that an ordeal.
it's definitely an ordeal.
Quite the ordeal.
I guess like the thing, I just find like the weird Belgian deliverance guys like funny. Like I just find like those people like funny that they're like, let's get a piece of this guy's wife, which is really some guy's like in a dress that he kidnapped and nailed to a cross.
Dude, the fact that like
Not funny at
the
all.
whole pig shit, man, the pig shit, like
Also not funny.
it is funny because it's meant to be like they're literally pig fuckers. They're literally pig fuckers.
While it's going
Yeah,
on, they
because
have
you
the
know
pig
what?
sound
That's
effect.
actually very common.
That's what's
Well,
funny about
you
it.
live on the country, so you see that shit all the time, man. I live in the city, bro. People don't fuck pigs in the city.
Yeah, I love that in the scene too. Like when like it gets all like after the Texas Chainsaw like dinner scene type thing, it gets all like Gasper Noe and the camera goes up and it gets all styly. And they have like there's like this sound effect of like the pig squealing while it's going on. It's just so fucking funny.
Dude, okay, we gotta move on because you're just fucking on the vent, dog.
No, there's something definitely wrong with Tyler. He's getting way too fucking happy about this shit, man. I find it funny, but he's like I think he needs a diaper. He's gonna piss himself here.
I had a lot of fun watching this. I'm not
You
gonna
guys
hide
are
my
picking
love.
two heavy movies for fucking. Where's the stabby stab kill Santa?
What do you
Claus?
mean? What's wrong with my rare exports?
Super heavy.
No,
All right, whose turn?
yours.
All right. My number 8 is a much more fun and comedic movie, and that is Christmas Evil 1980.
What? Number 8?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, what, you guys don't like this movie or something?
No, I thought it
no.
would be
This movie
higher on your
sucks.
list.
Not really. I'm surprised this is on anyone's list.
Yeah. Christmas Evil is awesome. It's probably like one of the more like expected movies, if that's a way to say it. Like I always think of this and Tales from the Hood as like the cover, you're thinking it's like one thing, but it's not. Like the name Tales from the Hood in the cover, you just think that it's gonna be goofy and stupid. And Christmas Evil, I think you expect it to be Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Slasher.
Like when you see the cover of it, you just expect, oh, this is like what Silent Night, Deadly Night is.
It's also a big. The cover literally says like you survived Halloween and Friday the 13th. Now survive Christmas Evil. I think. And it's
yeah, they,
like
they market
very-
this film so hard towards I mean, it makes sense. Like it was 1980, right? And you know, the slasher film was just on the uprise. Why not get into that game when this movie is completely not what people think it is? And I think that's one of the biggest reasons why a lot of people don't like this film is they watch it like, well, that
They're
was a shitty.
expecting like a fun slasher, but
Yeah.
it's like more heady and it's more psychological.
Well, this movie is a straight up character study of one person that it's about believing to the point where it kind of drives you crazy.
Yeah, and it's like about like the traumatic experience of his childhood.
Yeah.
But
But it's really about
not
somebody
that big of
that-
a deal, really.
but that he believes so much. And that's what makes this movie so fucking amazing. It's a great character study, and the payoff in the end is so
The
worth it.
ending
Because
is amazing.
Yeah,
and
it really
like
is.
makes so much sense.
Yeah.
And I love it. And
because
the
this movie
ending
gives me
is great.
goosebumps because it's like I love Christmas, and this movie is like the epitome for it because you watch this character that just loves what he does, and he calls out all the capitalists and all this other bullshit and stuff. And like I get where he's coming from. Like I fucking understand where he's coming from. He's about the kids, and he knows that he went corporate, but he doesn't really want to be there. And they don't say it in the film, but it's literally about just making more money for himself, right? Because he needs to survive, kind of thing. But he wants to be on the line. That's why he takes that overtime. That's why he does these things when he doesn't have to. And it's a fucking brilliant film, man. There's so many levels to this movie that I think people just miss because they're watching it as a slasher film. If you're watching it one way, you're missing the point of the movie.
What were you gonna say, Tyler?
So I've watched this with my girlfriend at least like 3 times now. We watched it again this year together. And she thinks at the end when he goes off the bridge that he goes into the water and dies and that's like him flying off into the night is like his like dying like believing in like Christmas like thoughts.
I mean, that is kind of what it is, but in a different way.
I always just looked as like he literally just believed so much that he flew off into the night, and I just
he believes so much that that's what he's picturing happening.
Yeah, that was.
But really, he's just like.
That's like what I was like. I was like, nah, he just took off.
Yeah, this movie is all about believing, and it's
Tyler believed.
Yeah,
I believed. Yeah.
So. But I mean, believing in reality are two different fucking things. And yeah, I mean, it would be funny if they had a post-credit scene where
it just falls into the ocean.
No, it's literally his van burning in the bottom of in the river or whatever. That's the way it actually ends. You're like, oh shit, dude, what the fuck? He never flew away.
But I love like how he's like first of all, it's really creepy that he's spying on a bunch of kids.
Yeah.
So okay,
I love his little book.
That's an angle that when you watch it with today's lenses, for sure. But in 1980, people didn't think the way they do now.
Yeah.
Right. But you watch it now and you're like, oh shit, this guy's literally got binoculars and he's spying on Garcia and he's impure thoughts and little Susie with her doll. And yeah, it is fucking creepy as shit. But then again, the whole mythology of Santa Claus is creepy as fuck too. This guy enters your house and just gives you like he's entering your house, dude. What the fuck is he doing?
Yeah. Well, even like
really?
Dave Parker even always brings this up that like back in the 80s and 90s, we were just so much more trusting. Like you could literally, as a kid, I could go hang out with like the town drunk who's like 20 years older than me, and like nobody even thought anything. Right. But now like people would be like, wait, who were you with? What were you doing? Like that would never fly today.
It's a totally different world, man. I mean, people didn't think twice about smoking in their vehicles with the windows up with their fucking, three kids in the back seat. Like it's obviously super fucking bad.
I was one of those kids.
I was one of those kids too. Like I was sitting in there going,
getting the ashes flicked on me.
Yeah, what? Yeah, exactly. You're in the back seat getting ashed out. And you're like, Dad,
my grandfather would be driving down the road with a beer between his legs, chain smoking, and I'm like in the passenger seat.
So I told this story to my buddy about a couple weeks ago. We were talking about like crazy shit that growing up and stuff, and I'm like, you want to hear a fucking crazy story? So my mom's husband. Back in the day, we were driving around. He had a 1960. No, he's not my dad. My dad's dead. But 1968 Bronco. So in 1968, they didn't have seatbelts. Well, I'm not going to say his name, but anyways, this person thought it was a good idea to take the doors off your vehicle, right? Because it's cool. Like you roll around in the 90s with a 68 Bronco. You got the big roll bar, no doors, but there's no seatbelts. So we're ripping down a street one time, and
I guess it's essentially a Jeep.
Yeah, so like even in the laws in those days, like if your vehicle didn't have seatbelts, you didn't have to have them in there, which I think it's all different now. But anyways, he's turning a corner. We're rolling down the road, and we're turning, and I'm like 10 years old. I'm like a fucking kid, right? Just fucking dummy. Anyways, he turns. I'm falling out the vehicle. He fucking grabs me out of midair. He's still driving and turning. He pulls me back in the vehicle. Like, he almost fucking threw me out of the vehicle. But that is like the most 90s shit ever, right? Like, dude, he was falling out a moving vehicle.
If he came home with a
not in an accident situation. Like, there's no seatbelts. It was ridiculous. Like, I remember that so vividly, being like, holy shit, dude, I could have died. I could have fucking died at that moment right there. That's crazy. And he caught me and still steered and drove into the 7-Eleven. I'm like, what the fuck? It's just smoking away and fucking probably had 3 beers in him too. Like, it's just ridiculous. But but yeah, different times. Different fucking times for sure. Yeah.
But yeah, I give it a solid 8.5 out of 10 for Christmas eval.
Nice. Good stuff. All right, so coming in number 7. No, what am I on? I'm on number 8, right?
Yep.
I'm on number 8 is a film that has got to be the newest one.
Newer than Terrifier 3?
2000 for myself.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't put Terrifier. I love that movie, but to be honest, I've only seen it once.
Yeah.
And actually, it's actually kind of funny that we're talking about that because just before the show, I was like online looking for the Blu-ray. So there's like a steelbook version and it's 4K and it's like crazy expensive. But the standard edition for it is only in Blu-ray. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, and it's it's really nice because I don't like steelbooks, so I'm not paying $54 for a fucking steelbook. I'm like,
absolutely not for something that's eventually going to come out in a combo pack.
Yeah, I don't really care about fucking steelbooks, so I'm not picking that up right now. But anyways,
I don't even like steelbooks.
Neither do I. I don't collect them either. I don't.
I
buy the odd one if I really like the artwork. But for Terrifier 3, I have 1 and 2 on just normal Anne-Marie cases. Why not put the third one right next to it? And I prefer if it didn't have a slipcover because my other ones don't. So actually maybe part 2 does. I don't fucking.
Well, you can just take it off.
I can take it off and sell it for $45 to some collector that's fucking. I need a slipcover. I need more cardboard in my life. You know, because cardboard is good. Anyways, fucking dorks. So number 8 is Christmas Bloody Christmas. Yeah, fuck you.
Who?
To everyone that tells me this movie sucks.
Did you
everyone that tells me this movie sucks is the same people that are like, fuck Rob Zombie.
Yeah, they're very comparable directors, I feel.
I just feel the dialogue in this movie is what really a lot of people don't like. But me and JP have talked about this, man. He understands, and I'm glad he understands this too, is because like when you're drinking and you're talking about movies and music with your homies, this is how we fucking talk. Mm-hmm. This is just what we do, dude. It's like you get amped up about talking about horror movies or movies in general or music and shit. And it's just what people do. They're drinking from the start. They're talking about movies and like that's really what the setup is with these two characters and stuff. Christmas Bloody Christmas is essentially about it's a killer Santa Claus, but it's a robot. It's like this, this arm. It was a recall on this robot thing, this security thing. It goes fucking AWOL, so it starts killing people. It's what it is. Bigos knocked this shit one out the park for me, man. I really do like the characters. A lot of people are like, oh, fuck the characters, man. It's not even just the dialogue. Fuck the characters. They're not. I like them.
I do too.
The aesthetic in this movie is second to none, bro. It's so neon. It's so beautiful. Every scene has so much Christmas in it. It's got so many awesome side characters in it all throughout the film. Kills are great. Music's great. I personally love the dialogue. Everything about this movie just flies by. Like it goes. The third act might be a little bit too long in it. It's crazy. It's like it feels like it's half the movie. Just her fucking battling the Santa Claus. It's crazy. It's kind of a weird concept to have so much of that going on, but it is what it is. Big on that, but yeah, like I like who shows up in this movie. We got Graham Skipper shows up in here. Jeremy Gardner. We got actually Joe Bigos is even in the film. Jeff Daniel Phillips. God bless him, man. Dope dude. Met him last summer. Was it last summer or the summer before? Really fucking awesome guy, man. I have the most respect for guys, like character actors like that. Great ass cast, man. Love this movie so much. I can't say enough good things about it. I'm not going to sit here and be like that guy that needs to defend it and try to sell everyone that doesn't like it. I don't care if you don't like this movie. I love this movie. That's what matters. That's why it's on my list. When I was going into this thing thinking like, I pretty much know what my top 10 is. And I was like, kind of shocked myself that I love this one that much that it's in my top 10. Because Christmas horror is one of those kind of subgenre things that it's tough for me. There's a lot of movies that didn't make this list. But this one, fuck it, man. I love it. I love it, man. 9 out of 10.
Nice.
Very nice. Very nice. I like that movie a lot too. I think it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I like that guy's movies in general.
Mm-hmm. He hasn't missed for me. Bigos has not missed for me, man. Like, he's got ones that are better than others, but all of his movies as a whole, they all hit for me, man. I mean, especially his latest ones, like Bliss is fucking amazing. I love Bliss.
Yeah, me too.
Another top 10er for me. So.
All right.
Yep,
my
Carly.
turn again. Number 7, I have Silent Night, Deadly Night, Part 2.
Yo.
Part Dux.
Yeah, I like part two. I mean, it's a horrible film, but I love it for that. It's so funny. It's got so many comedic moments with that guy. Great, just great lines in general. Like the dialogue's just so poorly written. It looks cheap. The most Christmas atmosphere really is just the first movie being in the movie. That's the majority of that. The rest of it feels. I mean, there's literally scenes that aren't even fit. It's like summertime, but
yeah, it takes place on Christmas and Garbage Day.
Yeah, yeah. It's good stuff. It's bad stuff, but it's so bad it's good, and it's just a crazy that this movie got made.
What's some of your favorite lines?
I like when just like stupid ones. I like the one where he goes, guess what? My parents couldn't afford to send me to school, so I got a job. Like just, and then
I like his eyebrows.
His eyebrows are the best. He's
Yeah,
like, so I got a job. I like when he's like, how could you possibly remember that? And he's like, I was there, Doc.
And then I like when he's like, my father passed away, and guess what? That hit me pretty hard. And it's just like, okay, like there's just every line is over. I like the ones that are just over dramatic for absolutely no reason, which is pretty much all of them.
I like how he just like pops up like next to the doctor in that one shot.
Yeah. And then like in the movie theater with those, you turn around and that guy's getting like, he's on the ground with his legs up. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
He's killing him. And the movie theater looks like it's just somebody's like garage. That they put a few chairs down in. But yeah, great film. The only thing I can't stand the score they use in this movie. It feels like a depressing soap opera. And I don't even notice score too often, but that it always stood out to me as bad. But yeah, I give it a 6.5 out of 10 because it's not like a great film, but I still really like it, obviously. So
the funny thing is about that too. Well, not the funny thing, but I think it's like so cool that like they made a sequel out of the fact that it just so happened that there was a baby brother in the beginning of
they really had to like grasp it. This franchise is so thin because then that carries on to part 3 as well.
It's because it's like the last shot in Silent Night, Deadly Night where the kid kind of looks at this and he's like, naughty.
Right.
Yeah, but they never fucking follow up with those things. Like how in the end of Halloween 4, like Jamie Lloyd's like,
yeah, this is
Dr.
like
Loomis
an
is like,
example. This
no!
is like when they actually do follow up for once, and this is
like
what you
when
got.
Tommy Jarvis at the end of part 4 like has the mask on, and the end of part 5, it's like they never actually follow that up. There's like the one movie where it did.
Yeah, I always tell people, man, if you're gonna watch Silent Night, Deadly Night, and you have the hanking to watch part 2, don't watch it right after the first one. Don't do that. Because you'll be uberly disappointed because you're like, I just watched this like literally 5 minutes ago. It's like, it's so stupid to do that. But like, I mean, when I've gotten to the point.
Good.
I've gotten to the point. I actually didn't do it this year though, because I watched Silent Night, Deadly Night before. But sometimes I'll watch part 2, and then a couple weeks later I'll watch the first one. I'll do it backwards, just because I'm so familiar with them anyways. But it doesn't matter.
This year I watched part 1. And then waited like a couple weeks and watched part 2. And
that's probably the better way of doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. But part 2, dude, like I remember the first time I seen it, I was so mad.
Yeah.
That I just thought it was fucking garbage. And then
is that like the worst pun of the show?
Garbage Day?
It's like, it's some fucking garbage. It was garbage day?
Yeah.
He doesn't even realize what he said.
No, what I was saying was I watched it and I thought it was so fucking garbage day that I fucking hated it. And then over years of me like rewatching it, I literally fucking love it. I think it is so fun and ridiculous, and I just love the character, and it's just one of those movies that is like absurd and funny.
This is actually a show idea that I have written on the Google page that you guys never gave 2 cents to, but it was a show idea about like 10 films that we loathed when they first came out, when we first watched, and then upon rewatches, that you just like fucking love them.
I don't think I could fit that whole title on a thumbnail.
Well, it doesn't have to be that ridiculously worded. But okay. I'm just saying, like 10 film. How would you even? What would you title that? Like 10 films? But you know what I'm saying, though, right? Because we all have these movies that like. This
I don't know what the fuck you would title that. That
bad first like impressions gone good.
First impressions, shit, gone good. Yeah, something like that, gone good. But like. There is a few films where I really did not like, obviously with you at part
bad
2
movie,
here.
Bad movies gone good.
Bad movies gone good. Well, I mean, that's a little bit misleading because some of these movies aren't particularly bad sometimes. Well, Silent Deadline actually is a bad movie, but it doesn't matter. But the idea is kind of fun. And then you get to talk about your experience when you first watch it and being like, man, fuck this movie, man. This movie sucked. And then you rewatch and you go, damn, what the fuck? But it leads into where we've talked about this many, many times over the years about like when you watch when you watch a movie like with a certain frame of mind or whatever, say you're grumpy that day.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Or
say you're happy.
I wouldn't mind doing that as a show. Like it doesn't have to be like a top 10 show. Like you don't have to rank them. It's just like it's sort of like our hidden gem show where it's just a topic and we're talking about 10.
Yeah.
Maybe we do 5.
We pick 5 films just like the hidden gems, and we talk about films that we thought sucked and then grew to love by certain views or conversation, however it became to be. Right? There's always there's a story there as to why you liked or disliked it and to why you liked it.
Right.
Kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I like
it. Yeah, I like the more casual shows where I don't have to watch 100 movies.
I mean, we probably should stop doing this where we have to watch 100 movies for every fucking show, like literally 100 movies.
Well, it's funny. I was looking at my
the last 2 months.
I was looking at my Letterboxd, and like you guys have always watched like way more movies than me. Like
Tyler and Tony are just off the fucking charts. You guys have gone art-hearted with the movies. Like I don't even understand. Like even in my biggest years where I was hitting like whatever, you are so far past that. How in the fuck are you? Oh, that's right. You don't have a wife and kids. My bad. That's what it comes down to.
Tony has a wife.
Mode. Yeah, Tony has a wife. I functionally have a wife.
He has no kids.
Yeah. So no
kids take up a ton of your fucking life, dude. Like I spend so much time. Like I'm actually recording right now.
Dude, that's
and my kid's in a hockey tournament.
I have 3 kids and I literally haven't seen them in years.
Best joke of the show right there. I love it. Good daddy daddy gang right there. But no, like I'm recording right now and like my kid's he's playing a hockey tournament right now. Like I'm not even there. I'm being a bad dad.
What a piece of shit.
Yeah, I'm a piece of shit dad right now. I went to one of his 2 games yesterday. I went to one of 2 because the second game was right when the Leafs game was starting. I'm like, fuck that. I should have went to his game. The Leafs sucked yesterday.
Yeah. But anyway, before I was rudely interrupted, so you guys watch way more movies than me, and traditionally you guys do. But for me, you know, I'm in a high year, and I was looking, and this year has been my second most watched year that I've ever had. And I've been keeping track since 2012.
Yeah, so this year's my most watched year, and I'll never do this many movies again.
My most watched year was 2020. That was the year of COVID. So
I think mine. I watched like 730 or 40 films one year, and then last year was my least amount. I only watched just over 300, but this year I'll probably hit 600. I think I'm just under 600 right now, so I'll probably end up hitting it.
I'm around like 450 this year, which is my second highest ever. My highest is 541.
Yeah, I mean that's like very respectable when you actually put it in perspective. I mean, there's 365 days in a year.
Yeah, I think anytime you do over 1 a day, it's impressive.
Yeah, it's really impressive.
I'm gonna land this year somewhere in the 880s, and that's 150 more movies than I've ever watched in a year.
This is what broke Brandon. He did the 1,000 movie challenge. He watched 1,000 movies, and then he never recovered. He's not recovered from that. But that was like 5 years ago.
Well, the thing is though, like with me, it's like. this year in general, there were some circumstances that basically led to like me like getting a lot of days where I got to like watch like a lot of movies, and it just like made up for that. And it just
Yeah.
that's just how it turned out. And I like won't have like those same circumstances like ever again
Yeah.
where I could hit this total.
Yeah, when you don't have to
know that
spend
for sure.
when you don't have to spend like fucking 60, 70 hours of your week with your kids' sports, then
Yeah, well,
it's
a lot of it was
easier to
like
do.
I
Fuck,
spent
so
6 weeks traveling this year. And like on general days I travel, it's like I just watch movies like at the airport, on the plane, and like, well, you know what I mean?
Right.
So like
Yeah,
I would
right,
literally,
right.
and then like I would just like in a lot of those places, I didn't want to like go out and like drink and like get myself in trouble at a lot of these places. So I would literally just like I would be happy like just like
You don't trust yourself?
Nah, I don't. Well, I don't. Like, you don't want to do things. I just find you don't want to do things around people that
Yeah.
like, you know what I mean. That could be like it could just be negatively like painted.
Interpreted.
Yeah, so I just avoid that whole situation by like just not like being part of that. So like I was just like perfectly happy for a lot of those nights too to like go to the movies in town or like order in food and just like watch movies in my room. And I had like a couple weeks where I got to stack ridiculous totals because of that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Whose turn is it?
That's my turn actually.
What was the
Okay.
last one we just did?
Silent Night, Deadly Night 2.
Oh yeah.
Carly?
Did you rate
Yeah.
that, Carly?
Yeah, I give it a 6.5 out of 10.
Alrighty.
All right. My number 7 is another really fun movie. We're going to go to France for this one in the year 2007. And it is Julien Maries and Alexandre Bastille's 2007 film Inside. Inside's a lot.
What a pretentious fucking dude. That's
How is this
3. That
pretentious?
what is that? 2 out of 4? 2 out of 2?
So any 4 movies pretentious is what you're saying.
All right, get to your review.
So, yeah, Inside is probably another one of those films you could criticize for like not really being like a Christmas movie.
Well, it's
about
not a Christmas movie.
It's about
It's-
childbirth. What's more Christmas?
No, like
than
that's
that?
that's actually what I was gonna say, but to like defend it, in
It's
that
just set
degree-
on Christmas Eve.
And I also do like that. I think setting it on Christmas where like she's like ready to have this kid with like no one else in her life is like that reflection of like having no one like on the holidays, and it like sets it for like a more like depressing piece, which I think is the film is like better because of that choice, and then along with the themes of birth. But yeah, Inside is basically there's actually a lot of stuff I don't like about this movie. But it's such a high energy, like high velocity, like just really violent movie that it just nips by, and it's just like a lot of fun that like when it's going on that like it doesn't really like it overcomes like those issues for me. Like there's a couple scenes with like really 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 bad CG that just absolutely didn't need to be in the movie.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's like it's not like they were trying to do something. It's like they're just absolutely scenes that just didn't have to be there. There's some questionable things, which is like how like some of like the characters might respond to certain stimuli or like acts of violence that you could criticize.
One of the stupidest things about the film is the dude that's handcuffed.
Yeah,
Like why does that have to go down like that? Like I've never understood why that's like that.
And that's the thing is like it's not like a pivotal part of the story. Like you just didn't have to have that in your movie, but you chose.
No, it's silly when you watch it, right? Like I get why he's still cuffed, but he doesn't have to. In this situation, you wouldn't still be cuffed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this movie is just like such a ride. Like I say, it's like fun. Like it's not like fun. Like the violence in this movie isn't fun in the same way something like Terrifier is. Like I'm definitely not.
No,
saying
this is bleak.
But
man.
like it's like but it's like cringy and it's like it's like this vicious and it's like hard to watch and like
Well,
it's
the
like
violence in this is much more like toned down to like realism, where Terrifier is like goofy.
Exactly. And like the fun, and like I say this is fun, not in the way where like it's like I think it's fun like Terrifier, but it's fun in the way like I like that rush I get of like that's just like almost like that's crazy like moment. You know what I mean? Like I like that almost like adrenaline rush you get of seeing like these scenes that like really make you like cringe because they're done like really well in realism. And then like obviously this movie has some really like gut wrenching moments with some of the characters that are, like heartbreaking. One thing about the movie too that never had an effect on me when I had first seen this movie is I didn't know like the villain was Beatrice Dolly, who in the time since, I've seen quite a few of her films, and it's just like it's such a really cool novelty to like have this like beloved like French icon like playing this like role like this. She was like she was in a lot of films in the 80s.
She's scary, dude. In this,
and she played like she was like I don't know if you've seen any of her films from like the late 80s and the early 90s, but she was like a smoke show. There's this movie like Betty Blue she's in that's like a really iconic French movie.
Which movie or which character?
Beatrice Dolly, the La Femme, like the intruder.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like there's like almost like a novelty effect now that like you see like this like actress like doing these like in this like such like this like vile like vicious character, and like when she gets to the end of it too, it has like this scene that it's like it's so fucked up, but it's like almost like in a way like almost like slightly like moving, if that makes any sense, and it's just like such like a mixed feeling. I will say like this time I was watching it, and I don't know if it was just the anticipation of like the powder keg of the film to arrive, but like I was like kind of like getting impatient like in like the first like 15 minutes, and I was like, Jesus, just get to the violence. But this is a really fun like vicious watch. I can see why it wouldn't be as fun for some other people, but it's a rush. It's like a roller coaster of just like some just like really like like intense like tense stuff. There's like I said, there's a bunch of errors and like some things I don't really like about it, but it kind of overcomes it where I enjoy this movie. That's something that like I can see myself watching much more often than like a lot of these other movies.
Yeah.
Inside, I'm just
pretentious fuck.
Why is that pretentious? This is like literally just a stabby stab movie.
No, it's not.
No, this movie just takes place. It's not a Christmas movie at all. It takes place during the holidays. It's a holiday film.
So what is the inside? Is it in the house or is it in the womb?
It's in the womb. It's in the womb.
It's both.
It could be both.
It's double entendre, man.
Yeah. Inside 7.5.
7.
Yeah, wow, crazy. Okay, I give it 9.5, but like I do have issues with certain parts in the film. The handcuff thing, it drives me nuts a little bit. But like, yeah, the CG on the dude burning is really fucking bad.
I hate the baby part, like right at the beginning where it like comes out of her mouth when she just has that like little dream scare. Cause it's like, that part like that one irritates me too. Is it's like you put this in your movie for no reason.
Right.
I like that part.
It just looks so bad.
I don't know.
This is like one of those really good movies that has just a couple fail moments in it.
Yeah, that's
anytime there's like CG in a dream or something, it never bothers me if it doesn't look great, because I'm like, dreams, like my dreams kind of look fucking not realistic either sometimes.
You just dream about tacos anyways. You don't have to see the tacos. So.
Yeah, but the tacos are like really like wiggly, you know.
Wiggly.
I will say I was actually like kind of down on this movie for a couple of years, and I've like come back up on it.
That's good.
Dude, I watched this on that fucking beautiful fucking second sight
release. I want that so bad. That's like one of like the very few movies where not having a region flute player like kicks me in the nuts. I want that release.
I think it.
Wait, isn't that region free?
It is region
4K. It is. No, it's
not 4K. It's Blu-ray release.
Yeah, if it was 4K, it would be.
So I intended to buy just a standard edition of that, and then when I was at HorrorCon last year, the buddy that owns the shop in Calgary there, I talked to him all the time, and he's like, "Dude, I got the fucking fat book edition." I'm like, "Oh shit, really?" I'm like, "Well, I'll grab that." But
yeah, I really wish I could
edition.
pick up that and Frontiers. I would love to pick up, but I don't have a region free player.
Yeah, no, they're all region, I think.
It says the Blu-rays aren't it?
I could be wrong. I might have had to use my region for on that. Yeah, I can't remember. Fuck, I don't know. I've got so many players going on. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but yeah. Anyways, JP.
Yeah, okay. My number 7 is a little movie from 1984 called Silent Night, Deadly Night.
What number are we on? Number 7?
7.
Yep.
Wow, you're wrong.
What?
You don't like that movie?
No, I just find it so funny when people are like, "This is a favorite list," but you're wrong. You're wrong about what you like.
No, this is the best list. I'm ranking them least best to best in all like the world. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So like, so what I'm doing is instead of making a favorite list, I'm making the best list, meaning it's the best of all lists.
Oh, I see. I see. You're trying to be. Well, you're being pretentious right now, really.
No, I'm just saying,
I'm just gonna let the case speak for itself.
Instead of making my best list, I'm just gonna make the best list instead.
Right. This is the most conceited thing I've ever heard in my life. Borderlining narcissism. Actually,
I think you got the most pretentious movie in play out of any list right now.
Oh, dude, we just got a comment from that fucking dude, that Greg Wojak 4816. It says 22 shots of Sum 41.
Oh yeah, we talked about Sum 41.
We talked about Sum 41 for like 10 minutes.
Did we really?
Yeah.
We had a good discussion on it.
Yeah.
Silent Night, Deadly Night. This movie is a slasher film. It opens up with like this family traveling to meet this like comatose grandfather, and for no fucking reason at all, the guy decides to ruin this kid's entire childhood.
Yeah, I love that part. It's so fucking good.
He's like, and the little kid who play the kid, like whoever the actor is that plays the little kid, is just like, "Hey, Grandpa," and he's like, "Are you excited for Christmas?" And he's like, "Christmas Eve is the damn scariest night of the year, boy. You see Santa Claus, you better run."
He's like,
Do you think that guy's just a huge faker?
Yes. What do you mean?
Like that. Like literally, I think he just fakes it so he can get away with shit in whatever character he's on and not to deal with these people. He's got this perfect scenario with this kid. He's like, I'm gonna fuck with him.
Yeah, he just that's his like he just is faking being comatose so he could scare the shit out of people who can't like say what happened or nobody will believe them. But then he goes and then if that wasn't traumatic enough for this fucking little kid, then he goes and sees his mom and dad get stopped by Santa Claus in his head at the moment, and get murdered, and see his mom's tits get ripped out and stuff, and then he goes and has to fucking put up with these nuns beating his ass all the time. So of course this kid's fucked up by the time he turns to a teenager.
Yeah,
he just went through all this horrible shit.
You absolutely understand why this kid's completely cooked in this movie.
Yeah, he's cooked, bro. And he snaps and shit, and then he just goes on a rampage. And there's some great kills. Of course, the unrated edition or the extended edition is the best cut. And you have a great death with Linnea Quigley there on an iconic deer antler death. And my favorite kill in the movie is the fucking sled riding head decapitation, just because it's so funny. And this movie just fucking flies by for me. I think that it just cruises by. It's so fun. I give that one an 8.5 out of 10.
You know what? This goes to prove my point, man. Talking shit about Scream Factory, they're always fucking up shit, dude. They're always fucking up shit. So I was watching, shout out to Planet CHH or whatever. Yeah, I was watching this video on the fucking 4K release of Silent Night, Deadly Night. And he was saying that the Silent Night, Deadly Night 4K disc is just a theatrical. They didn't even insert the uncut version into that or give you the option of doing two versions of 4K of the theatrical and the insert version. So if you buy the 4K you're just getting the theatrical version on 4K. The Blu-ray disc has the inserts like we already own. Yeah. So I'm like, what the fuck is the point of the 4K? That no one wants to watch a theatrical.
What a bunch of losers.
It cuts out fucking everything, man. Literally everything.
I don't keep up with Scream Factory like I used to back in the day. I wonder if people were fucking pissed off about that.
Dude, it's honestly I haven't seen a whole lot because I only watch certain videos, but I can see people being like, why the fuck would I buy the theatrical version on 4K? That's the point to upgrade from the Blu-rays to the 4K is to get,
I didn't know they only have
you don't have the inserts in there?
I wouldn't even be like I would have been mad if I bought that, and
I would've
I
been
wouldn't
pissed,
know.
yeah. And this
But
is
I
a
don't
movie could've
understand.
bought.
Why
Yeah.
wouldn't you just, if you're going to do the theatrical version on 4K, which is fine.
Because they probably scanned the theatrical version.
Yeah. But why not just scan the theatrical and just insert the fucking, the standard def?
Because then you
uncut?
gotta edit it.
It doesn't
I don't
matter.
think you can do
This
it
is what you do.
I don't-
This is your job.
I don't think you can
Yeah.
do it like that. I think you have to use you would have to do a whole new scan. You would have to scan both reels.
Well, no, even on the Blu-ray, like the inserts are like standard def shit. Like those are taken from other sources into the Blu-ray version. That's why,
right? But they put that together,
right?
Like in a.
So
they
why
would
not
have
why not just scan that put together version? I guess it'd be upscaling. I guess at that point, but the point is
it's the lazy like cheap.
exactly.
route.
Exactly. It's fucking lazy. It's cheap. And I'm like, it's Silent Night, Deadly Night needs a better edition than that. But apparently I read the comments and someone was saying that like the UK version, which was obviously heavily censored back in the day, I think 101 or somebody put it out anyways on 4K. Somebody put it out on 4K, but it is got the inserts in it on the 4K version.
Okay.
So anyways, Screen Factory fucking screwed the pooch on that one. So
Yeah.
yeah, pretty fucking lazy shit, but yeah. All right, back to me.
I gave it an 8.5. I don't know if I said that.
Yeah, you did. All right, so coming in at number 7, we're gonna take it again. We're going to foreign lands here, man. Foreign lands. With Day of the Beast. We're going into pretentious territory. With
Do you have any like good
Alex,
like classic Christmas movies on your list?
what do you mean any fucking classic movies,
Like
man?
good classic ones that are like not fucking one you watch every like 6 years.
What do you mean? I watch this movie every fucking year. I was one of the people that actually had a Blu-ray this before Severn put out their 4K of Day of the Beast. So I've been watching this for a long time. But anyways, what do you mean rare exports, Deadly Games, Bloody Christmas, Day of the Beast? Come on, fuck off. Good fuck with me. Okay, well, I don't really need to break down this movie too much more. Tyler already gave the synopsis on it. You know what's actually really funny when you watch this film in 4K? I'm sure Tyler, you didn't bring it up, but the green screen in 4K is unbelievably funny to watch. You're just like, what the fuck? It's pops so like obvious. So bad. You're just like, oh, dude, that's not even happening there. It's so funny. Dude, this movie translates so well. Like one of my biggest problems with foreign comedies, just in general, is the translation of the jokes. Right? Sometimes it doesn't really hit for the Western audiences. This one really does work for me. I love the fact that this priest is so naive to reality, but they explain it away in the film. Like he talks about like how, you know, he never owned a TV. He's never done this, that. So like what he's doing in the film is exactly how you would be if you were super naive to reality. Right, Tyler?
Yeah.
So it plays off really, really fucking funny as the film progresses, and it's great. And
he's got that naivety to him that's like really fun.
It's really fun, and I love the fact that like he just feels like you listen to metal music, metal has the answers. We're gonna go fucking seek out death metal. The funny thing about the character that plays the metalhead in the film, you want to hear something funny about him? He is a fan of like Frank Sinatra's music. He's not even a metalhead in real life.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, he's like
he
a Frank
looks like
Sinatra.
the stereotypical metalhead too.
Dude, the casting was so good in this, man. It was so good. I don't know if they did him up for this, but he's like a Frank Sinatra fan. I read that and I was like, oh my God, that's so brilliant. That's so brilliant. Yeah. But like it plays, I mean, there's a lot of commentary in here too, you know, playing off like, you know, the dude with the with the hoax TV show and stuff, all that type of shit. Like there's a lot of cool things that are going on in there. But I mean, honestly, man, if you're into like religious type shit, like in a really kind of funny, quirky fucking way and stuff like that, this is for you. I love the reveal in this movie because you don't really realize what's happening. So as our three main characters, we got a priest, the metalhead, and we've got the occult guy, the TV guy. Yeah, they're trying to figure out exactly where the Antichrist is going to be born, like the location. They know where they're in the location, but they need the actual location. Now, meanwhile, while this is happening, we have like this extremist group running around and fucking beating up bums and burning them and doing crazy religious extremist fucking crazy bullshit, right? And then we get this reveal and you're like, damn, dude, it hits so hard. You're like, fuck, man. It's honestly, I think it's brilliant writing. I think it's brilliant writing as to who's revealed as, you know, the Antichrist. It's fucking sweet.
Yeah.
So great movie. Great movie. Awesome characters, man. I mean, you get to see some old man penis in there. That's pretty fun.
The way they use it's like so funny. It's just like it's so deadpan. It's like for no reason.
Yeah, yeah. But I just love the fact that he's like, Grandpa, here's your daily acid, and he literally just feeds them some acid tabs. It's fucking awesome. It's so good, man. It's so good. I love that shit, man. Oh man, this whole movie it roars by. I think it runs over 100 minutes too, doesn't it?
Yeah,
and
it's like 103 minutes.
It rips by, man. I love this movie. It's so much fun. So much fun. I wouldn't say it has like the overpowering Christmas aesthetic, but there's Christmas throughout the whole movie. It's obviously set.
Significant.
It's very significant because the point of it is being born on the 25th kind of thing. It's like, you know, the Antichrist being born instead of
the town square, like all set up. I think it looks like really like nice.
It does. You get Christmas throughout the whole film, but it's literally set, and the point is being reborn on Christmas Day. Like everything about it is Christmas, right? So. And
one thing researching this year, this topic taught me is like it kind of reminded me at least is like we have this vision of like this like snowy white Christmas, but that's not what Christmas looks like everywhere in the world or everywhere in the country.
We just happen to live in shitty ass cold areas, all of us actually. It's kind of funny.
It's just like that snowy Christmas even sells better. But
see now, if we had like Merryman, and all the southern West Coast boys like fucking Jerry and stuff, they're from California.
Yeah,
they don't understand what Christmas is.
Mike grew up in Maryland, so.
But didn't he move when he was really young though?
Oh, did he? Maybe he did.
Yeah, I think I distinctly remember him saying he moved when he was quite young. So, but yeah, you're right though. He did come from the more East Coast, anyways. But if you grew up in California, your idea of Christmas is what you see on movies. If you've never actually been around cold weather. Yeah. It's just you just wouldn't know. Well,
working in like a hotel, I get people all the time that basically it's like their first time on the East Coast and it's like wintertime and they're just shell shocked. They're like, how the fuck do you live like this?
Yeah, dude, it's weird. Like it was piss and rain here yesterday. Like we got like 3 feet of snow and then it pissed rain for fucking 5 days. Like it went from like minus fucking 18 to like in the plus. It's crazy. We got weird weather here.
It's been raining here a lot.
Yeah, it's really warm right now. Super warm. But I'm glad because I'm on a mobile tomorrow delivering everyone's Christmas presents. But yeah, it's nice and warm
Santa
for me.
Moodz.
So yeah, gonna be Santa Moodz tomorrow. Fuck yeah. But yeah, anyways, Day of the Beast, man. 9 out of 10 for me. I think it's really good. I think it hits on all levels. I think the jokes hit. I just love like when they go to the music store, and this whole store is like a metal store. That's fucking awesome. That's super cool. I love that shit, man. But the way it plays out and the ending to the movie is it just fits so well. It's kind of downbeat, kind of bleak.
Yeah, it's a little downbeat
in a sense, and like I really like it though.
Like touch of comedy, bleak.
Mm-hmm. Really great film, man. Really, really great film. I highly recommend it. Like, I got introduced to. So I'd only ever seen this guy's film, but then Pretty Durango. You've seen it, right?
Yeah, Pretty Durango's cool.
Fucking love that movie, man. Really good stuff. But yeah, 9 out of 10 for me. Carly.
All right. Number 6, I have Jack Frost from 1997. Not to be confused with Jack Frost from 1998. Don't be confused. Yeah, Jack Frost, I think is a lot of fun. It's very charming, I feel. I love the character of Jack Frost. I feel like he's very much channeling Freddy Krueger and like Chucky with his one-liners and the way his tone of voice, and it just works. I like the look of the snowman. I know it's not great, but it's funny the way it turned out. There's some good kills in it, some again funny moments, ridiculous moments, and I have a fun time with it. So I give it a 7 out of 10.
You know what would be funny though? If you take the 1998 version of Jack Frost starring Michael Keaton, if Michael Keaton played Beetlejuice in that version, that would be a fun movie. That movie's fucking. It's like a sad. Have you ever seen that movie?
Yeah, I have. That used to be one of my favorites. Actually.
Oh, dude, that movie's sad, man. I can't do that one. I actually own it too, but
it is sad. Yeah,
I don't watch it. I'm just like, I can't do it.
Yeah,
but
yeah, I don't watch it too much anymore because it is
fucking depressing. Jack Frost, man. Watch it. I was telling JP, man, the watching that shit on the Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray makes the snowman outfit look even more bad. Like it you can tell it's so phony, right? It's not.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually don't own the Blu-ray. I don't own this movie at all. I keep forgetting. It's one of those ones I need to pick up, but I never do. But yeah, it's good stuff. It's
a fun movie. It honestly is, man. Constant one-liners, super fun.
Yeah.
All right, Tyler.
All right, number 6. Number 6, we're going to get back into America with a classic here. And it is Charles E. Sellier Jr.'s 1984 film, Silent Night, Deadly Night. Not gonna go super into this since we just talked about it, but yeah, Silent Night, Deadly Night is another movie I was kind of like maybe down on a little for a few years, but I had a blast like rewatching it this time, and it's something that like I noticed like I'm always like excited to rewatch, and it's definitely like one of the most notable like syndicated Christmas horror movies that I watched. But yeah, I've seen this movie like a ton of times. I've spent a lot of time with this movie. It always rips by. Like it's to me, it's one of the better written like real like straight slasher movies where like you really do get like a good character arc of this character. And I really like the aspect of the toy store. The toy store, like they do a really good job of creating like this real like environment of people where like you have the store owners that are just like trying to like make their buck and please the people up top, and you have like these cynical guys working in the back that just like don't give a shit and they're waiting for it to be over, and you got like this guy that's like he's pissed out, like you got this other guy that's just trying to get laid, like because there's always when you're working with it's always trying to like bang other people that work there. In an environment like that, it's just like a lot of fun. I just like love like the way that Christmas party comes together to like catapult us into the last act of the film. And yeah, there's like this one really follows a good story. I like this one a lot. This is one like I know like I'll watch for like years to come, and definitely back up to probably where the highs have been on a while on this movie. I'm gonna give this movie an 8 out of 10.
Ooh.
Sweet. JP.
Pay attention, dude.
I was watching Puppy Dogs on.
Yeah, dude, pay attention to the pod. You didn't comment on my Jack Frost. You didn't comment on Tyler's. You're just like, come on.
I feel like you were doing something else with those puppy dogs, actually. After clearing your throat there like that.
Dude, what the fuck?
I don't know, man. You're clearing your throat pretty oddly there, man. I don't know what's going on. I was with puppy dogs.
Yes. No, I was watching puppy dog videos, bro.
Dude, what the fuck? We're recording a podcast. Xmas Horror, and this guy's watching fucking compilations of puppy dogs.
Dude, did
it get recommended for you through YouTube? Is that what happened? So
I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty into that Capitals Kings game. I was biting.
You guys need to get the fucking TVs out of your shit. Like, I don't have anything in here, man. Like, I'm just in my studio. Like, I don't know TVs.
Aren't you bored?
No, because I'm like listening to people talk so I can comment. I enjoy doing this.
So do I. I'm just fucking around. I have ADHD, dude. I have to be like stimulated.
Oh, by the way, the Bills won.
I watched the whole game.
I know
mean,
you did. That's I was kind of making a joke about
My
that.
big issue is I had the Capitals goalie in net, so like, and I had another goalie playing at 8, so I needed to know if I actually had to play my goalie in 8 in case he gets shelled because they're playing Colorado.
We just lost 14 subscribers right there, just on that rant.
I don't need fucking Nathan McKinnon putting in like a couple pucks over my head.
All right. So my number 6 is a movie that I know Moodz is a huge fan of. I don't know about the other two, but it is 2021's Silent Night.
Yeah, baby.
Dude, come on. You're pretentious.
What are you talking about?
This is now the most pretentious.
So JP just catfished everybody.
What are you talking about?
You're really going to watch that movie from years on end? Like, that's a favorite
He just catfished.
I like this movie a lot too, so like I'm not banging him for that at all. But like,
You just catfished everybody, man. This is bullshit, dude. This is bullshit.
How's it bullshit? What did I do?
I don't think this
Really,
movie
this is one of your
I don't think
fucking
this
top
movie-
10 favorite movies. This is bullshit.
I'm honestly in JP's corner about this because I like this movie a lot too.
This movie
It's not a
is.
bad
Tyler
movie. I'm
knows
just,
what's up.
I don't
It's-
need to be watching it.
I'm not watching this movie ever again.
It's delightfully bleak, like he just said.
Yeah, it's super bleak. That's what I said before.
Dude,
and that's,
it was
but
so
it's bleak in like a bad
depressing.
way, though. You're just like, oh my god, like
It's fun.
No,
It's not a
I
fun
just
movie.
think
This is
it's
not a fun
done
movie.
So well, bro. Like it makes you question so much about like
ourselves, humanity.
humanity, just like human nature. You
I don't
know,
know. Sounds like a lot of pretentious dialogue.
Yeah, man, this is the most
No.
pretentious film on this list so far.
it is
Go-
not pretentious at all.
it was a total
it's-
setup. He was trying to call it
it's
Tyler Perry pretentious film,
realistic.
and then he
It's-
ended up having the most pretentious film on the fucking list.
No,
I've
this
had
is-
3 slashers on my list out of like 4 entries, 5 entries.
Nope. But I think that like even like the scenes, it's like honestly very touching. Like just seeing how each person plans their final moments, like what each family member is like doing. Like the one girl wants to just like the lesbian like wants to cuddle in bed with her, whatever, and she thinks she already took the pill, so she's like all like it just like ruined everything. And it's like, but it's not going to matter in a couple minutes because you're going to be dead anyway. But it's like it does matter because that's like all you have left. You know what I mean? It's all you have to go
Yeah,
out.
it doesn't sound fun to me at all.
And like even how like the one dad's kids are like little assholes and need like different cokes and stuff, and he keeps having to go back to the pantry, and it's like just him trying to be like a good dad to the very end. It's like touching too as well. And then honestly, like just the whole idea of like this kid can't really grasp the situation, but he has all the questions. He's asking all the questions, and it's like the first time you watch it, you don't know which way it's going anyway. You know what I mean? And it just is like dark as fuck, dude. It is very dark. And in terms of like post-apocalyptic or apocalyptic stuff, the way they actually handle like what's happening, I thought was like really fucking cool because it was basically pretty easy, but it works very well. Yeah, I don't know. I really like this movie. It's a favorite of mine. Go 8.5 out of 10.
Dude, you're fucked in the head, man. There's no way I'm watching this thing annually.
Why?
Because it like I don't want to be depressed at Christmas. That's crazy, dude. Like I understand.
Yeah, but it makes you appreciate life.
I like fun shit, man. I like fun shit, dude. I'm sorry, man. Like
Yeah, like Calvaire.
Calvaire is not a fun movie either. You guys are
Very
fucked.
fun. Inside.
It's not that fun. Even for a dark comedy, it's not that fun. But
All right, well. I told you I was making the best list. So what do you want me to do, man? It is what it is. I really don't get a say in it, you know?
all right. So number 6, we're gonna take it all the way back to 2016 again. with a film called Better Watch Out.
Okay, this one's fun too.
Yeah, see, this is actually a fun, kind of mean-spirited film a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, that means I better watch out. It's going to be really high on JP's list. Oh, wow. I just thought about that. I just actually, as soon as I said it, I was like, he hasn't said this yet. So, oh, shit.
Yeah. I did think it would probably come in his back half, but yeah, I assume this was a lock on JP's list.
Why? I know how much he loves this movie. Like, this is a film that I liked when it came out. Well, and every time I watched it, I liked it more. So we had this conversation the other day about like Dave Z said he really liked the film, and then he listened to a podcast and they pointed out a bunch of like faults with it and stuff. And so I do have a few faults with the film, but like the more I watch it, I don't even give a fuck. Like even the ending was the biggest thing for me. The ending was the biggest thing. It's kind of stupid because like honestly, like just put it in reality, right? It's kind of dumb.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what?
But, well, with the whole hospital thing, like, I mean, come on, dude, like that shit ain't gonna go down like that. But
what ain't gonna go down?
With her going to the hospital and him going there to finish the job.
What do you mean it's not gonna get down?
How the fuck is he gonna pull that off? Like dude, he's getting busted, bro. Like there's
nobody says that he has to pull it off.
But the intention,
number 6.
But the intention,
he's a kid, dude. You think he can pull off? You think that it realistically would pull off anything in this movie?
I'm just saying he's fucking busted big time because she didn't fucking die.
I've seen some pretty crazy kids in anime. I don't underestimate kids anymore.
But anyways, I mean, you know, there's minor things in the film, maybe a little bit of, you know, I don't know. I don't want to give everything away if you haven't seen it, but because it's just one of those films, it's kind of hard to talk about without like ruining it if you haven't seen it. Mm-hmm. And apparently people still haven't seen this film. So I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, that's crazy. Better Watch Out it's a pretty simple story, man, about a kid named, what's his name again? No, it's not Luke. It is Luke. It is Luke.
Luke sounds right.
Yeah. So his parents heading out, played by Virginia Madsen, and what's the dad's name? Patrick Warburton? Is that what his name?
Warburton.
Oh, yeah.
Putty from Seinfeld. So they're heading out for whatever their Christmas festivities and stuff like that. So anyways, Luke is kind of on the cusp of like being too old to be babysat, but he's still young enough that he probably should be. Anyways, so they bring in the babysitter Ashley to watch him, and essentially shit goes down. It plays off like a home invasion type film, but then kind of isn't at the same time. I really love this film, man. I think the writing is really good. To be honest, dude, like the way they scheme in this film and the way they you know, the way the film progresses within, you know, the characters and stuff is like, it's actually quite brilliant. One of my favorite things about this film is how they do the whole Home Alone thing.
Yeah, I love that part. I remember the first time I saw that, I was dying. I thought it was so good.
The reason why I love the Home Alone thing so much in this movie is because it's coming from kids, right?
Yeah.
Right? If it's coming from adults, it seems very diabolical, whatever, but they're like, even though it's still diabolical in the sense of what they're doing, they're still trying to prove something too. It's like, yeah, this would really fuck you up, you know, kind of thing, right? It still has like kids aspect. It's like watching South Park.
What's really good about that scene too is like at that point in the movie, there's like not any like crazy lines that have been crossed yet, and it's just like it kind of almost still has that like childlike like mischief of like.
Well, actually, I mean, really, she's already been tied up and stuff, right? Like, I mean.
Yeah, but like nothing that like, you know what I mean? Like, could it be like worked out? Like, had happened to you? Like, there's like an escalation at that moment.
Yeah. Very, very well acted, very well paced too. I think the dialogue, I think everything that's happening is actually quite suspenseful in the film. It really does kind of keep you just kind of guessing. You're like, what the fuck? Like, how is this going to resolve? You know, I really like that, man. It's kind of a thinker, and you're just going, what the fuck? Like, this is kids we're fucking with right now. And that's, I think, what makes it so effective is that these kids are being babysat, but they're still kind of on that cusp kind of thing. There's quite a few twists and turns in this film that I really enjoy. Again, we talked about this one years ago on the podcast, and it's to me, it's still hard to talk about without ruining shit, because I don't want to ruin it for people that haven't seen this shit. It's just one of those things. But overall, score is good in the film. I wanted to see more Putty in the movie because he's kind of gay and fun.
Who?
Dude, when Virginia Madison calls, she calls, she's like, what does she say to him? She's like, dude, like that is, or she's like, you never sucked dick in college.
You've never sucked at least one dick or something.
Dude, that shit is fucking so funny, man. Oh my God, I love that part. Yeah, but they're only in the movie for, very minor parts, which kind of sucks, but it's not about them anyways. But yeah, really good film, man. I'm still in a 9 out of 10 on Better Watch Out. It's just one of those ones I just don't want to say the wrong thing. I don't want to give anything away, but it's good stuff.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you guys think you know everybody's number ones?
Nope.
I'm not confident
No.
anyone's number ones, but I'm pretty sure everybody knows my number one.
I would guess that Moodz is Black Christmas, Tyler's is Christmas Evil, and Carly's is Black Christmas. No, hers is Silent Night, Deadly Night.
I literally have nowhere to go with like all three of you. Like I don't even know.
Yeah, so you don't honestly know that's crazy, because like that's something that me and JP talk about quite a bit when it comes to like holiday horror films and stuff.
I would guess maybe
know a little bit
is Silent Night, Deadly Night, but like
mine?
Moods.
Oh,
But JP always surprises me, and like I was already surprised that like Silent Night, Deadly Night, and Christmas Evil appeared on his list.
I feel like I'm not that surprising of a person, so I don't know how I manage to surprise all the time. I feel like mine is always like the obvious stuff.
It's always like there's always like a
fake.
movie
You
come
think
with
I'm
like
fake?
a number one. Most of the time, there's a movie you come with at number one that like I think is like, okay, yeah, I know JP definitely likes this movie, but it's just not a movie I ever considered would be your one.
The
called
landmine
me
goes
fake.
click. I still have never even watched
Like
that movie.
Alice Kills was like a good one. It was like, oh, I know like JP likes this movie and it's gonna be on his list. It might even be like around like the 5 mark, but like I never considered it would be your one. Like that, like it's always something like that.
Carly. Why you call me fake, dog?
I don't know. I just feel like I feel like in real life I always think we like similar stuff, and then I hear your list and it's like stupid, and I'm like, I just don't know what to.
I can see Carly being a Silent Night, Deadly Night girl.
JP has railroaded a few times on the podcast, man, but not as bad as the 85 top 10 show. That was the worst railroad of all fucking time.
Railroad?
Yeah.
What is a railroad?
Not you. It was someone else on the show. I'm not gonna say.
Yeah, it was someone
Oh,
else.
the demons?
That was the worst thing I've ever heard about. That was literally a lie. It was just a lie. That was the problem, is that because they always think it was their favorite. How is your favorite movie of all time or whatever not your number one of 85? It makes no fucking sense to me. Like,
I wouldn't
That's
have
some
like the
Jeremy
heart to do
logic.
that. Yeah. Oh my god, the Jeremy fucking Child's Play 3 one.
oh, the Child's Play 3 thing. Oh my God. Totally. I forgot about that. That's a good one.
Child's Play is my favorite movie, but Child's Play 3 is my favorite Child's Play.
Right there, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
I was so confused. I was
Dude,
like, that doesn't make any
Nightmare
sense.
on Elm Street.
And everybody
is my-
else was trying to justify it, like, oh, I can't understand. No, motherfucker, you don't understand. It doesn't make sense.
It was just better to defuse the situation.
Bro,
That's
bro,
like-
that's like saying Nightmare on Elm Street's my favorite movie, but Dream Warriors is better. You know, it's like
No, that's the way more acceptable.
I mean, it's not. It's honestly,
makes sense.
honestly, it's not though. But
I
don't think Dream
You
Warriors-
literally just said.
I don't think
that's
Dream
like
Warriors
saying
is
Nightmare on
better.
Elm Street is my favorite.
I
movie.
get what he was
Dream
trying
Warriors
to
is
say,
better.
honestly, but he wasn't doing a good job of expressing himself. And it
No,
was
you
like
didn't, bro.
what he was trying to say is like sentimentally, this is my favorite movie, but I like this one more.
Better. Right.
Yeah, like, he's saying like sentimentally. He's like,
No, he
likes,
wasn't.
Like, that's what he was trying to say, but
no,
like,
it wasn't.
But like he didn't know.
No,
how
he
to
literally
express
said
it.
that it was his favorite
Child's
one.
Play is his most sentimental movie.
Yeah,
It's his most important movie. It's his favorite movie.
He always claims it's his favorite movie.
And it's the movie that means the most to him because it was like seeing it with his grandma. Or whatever.
yeah. I guess it doesn't make a lot of sense. I think that's what he was trying to say, but like either way, it was funny like watching him like, not be able. It was either way, it was funny like watching him like not be able to like defend himself and just get frustrated.
That's like the one time when he did his top 10. He's like number 8, the lore.
I remember he used to always say he start that too. Like he says.
So, Jeremy, what do you like about the lore? He paused for 10 seconds.
He literally froze completely and didn't know one.
It's like he hadn't even
fucking
watched the
thing to
movie. It was
say.
like the
That's
time
bad.
What was the movie that we reviewed, JP, that he didn't even watch?
There was a few.
Yeah, there was a few, but the first one, it was like he wasn't saying anything. We're like, so what do you think about it? Well, I kind of agree with Moodz. And I'm like, what the fuck? You're like,
Why would you put a movie in your top list you like didn't know anything about? Like that's just stupid.
I like when he was like, I got my everything nailed down besides my number 5, 6, and 7 or something.
And I was like, that doesn't make any sense because if you haven't picked a movie for your 7 and 8, then your 9 and 10 would just be your 7 and 8.
Yeah. Well, I kind of get that because
he loved the
Shut
lore
the
because
fuck up, Tyler. You don't get it.
No,
Jeremy
this is
You're
the
just
thing.
trying to be
no, he picked the
pretentious,
lore.
bros.
He
No,
picked the
this
lore
is-
because
no,
it was a
this is like-
Criterion release. That's why.
He
If that
probably-
movie got a standard release, he wouldn't even
Yeah,
fucking
I
care about that
agree.
movie.
He
It was a
probably-
fucking Criterion release, and he's like, well, it's got to be good, but he couldn't figure out why it was so good because he couldn't even tell you the fucking synopsis of the movie.
Well, that's the thing is I don't like. I've seen the lore and I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be. But like, I also
I don't
like,
think it's that good, man.
I don't think it's. I don't see why Jeremy would like that movie specifically.
I think it's actually kind of boring, to be honest. Like,
I don't think it's like a great movie. I just don't think it's
mind
awful.
I don't think
But,
it's.
like,
I think it's kind of boring.
It's
be
not
honest.
a movie that would make my top 10. Like, you know what I mean? But like, if it was gonna make my top 10, I would like at least be able to defend it.
Criterion status, man. Tyler, turn around.
Whose turn is
Yeah, but
All right, number 5. For me,
it? Top
it is
5.
yeah, top 5, yay. It's a P2.
Wow.
More
Ooh.
like PU.
Oh,
That's
dude.
my joke. I told that joke
No, you
before,
didn't.
and
I
he
told
just
it.
stole it.
I didn't steal anything.
Yeah, he stole things, but
Possession
Yeah,
is
P-
9/10 of the law, dog.
what? Okay, P2. It's actually become one that I enjoy watching every year. Like I think Moodz, you said, it's not one you really have to watch all the time. But for me, I don't know. I go back to this one because when I first saw it, I thought that too. I was like, I probably won't go back to this, but I actually get in the mood to watch it. And, it's another one that's not the traditional over the top Christmas movie. You probably could have set this at any time of the year or whatever, but I think it does well with the atmosphere where you have the guy singing the Elvis Christmas song and then all the presents and the way he has his office decked out, and then like the ending when she is just shots of the outside that you get. It's very snowy and atmospheric. Yeah, it's just a fun like cat and mouse type movie set in one location, and I've really grown to love it over the years. So I give it an 8 out of 10.
Nice. I like that movie quite a bit as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
all right, number 5, staying here in the U.S. I got another movie that also doesn't really like kind of like P2 that you could criticize on the Christmas angle of it, and it's kind of a newer film. I think people like kind of forget this movie set around
Pretentious.
the holidays, but this is a good movie. By number 5,
Die Hard.
Is it Brooklyn 45?
no, it's from 20. Let me just make sure I have the date on this right.
That movie sucks.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's from the year 2017, and it is Kevin Phillips' Super Dark Times.
Wait, that's a Christmas movie?
It is set on
Yeah.
It doesn't
Son of
say
a
Christmas.
Is it literally set? Really?
Yeah.
It's set on Christmas
There's
season.
Christmas trees.
There's Christmas
Yeah.
trees. There's Christmas
I never-
decorations.
I
Thought
kept
of them.
thinking it was Halloween in my head because I did think about that movie.
You know what's
It's
kind of
Christmas.
Boys in the Trees is on Halloween, and that movie.
Yeah.
Kinda, it's
I
compared to that.
love
Wow.
Super Dark Times.
Yeah,
dude.
this movie. I was on it. I don't remember what my issue was with this movie, but I didn't think this movie was that good the first time. But I was like really
Dude,
intrigued to
me
rewatch
too.
it, and I liked it a lot. Like rewatching it this time. And one thing, like this is kind of what I was alluding to a little bit with like the cold side of Christmas, where you have like this like kid who's like his brother's like away like on like a tour in Iraq or something, and you have this kind of like melancholic like uncertain time in the holidays, and it makes like such for like a nice reflection of like what goes on in the movie. And I love it's played so straight. I think I can see maybe people like criticizing the actions of these kids, but like I don't really have a problem with it at all. Like these are like young kids like dealing with like unfamiliar emotions, like really scared, like acting irrational. I think this movie's like this. I love this like little friend group they create. It kind of feels like almost like South Park realism to me. And I know it's set in the 90s, and like it really captures, I think, kind of like those like angsty 90s kids like really well. But basically, these movies about like four friends that are hanging out. They all kind of have that teen angst thing going. I believe they're in high school. One of them is like a really intense kid whose older brother is away at a military tour, and they're fucking around in his room, and they find like things like weed, they find weapons, and they have like another guy in their friend who's kind of a shithead. But everybody kind of has that guy in their friend. We're like, yeah, he's an asshole, but he's our asshole. You know what I mean? And then they got like kind of the logical one, and then like the mousy one that kind of just like agrees with everything that goes on. And basically, this movie just like goes into like a things gone bad scenario. And it's just like the effect like this has on this town, and like there's just a really like fine line of like tension in this movie that builds into like a real like hairline like snap at the end, and it just like it's so effective. I like the end of this movie like had me like making noises like begging for the TV to stop. It just like it's so effective. Like, all the acting from the kids is so good that like you really buy into this like whole scenario, and it's so effective when it finally hits like it's like climax at the end. And I really like this one. I came up a lot on this movie. I was probably around like a 6 the first time I saw it. I'm gonna give this movie an 8 this time.
Nice. I like how the kids look like kids too. They don't look
Yeah.
like 30-year-olds playing teenagers.
Yeah,
This is a great example of a film that would fit what we were talking about earlier about films that we didn't really care for at first and then grew to love.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember you not liking it, Moodz.
Yeah, and then I picked it up and I was like, you know what, I really need to rewatch this shit, man, and actually really loved it. I don't know why I didn't like it at first.
Yeah,
but
same thing with me. I don't know why I didn't really like it at first, but I was really into this time around. I thought it was directed really well. I thought it was paced well. I thought they like really brought seriousness to the nature that like sometimes gets lost. I really recommend this movie.
Hell yeah, I love that movie.
Fucking Christmas.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm going to have to put that in. That's another one. I'm going to have to throw that in the Christmas lot there. Crazy. Good pick. Good pick. Mm-hmm.
Whose turn is it?
Here's
Oh, okay. My number 5 is one I'm a little surprised hasn't been mentioned yet. I assume it's going to be on some lists, but that is 2015's Krampus by Michael Dougherty. Who
Did you say
also-
Krampus?
Krampus.
Krampus.
That's how you say it.
It's not Krampus. It's not
Krampus.
No,
It's Krampus. It's
No,
Krampus.
Krampus.
It's fucking Krampus.
It's Krampus.
Screaming.
You don't know how it's
He's raising his
pronounced,
voice.
bro.
Bro, your Midwest accent is like fucking this up big time, man. It's Krampus.
Midwest? Ain't that from no damn Midwest?
Kind of. You're
No,
close.
I'm not. No.
What are you, East Coast? What is just fucking East Coast or what?
Yes, East Coast.
you're like opposite end of like the coast though in the state, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't get the whole Midwest thing anyways. That makes sense.
That's like
Anyways.
near me.
Yeah, that's
Um,
Iowa.
Yeah. but yeah, Krampus is a movie.
Fucking stop it, dude. Krampus?
I think
You're
that
saying it wrong.
people do say it like
It's
Krampus, but I
But
hate
Krampus is it's pronounced Krampus. That's what it is. It's Krampus.
No, it's not.
Oh man.
It's about a bunch
I'm
of
so glad
shitball
this movie isn't about fucking werewolves. Wolves. Yeah.
Yeah, so would multiple Krampus be Krampi?
Dude, stop.
That would be Krampi. What do you
Yeah, Krampi.
Krampi?
It's about a bunch of shitball family that gets together on the holidays, and there is a scary Krampus thing there. And man, the fucking atmosphere in this movie is insane. I love the outside shots. It's just such a blizzard out there. Love it. I love the animation scene in the story that the grandmother tells. That shit is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Like Moodz, when I first seen this movie, I was like, I felt like the gingerbread people were like fucking tonally weird. But I'm cool with the movie now. And I just think that it is such a great, like, every Christmas type movie. It's very classic already. About almost 10 years old. And I think that it's very respected in the lexicon of horror films. It honestly, it popularized the Krampus character. And, which has been around forever. It actually is like,
You got a lot of shitball rip-offs of this movie when it came out.
oh yeah,
There's so many in Walmart, I remember.
yeah, Krampus Rising, Mama Krampus, fucking
Yeah.
Mrs. Krampus.
They're still coming out, man. They're still coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course you had the probably the better one would be Christmas Horror Story that does a Krampus story in there.
Which is by far the best one in that anthology, though.
Yeah.
Like, that reveal is fucking awesome, man. William Shatner setting it up. It's good stuff.
Yeah. But I give Krampus a 9 out of 10.
Nice. All right. So coming in at number 5 is a film from 1984, and it's called Don't Open Till Christmas.
There's a lot of 1984 Christmas horror movies, I think.
Yeah.
I feel like
3,
we've named.
right? Isn't there 3?
There's Gremlins, that, and there was another one too. Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The year of the Christmas horror, man, for sure. Yeah, don't open till Christmas, man, is such a fun. It's a fun movie when you watch it multiple times. I think if you watch it one time, you're like, man, this seems a little bit jumbled. It seems odd. It seems awkward and stuff. But it is. There's a reason for it because this movie had like multiple directors. It's a weird. There's a weird backstory to it. So like Edmund Purdom, who actually stars in the film as the inspector in the film, was directing the movie. And then all of a sudden, like, the producers are like, no, you can't direct a movie anymore. So they brought in like a couple other directors to like shoot some like other sequences and stuff like that, change the ending up and stuff. But he still starred in the movie. How the fuck does that work? How do you like get pulled from directing a movie when you're starring in it and then have someone else directing the shit out? It's weird. But then again, the scenes that that were directed after the fact, I don't even think he's in any of those scenes anyways. So it kind of makes sense now that I think about it. But essentially what we got here in Don't Open Till Christmas is Santa Clauses are being picked off one by one by some random person. And yeah, that's really what the storyline is. I'm convinced that this is an American giallo. It really is. I mean, we have this killer not in the traditional sense of giallo, like, you know, the straight POV with the black gloves and stuff like that. We do get to see more of the killer when they're killing off Santa Clauses and stuff like that. But the investigative part of this and the mystery of who the killer is straight giallo. It's kind of fucking crazy, right, Tyler? Do you agree?
I haven't seen this movie.
You never
Who?
Are you fucking serious?
You've never seen Don't Open Till Christmas.
No.
You're doing a top fucking 10 Christmas horror movies and you didn't think to watch one of the most known Christmas movies?
What
I didn't know
the
people love this movie this much.
fuck are you doing, dude? This movie's amazing, man. It's one of those films that's it's kind of crazy for its time, because like in 1994 we got Silent Night Deadly Night, which is a killer Santa Claus. And on the reversal in this one, this is Santa's being killed off by someone else.
I didn't know people love
Santas are all dying all over the city. It's crazy. It's
This
like
movie's
total
super
reversal.
sleazy too.
It's super sleazy. It had production issues, so they reshot a bunch of stuff in it. And like, but to be honest, it's actually quite fucking fun, man. I really like the music in this. It's sleazy. The kills are so good in this. There's a fucking scene where a Santa
I'll make a point
gets
to
burnt
watch
on a
this.
barbecue.
I'll make a point to watch this week.
Do you not know this?
No. I didn't know this movie was like that beloved. I just didn't.
I think you'd fancy it.
I've seen that before. I've just been like, oh, I don't think people really like this movie. I just never bought it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's classic shit. But
Yeah,
like,
I guess that's just a huge like blank I had. I just didn't know like people like love this movie like that.
oh man, dude, this movie, it's honestly super mean spirited, man. Like Santa Claus, these innocent people are just getting
I
picked off
kind
in
of
the
want to
most
catch
brutal
like
ways.
I kind of want to catch Black Christmas, like the remake before like Christmas too, just because like I'm like curious to see like after all the discourse on it, like how it holds up.
Right. But
Yeah, wow. Don't I look silly?
it's crazy, man. Like you'd probably really enjoy this if you watch it from the perspective of like being like a giallo, because it's kind of what it is. Like there's something happening. There's this huge police investigative report to it, or angle to it. And then there's this weird ass fucking reveal to it, which is, it's actually kind of cool when you watch it a couple times. You're like, oh yeah, fuck, that makes kind of sense. But honestly, the kills are great. It's super mean spirited. Body count's crazy high. It's sleazy. It has all the elements that you're looking for in these type of movies. It's fucking fantastic. It's got a great Christmas aesthetic to it. Like every scene is Christmas. It's awesome. It's fucking great. I'm just so happy that somebody like Vinegar Syndrome re-released this, man, because I was rocking the old Mondo DVD, which is fine. It really
I've
was
seen
good.
that release too, and I passed over it a bunch of times.
It's a great release. It's a great release. I watched that. I watched that DVD so many times before they put out this, but this is like the ultimate though, man. It looks so good.
It does look good.
It really does, man. You got Caroline Munro in a weird ass fucking singing role in the film. It's like so bizarre, which kind of makes sense because this is a UK based film, right? You know,
Yeah.
So, but Don't Open Till Christmas, man. Really, dude? You're killing me with this. You've never seen this.
Was that video nasty?
Not officially, I don't think. No, I don't think it was. I don't think it was. I could be wrong. But no, I don't think it was. But yeah, Don't Open Till Christmas, man. It's, you know, I mean, you haven't seen it, so I don't want to ruin the fucking thing for you, but it's awesome. It's awesome. Again, it's one of those films that it's an annual watch for me every single fucking year. 9 out of 10 for me. Love it.
It feels like a grimy New York film, but not in New York, like Maniac.
That's a good point.
Basket Case, kind of. That's how it feels to me, anyway.
That's a good point, man. And it's like set in the UK too. It's pretty interesting, but
yeah.
Yeah, I love it, man. I love this thing, man. It's great. It just, you can tell though, like if you watch this film a couple times, you know the history of like what scenes were kind of shot and put into the. There's this subplot with like this. What do you call those girls that are like, you go into those like porn booths? What are they called?
Nudie cuties.
Nudie cuties. Like remember back in the day, you would like pay to go. Like they would be on one side of the glass and you'd be on the other, and you could like jerk off and stuff. Like, what are those people called? Like, I don't even understand what the fuck that
Peep
is.
shows? I don't know.
It's a peep
I think
show.
it's called a peep show.
I guess it is a peep
peeper?
show, but they can see you though too. It's weird, but like you
I
just
don't know.
jerk off. They were supposed to jerk off in the glass. I
It's
guess.
just like OnlyFans with extra steps.
Right. So they put this whole kind of subplot in the film,
Back
which
in the
is
day.
it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, but whatever. Actually, that girl's even in she's in the other one that he did too. But it doesn't matter. Anyways, I love Don't Open Till Christmas. 9 out of 10. Great film. It's fun.
All right. Next up for me was already mentioned, and that is Christmas Bloody Christmas. This is actually one I didn't care for too much when I first saw it, and it wasn't because of like the swearing necessarily. It was I did find the third act does go on a little too long, and I still kind of feel that way. But
yeah, me too.
Other than that, like I love the look of the film. I love the look of all this. VFW Bliss in this. He does a lot of purples and greens and reds and all that stuff, and I think it looks really good. And the characters I just find very realistic, and every time I watch this, it makes me want to like go out and like just party and stuff because you're just watching these two like drink and smoke and talk about, but you know, different horror movies, music, things like that, and it's cool. That's probably my favorite part of the movie. Really, is watching those two interact for the first act there, and then of course the Santa Claus killing people. It's get a lot of bloodiness in this movie. One girl in the movie, actually, her name's Kansas Bowling. She just plays like the sister who doesn't really get much to do in the movie, but I realized watching it that she was like a girl in one of my friend's movies, like the Psycho 8 movies, and I like jumped because I was like, holy crap, that's like a girl in like independent films that I've seen before, and I just now realized it watching it this time around. So thought that was cool. But it's this has become one that I want to watch every single year now. So I give it, what do I give it? I give it an 8 out of 10.
Nice.
Right.
I like this movie a lot too.
Yeah, good move.
All right. My number 4 has already been mentioned, and I'm actually a little surprised it's only been mentioned once. And that is Joe Dante's 1984 film Gremlins. Gremlin, I haven't watched this movie in a couple of years, but it's something I watched definitely like a lot when I was younger. But I had an absolute fucking blast rewatching this movie, and it's almost like I forgot like some of the more like subtle like points to the movie, or maybe not like subtle points, but like just like not the most major plot points. And it was almost like a fresh watch of this, and I forgot about like some of the people that were in this movie, and it was just I had so much fun watching this. It's like this kind of rare territory where it's like, yeah, it's like clearly a kid's movie, but like it pushes the envelope just enough, and like it lets you like it makes you like take it seriously the whole time that like it kind of crosses over. Even like watching it now, I thought this movie was like super effective. I definitely don't need to go into the plot of what Gremlins is, but this kid like is the actual like worst pet owner like I've ever seen in my life. Like within like 2 hours of getting this thing, it's already got a head injury. Like immediately, just like, and then like when his mom's like what is this? Like, what do you think this means? Like when they see the cocoons the kid got or like has, and he just like, I don't know. Like it just made me think like this kid is like brain dead stupid. He's got a good heart, but he's a fucking idiot. There's a lot of holes you could poke in this movie. But this movie is just like so fun that you can't help but like enjoy this movie. It's got great characters. One character that I found particularly funny this time is one of the cops is played by Jonathan Banks, who most people probably know as Mike Ehrmantraut from Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. So it's like kind of like fun to see like that guy like and like in some role. Dick Miller's like great in this movie, and he plays just like that like kind of like grumpy like subtly like racist like war vet. It's just like the perfect character for Dick Miller. Like I love it. I loved him in this. Like the family's good. I love like the mom. Like that scene we were talking about earlier. Like I noticed the subtlety in the background this time. Like I was saying with like the gremlin fucking just like dying in pain on the counter with a knife in its chest. That was kind of funny. I think maybe in the last act, this movie takes a little bit too much time goofing around. But for the most part, like the stuff it's doing is like actually like fun. Like it's such a rewatch. It's just such a rewatchable movie. And it really still holds up. I had a lot of fun watching this. So it's something definitely will watch several more times.
You should check out part 2.
Yeah, that's kind of
because it's even more like
spots.
that shit goofy, like not like the shit that the Gremlins are up to is like nuts.
Yeah, these Gremlins this time too remind me of like the Squirtle Squad. Hopefully, you guys are old enough to understand that reference. I was like, this is the fucking Squirtle Squad. But yeah, Gremlins is a lot of fun. 8.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Gremlins. My number 4 is a movie from France from the year 2007. It is Inside. Inside.
Are you just like
that's what she
reading
said.
off somebody else's list, or
What
what
are
are you
you?
doing?
What are you
He's got a
talking
fake
about,
ass
bro?
list. It's not even real, is it? It's not fucking real.
I don't think. Yeah, no.
What are you talking
Me and
about?
JP
Whose
me and JP
list did you
switched lists before the
hijack?
show.
Did you literally take someone else's list that commented
Yeah.
on one of our videos and you're just reading out their list?
No, this is my list.
Me and
Bullshit.
JP switched lists before the show.
That would be funny.
Yeah, that would be funny.
No,
See,
I love
Inside,
it.
like I said, is one of the films that, it just didn't make my criteria. So, but I love it.
Yeah, well, I think that like the whole fact that it's like dealing with the like childbirth and stuff adds to the Christmas vibes a little bit to me. Jesus and stuff.
No, of course.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, though.
I think everyone gets that. Well, maybe not,
Yeah.
but
And this woman wants to kill Jesus, basically.
well, I mean, no, she's. There's a very specific reason why she's there.
Not
Yeah.
very Christian of her.
Yeah. But there's some lights in the background and stuff like that outside, I think that this movie is honestly, it's like just scary. Like it's a very good home invasion movie. You know what I mean? It's like when the girl's like stuck in the bathroom after getting dude, imagine literally being asleep and some crazy woman like sneaks into your house and starts stabbing you in the stomach.
With a giant pair of fucking
Dude,
scissors.
this movie is so bloody. There's fucking
I love
blood everywhere.
And the whole
throughout
bathroom's
movie.
like white, so it it's even better.
Which is done on purpose, yeah.
Yeah, right. This movie uses darkness really well. Like there's times where the crazy lady's like in the shadows. That's really good. There's literally a part that when we reviewed it, that we didn't even notice her. We had to like go back and we're like, oh, she was in the room.
Right.
You know what I mean? But yeah, I love Inside. I think it's probably my favorite out of the French new wave extreme films, being Martyrs and Frontiers and High Tension. And this one, I think that I like Inside the best.
If you
Martyrs.
So if you had to rank them, what would you rank those?
Well, I've never seen Frontiers, so
what the fuck, Tyler?
Right?
I would go. I would honestly go Inside, Switchblade Romance, then Martyrs.
Martyrs is definitely my number one. I don't know where else I'd go with them.
I would go with Inside, Martyrs. What are the other ones?
High Tension and Frontiers.
Yeah, so I'd probably put them at number 3, Frontiers number 4, and the High Tension number. No, I'd go reverse those two.
Oh,
I love them.
So great.
I really
definitely
like them.
going-
I really like them. I think it's very underrated.
I'm definitely going Martyrs Inside. You could probably... I'd have to watch Frontiers again, but you could sway me on like Frontiers or Switchblade at 3 and 4, but that one definitely my 5.
I'd probably put... I don't know, man. I'd have to rewatch them again, but I really
think
like
I'd have to give
them. I
all a
really
first
like them.
watch. Martyrs,
Yeah,
I think
High
I'm
Tension's great.
comfortably Martyrs Inside. I don't think that's not-
Inside and then Martyrs for me. And then I'd probably, them number 3. So I'd probably put probably Switchblade number 4, and then Frontier. Yeah, I'd probably go that way. I'd probably go that way. Yeah.
Martyrs I really like. Martyrs is like the only one of those 5 movies I consider like in like my favorite movies, like my top 100 or something.
I mean, Martyrs is a 10 out of 10, but like I prefer to watch Inside though. Martyrs is a tough watch. It's a tough one. For like what is it, like 100 minutes? Something like that? Like it's
not very long. It's around that, like 90 to 100.
Is it? Yeah, I can't remember. It's just I just remember it feeling like, holy fuck, dude. Like it's a I mean, we've talked about this movie in great depth on one. We did a podcast. We did one episode on a podcast. That was the episode, was Martyrs. It was like 2 fucking hours. We talked about that movie for like 2 hours straight. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's an interesting movie for sure.
Yeah, no, it definitely has a lot of themes and a lot of shit that you can go into. And
that's what I would say. That movie is
crazy.
Like aged the best because like you can look at like Murders, and not only I think is the violence the most realistic in that movie, but like I think that there's like more that movie offers in terms like fanatically that like people are going to get more out of like as years go on.
I need to watch that Blu-ray I picked up at Frontiers. Maybe could revisit, might give it.
Yeah, that's the other one I wish I could have. I haven't. Thankfully, I do have the DVD of Inside and Frontiers. I bought those like really early in my collecting.
We could do a French. We could do a French episode.
Yeah, that'd be cool for sure. I still haven't gotten that Martyrs Blu-ray. I eventually got to get that. I still have that DVD too.
But yeah, Inside, I give it a 9 out of 10.
So with your 9, like, what are your griefs with it? Like, do you know, the fucking shitty CG, like what was like why the 9? Like I give it 9.5, but like I take off, there's a couple moments of CG that are really shitty, and there's that's really what it is for me. I just feel like the effects could have been better,
probably a little of that, maybe,
yeah.
But yeah, I gave it a 9.5 before.
You went down on it.
Wow. It didn't hit quite as hard as it did that first time. The first time I watched it, the first couple times I watched it, it didn't like hit as hard, like the scares and like just the like shock of what was happening in the movie. Those
scissors in the stomach, dude. When I was watching it, like a couple weeks ago, I was literally cringing. Couldn't even barely watch. Like that. There's certain things, man, in films. I'm just like, oh my god, like the. Oh, fucking brutal, man. That's effective. That's effective.
But yeah, that's my number 4.
You okay there, buddy?
You
gonna make it through?
Yeah.
All right. That was your number. Oh yeah, I'm last. Right. So number 4 for myself is from 2015. Apparently has a PG-13 rating on IMDb, which is crazy. Directed by Michael Dougherty, and it is Krampus. I fucking love this movie, man. This is another film that when I saw it in the cinema, I walked out and I liked it, but I didn't love it. I did not love it. I had that moment where I was like, okay, so we're going to take this, we're going to have this super serious concept, and then we're going to straight up put Charles Band into the mix, and we're going to get all goofy. But I misinterpreted when I watched it though, man. Like I understood the film obviously, but like my perception of it was a little bit off kiltered. So I was like, I need to rewatch this. Knowing what I knew going into the second time, I was like, I fell in love with the movie. This is one of the darkest films that you could really ever sink your teeth into. It's super dark. It's a Krampus story at its glory.
Oh, but when I pick a dark film, I get shit for it.
No, it's a bleak story. It's a fucking bleak story. Like the way this thing,
Silent Night.
Yeah, but like that's not a fun movie. This is a fun movie. Honestly, this one has a lot of funness, man. Like when I think of Krampus, man, I think of like a Christmas Vacation on crack. Like this one just goes batshit, right? It's literally the same setup as it's the same setup as a Christmas Vacation. Like you got this kind of like family that's not really wanted, coming for the holidays, which we all been through this before. and it's kind of the same thing. Like the father in the film, from the extended family is kind of like Uncle Eddie. He's kind of the same deal.
Yeah.
Dude, I can't stop seeing that guy as the guy from The Office.
Exactly. And then you got the kid in this film he doesn't talk. It's the same character as A Christmas Vacation. They have a son that doesn't talk. He just stares, and it's totally It's totally inspiring.
I remember seeing the trailer for this movie when it came out, and the trailer like starts off with like the family, and I thought it was going to be a remake of Christmas Vacation. Then as the trailer goes on, it turns like horror, and so yeah, they definitely were inspired.
I'm surprised they never did remake Christmas Vacation.
There is a sequel.
You're gonna will that.
Yeah, the sequel sucks. Cousin Eddie's Island Adventure.
Yeah, I've never seen it actually.
It's horrible.
But yeah, so this movie is like the horror version of Christmas Vacation, and it is so damn fucking dark. I love the story in this. I love Krampus stories because they're always so dark and just so. It's the opposite of Christmas. It really is. The one thing I loved about watching Red 1 is that they expand the story, like I said before, about Santa and his brother being Krampus, and Krampus is the one that started the naughty list, and that's how it all got started, and Santa didn't like that, and blah blah blah. I like that whole shit, man. So if like you're watching these type of films and you don't really know a lot about Krampus, like that's what it is. The end of this movie is so good in the snow globe, because they expand on that in Red 1 too. Is the reason why you're in the snow globe is because you're encapsulated. Like you're down there for eternity and shit like that. Like it's not explained in this. You kind of have to figure it out. But like a lot of people interpret the film as like, okay, maybe it was a dream. Maybe this isn't happening or whatever it is. No, this is dark as it comes, man. It's as fucking dark and bleak as it comes. Pretty fucking awesome, man. I love the effects in this. I think the gingerbread men are awesome. It's full moon at its finest. It really is. Like all those type of characters, like all those type of things that are happening. It's like straight full moon. If you're a fan of early 90s full moon, you're going to love this shit. You like atmospheric, great films with that type of shit. Fantastic. But man, dude, like seriously, there's a lot of people that get dead in this movie. And it happens. A lot of kids, a lot of family, a lot of people. JP, you mentioned the backstory with the grandma. Mm-hmm. It's awesome. It really, that's like the entire movie. It explains the entire movie so well. It comes around so well in the movie. And it's just like, damn, dude, this is fucking awesome. I love it. I love this movie so much, man. I could watch it all the time. Like it's honestly one of the films that I just don't even understand. I wish I had a better experience in the theater when I watched it, because knowing how much I love it now, I'm like, I fucked up. You're an idiot. I don't know what else to say, but it's so good. It's so good. The atmosphere. And I know JP, you mentioned before, like this movie is so dark. Like obviously in tone, it's super dark, but visually it's dark. Mm-hmm. Oh man, it works so well for what it is, man. That's the point of it. It's supposed to look dark. The 4K, like it pops so well, but it's dark, and you capture all that atmosphere and all that just like griminess of it. Oh, it's great. Mm-hmm. What an awesome film. One thing that is severely overlooked is honestly some of the characters in the film. The aunt in the film, who's the drunk, she's fucking awesome. She's from 2.5 Men. She's funny as hell in the movie. She's like comic relief. She's great. I love the scene where she's making the peppermint schnapps and she gives it to the kid.
Hell yeah.
Don't rat me out. I love that shit. It's great. She's like, her first fucking line when she gets to the house is like, yo, where's the eggnog? I need to get Mary. I love it. She's my favorite character, man. She's my favorite character in the film. We've got the Tom Cruise lookalike who stars in the film as the father. Does he not look like Tom Cruise? 100% looks like Tom Cruise. A little bit, yeah. What's that dude's name?
Is that like Adam Scott?
Adam Scott.
That's Adam Scott.
I thought it was John Cruise.
No, he is literally. Shut up, JP. Fuck. Adam Scott is literally like the budget version of Tom Cruise, I swear, but I like him. He's good. Toni Collette, of course, plays the mom in the film. She's great. David Kushner, awesome. He's good in fucking everything. I love that dude, man. Great cast. Where is Doherty? Why is he not doing more films? What are you?
He's doing Marvel stuff. It smells in here.
You fart? Did you fart? Yeah.
Buddy,
Yeah.
What?
come on.
What?
Are you guys in the same room?
No, but like
Why do you
I
care?
can smell it from here.
They actually never recorded in the same rooms as so. Why don't you guys have the setup
don't
where you
live
guys
together.
We don't
record
live
across from each
together,
other?
dude.
No, but you guys could record together.
Yeah,
It would be a
technically.
pain in the balls.
She would hate that.
I don't think it
Yeah.
would come out as good. There'd probably be like too much just like empty space.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely be no cameras on.
Yeah.
but Krampus, I honestly I don't know what else to say. Like I personally think this movie is so good. I don't think people realize how damn bleak this thing is, man. It's amazing. But there's a great moment in the film where Krampus actually gives back not Luke. What's his name? Yeah, it's Luke.
Wasn't
Max.
better
No, it's
without?
Max. Gives back Max his letter. But this movie is really about just believing and not losing faith and stuff like that. So I love this, man. It's such a great film. 9.5 out of 10 for me.
It's good. I'm surprised he never did a sequel. Instead, he's making fucking King Kong movies.
But everyone else made a sequel to fucking Krampus. You know, they just made their own
Wow.
Krampus movies. It's like, it's fucking terrible.
He likes that
Yeah.
King Kong paycheck. I don't blame him.
Right. Okay, who's next?
Me.
Carly's up.
Did you rate that?
9.5 out of 10.
All right. Number Trey. I have the OG Black Christmas. Yeah,
Nice.
This
Yeah.
is the first time this has been named, right?
I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, but this is one that took a little bit to grow on me, I will say. I used to find there to be a bit of a lull in the middle of it. Had a really solid opening and a solid ending, but kind of a lull. But the more I've watched it, the more it zooms on by, and I think it has a really great Christmas atmosphere. I like the characters. I like it's just a dark film. The subplot with the whatchamacallit, the little girl, the little 13-year-old girl that is missing in the park and what comes of that. I never really thought, but like that's like such a screwed up little like side thing that's happening there. That kind of takes over the plot for a bit. And just the phone calls are creepy. The voices on the phone are so unnatural. And yeah, the overall atmosphere is just great. I mean, it looks freezing cold in this movie, especially when they are gathered around to do that search party. They all look like they're bundled up, and it's actually pretty chilly out. So, very eerie movie, very good film, a class act, 8.5 out of 10.
Nice.
Tyler.
All right. My number 3 comes from the year 1980, right here in the United States. And that is, of course, what was the director? Lewis Jackson's Christmas Evil.
Fuck.
Christmas Evil is a bop. I've always liked Christmas Evil. This movie actually like sat on my shelf probably for a good like 4 or 5 years before I ever watched it, and I've watched it every single year since I watched it that first time around the holiday season. I love this movie. This is the first of the last 3 movies I will consider like amongst my actual like favorite movies ever made. This movie's a lot of fun. I like we had covered before, and like we beat to death on the 1980 show, is like way more of a character study than a slasher. And one thing I guess I really like maybe zeroed in on more this time watching it is I didn't realize like that maybe it's not that clear in the movie, but it took a while for me. I realized like this whole like growing like film like this whole growing like bubble of what he eventually does on Christmas like it's really like this guy losing his sanity over like the entire like month of December. Like I guess it just didn't click with me that like he like snapped, blew his brother off on Thanksgiving, and then he just like festered and like just eventually led to this conclusion over like a month of just being like isolated and like just simmering in his own emotions. And it's just great. It's a shame this guy never really got like more like lead roles in it. The only movie I can ever recall is this guy's like in like Dress to Kill, I think, for like a second. But he does a really good job in this movie. He plays this part perfectly. And this is just something I'm gonna watch like every year forever. This movie's a ton of fun. I love this movie. 8.5 out of 10.
I actually didn't realize until recent watch too how much time goes by. Like I always think the movie starts at Christmas time, but it's like it's like a Thanksgiving movie too.
Yeah, it's not really that clear at first. I think then he has that conversation with his brother where he gets pissed off because like those guys like make him like work over like the Thanksgiving vacation, and then he like just says like fuck it, I'm not going, and like that's his first steps to unwinding, and then like you just watch it happen like over an entire month, which I think makes like it a lot more effective and like a lot more believable. I think that's honestly why I gave up a little bit like watching it this time.
It'd be crazy if it took place like in Canadian Thanksgiving, because it'd be like 3 months.
Yeah, that dumb shit.
Holy shit,
that
man.
would be really
this is
dumb.
going on forever. But
Canadian Thanksgiving. What a joke.
oh, fuck. Shut up, man. Shut the fuck up. It's just Turkey Day, man. Fuck, we don't celebrate Thanksgiving. But anyways, GP.
Yeah, my number 3 is a film from 2016 titled Better Watch Out.
That's right.
Number 3.
I love this thing. This is probably my favorite like modern Christmas movie. I remember to this day, like I was just prepping for the 2016 show or 17, whatever year we did it. And I was like at work and I watched it on my phone and I was so into it. And I was just like, wow, this is like so fun. And then I rewatched it when I got a screener copy from Wellgo. I think it was Wellgo USA. And I watched it on Blu-ray. Freaking loved it. And then I've watched it a couple times since then. It's probably one that I try to squeeze in every year. I literally think it's just perfect to me. Like I don't have any problems with it at all. The characters are so fun. I love how like the lead character's voice cracks throughout the whole movie, which, you know, makes it feel like he's an actual like adolescent kid who has a crush on his baby sister. I mean, baby sister.
That whole incest thing, bro. Come on,
dude. What the fuck?
What's on his mind?
That was creepy, dude.
That was creepy. What the fuck, man?
Oh my god. His babysitter, not baby sister. Jesus Christ.
What? Oh no,
dude, you are. Oh, you kind of sick, bro. Kind of sick.
I'm scared.
That would be Black Xmas, actually.
Yeah.
But I love like the paint can reference. I just love how like this kid has like this master plan that's fucking very Ferris Bueller-y, you know, like super unrealistic, but like you just roll with it because it's fun. The boyfriend character is fun, and then like shit, like the violence is actually pretty good in here too, you know. It's just I love it. I love this movie. I think it's so much fun. I give it a 9 out of 10. What?
Oh, I thought for sure you were like 9.5 at least on that one. So like 9. Like, so what are your complaints with it then?
You don't have to have complaints that give something a
Moodz
9.
keeps coming at you with that.
It could just be not good enough for a 10.
But if you love it, just give it a 10.
I don't love it.
It
I don't
doesn't
love
matter.
it like a 10. I love it like a 9.
Really? Okay. Fair enough.
Maybe 9. Man, I could go 9.5, honestly.
Yeah. Just fuck with you. I don't care. Ratings for dummies. All right. So number 3. We're gonna take it
And
back.
hold on. You can't question my ratings anyway because as I've already established, I'm going with this is the definitive list. So I've already made that choice. So you can't even argue it. It's the best list.
Yeah, you're being an asshole.
It's just a choice I made, dude. Respect it.
All right, so number 3 is coming back to 1984 with a little film called Silent Night, Deadly Night. I mean, it's already been brought up. We talked about it. It's fucking fun. It's fun. One of my favorite things about the movie is like the cheesy
music in the montage.
The montage. I love the montage. It's one of my favorite things about this movie, man.
It reminds me of like the Mutilator or something. Like we're gonna have a good time.
He has that milk. They offer him a drink, and he has like the milk carton.
Exactly. The milk carton shit is so good.
Everything like with the store is like fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the Santa's watching song that they.
I love when they get hammered down. I love when they get hammered afterwards, and they're just like, somebody shut the door, like, all right, it's 7:00, let's all get shit faced.
Isn't that what Christmas is all about, though?
Yeah, it's like it's great. Like you can just picture this little toy store that's fucking had enough. Like in 1984, like we're gonna just get ripped, and like then this guy in the back is gonna try. It's
like My Bloody Valentine feeling.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things, though, like when you're watching the scenes in the toy store, is to actually look at the toys that are on the shelf.
Yeah,
because I'm assuming they shot this in a real toy store. Because, like, I mean, obviously you got like Star Wars shit, you got all this cool stuff, you got He-Man, and I'm like, fuck yeah, dude! Like one of the things I love watching in films is like the background stuff. And
especially in like department stores, malls, grocery stores.
One of my favorite things is watching Intruder from '89, the slasher film that takes place in the grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
There's a scene where they're in the cereal aisle.
Oh, shut the fuck up!
Oh my
cereal,
god, dude, it's so fucking awesome. Just and oh fuck, I love that shit, man. It's awesome. But like that scene in this film with the toys and shit, I'm like, oh, it's so nostalgic, man. I love that stuff, man. Like kids nowadays don't even understand what a fucking toy store is because there is none.
Yeah.
Right? Like remember going into a toy store and being like, oh my God, it's just like heaven. It's so awesome. It was everything you wanted. It's everything that you wanted. And it was like, there was no words for when you got in there. You're just like, oh, that's amazing. Can't buy anything because I'm fucking broke as shit because I'm a kid. But you can still look and touch. But yeah, so when I watch this film, I'm just like, oh, I love looking in the background and seeing that shit. But, you know, it's Silent Night, Deadly Night. Like, what can you say, dude? It's like one of my favorite things about this film is I've introduced this movie to like a bunch of people that had heard about it, never seen it before. And then they watch it and they're like, why have I not seen this shit before? And I'm like, because you're a fucking idiot. That's simple as plain. You're a moron if you haven't seen Silent Night, Deadly Night. It's great, man. I mean, it obviously has this awesome history. We all know the history, but it's a quintessential Christmas horror film. Like you can't go through the holidays without watching Silent Night, Deadly Night, right? It's almost like sacrilege to like not watch this fucking movie.
Like I just noticed this is one I just kept reaching for, even like I felt like I was down on it. It's like, why do I keep wanting to watch this then? I just like had a blast this time.
I think one of my honestly, JP's shirt that he's wearing right now, that artwork, man. I even had to use on my latest video. Shout out to that. Shameless plug. But it's because it's so fucking good. You have it's just Christmas horror at its finest. It really is. I love this movie. Not much to say about it. You know, when I met what's his name? Lead actor?
I don't know.
Robert Brian Wilson.
Oh yeah.
Forgot his name for a second. Dude, what a nice dude. So we got talking about the film, and he's just like, he's totally elated. Like, he's like, he can't fucking believe how popular the movie is. Yeah. So what he does every single year, he goes to Quentin Tarantino's theater, and they do 2 showings every December, and he does a Q&A with Quentin Tarantino every year. And I'm like, cool, dude, this is fucking awesome. And he's telling me this. He's like, every time I do the screenings and do the Q&As, I'm like, I just can't believe the fan base of this film. He's like, it's still, because it had his fan base back in the day, but it's still, it's like, it's 40 years later and people still love this shit like they did back in the day and kind of thing. Maybe even more now. What a fucking nice guy. What a nice guy. I wish he had a better career, like acting wise and stuff, because he was one of my favorite celebrities I've ever met. Loved him to death. But yeah, 9.5 out of 10 for me. Silent Night, Deadly Night. It's amazing.
Cool.
Dope. All right. Number two, I have the one, the only Christmas Evil.
Nice.
Yeah. Good move. This is just, I don't know, it just like reeks of Christmas atmosphere for me. The way, just the look of the movie is very, feels very like 70s almost, like gritty. I don't even know how to, just, I don't know. Something about.
Well, it probably was made in the 70s, right?
It was shot in 79, yep.
Well, yeah. So it makes sense. But, yeah, I just think it has such a great look to it. And I like that it's more of a character study type of film. What was I going to say? I like the concept of him working in that toy factory. I think that's really cool because it's like,
it's like, of course he would go get a job at the toy factory.
Right. It's like, that's the closest he will ever get to being a little elf. And he likes working in Santa's workshop. And I like the concept of how he, when he dresses up like Santa, I love that he ends up taking all those toys to like that children's hospital, I think it is, or something, and dropping those off. And then he's like, oh, and he starts really practicing his Santa thing. Then that's when he's like, I have become Santa. And I like that he gets away with doing that one nice deed, and then he goes and kills a bunch of people. But I think there's just a lot of the spirit of Christmas is alive and well in this film, and I watch it pretty much every year now, and I love it. That guy was perfect for that role. Jeffrey DeMunn is great as his brother as well. 8.5. Actually, no, I'll give this a 9 out of 10.
Yay, 9.
Yeah.
All right. Tyler.
My number 2. We spent some time in America, and now we're going to travel abroad again for a movie I think either a lot of people have not seen, or maybe only seen like once, because I don't see this ever mentioned as a Christmas movie.
He's ramping up for pretension, boys.
But I'm sure you guys will agree that this is a movie people will need to see. So for my number 2,
Are you the Grinch?
We're going to the land down under. My number 2.
Oh, Wake and Fright? Seriously, bro?
What the fuck?
1971 film, Wake and Fright.
As soon as you said that, I was like, motherfucker.
I don't remember any damn Christmas.
It is because he breaks for the Christmas break, but like this movie has no Christmas at all.
No, that's not true at all. That has way more Christmas than a lot of movies we've talked about.
What's the lot of movies we talked about?
I'll tell you exactly. This is the Christmas. Well, first off, the one thing that's unique about this Christmas is it's Christmas in the Outback, so there's obviously no fucking snow. So this is what the Christmas looks like.
All right, I already had that pick. Okay.
Yeah. He goes to a bar that's decorated completely in Christmas. Every house he goes to has a Christmas tree. And there's literally a part in the movie where they get drunk together and decorate a Christmas tree.
Yeah, that is true. But it's okay. But this is a film that wouldn't make my criteria because it's not a Christmas film. It's just set during the holidays that has these moments. It's like,
But to like make a case for this movie too, is it kind of has this theme of like we have this idea of like this, you know, like classy, like family, like white Christmas type of deal, and this is like Christmas in the barren wastelands with like the civilized meets the uncivilized. It's like the Deliverance type feel again. And it's like it's almost like they still like celebrate and do their thing out there, even in like the fucking barren wastelands in the middle of nowhere. And it just like it's really cool with like this guy who like thinks this guy clearly thinks he's like fucking better than these people because he like learned how to be a teacher in Sydney in the city, and he has like such contempt that he has to like teach these like kids out in the fucking boonies. So he thinks these guys are just like a bunch of like drunken morons, and they might be, but it's like you're just as degenerate as them given the chance. And like it's just like I had such a blast watching this movie. I honestly
this guy picked his number 2 favorite Christmas horror film as a film that is not a Christmas movie, and 2, a film that is not a horror movie. And you're going to sit there and argue with me that the substance doesn't take place on New Year's.
See, this is the thing with Wake and Fright. Wake and Fright is one of my all-time favorite movies, but that is a movie that I specifically watch in high summer all the fucking time.
I'm saying like this.
Like I'm telling you, man, I love this movie. Like fucking.
There's not any difference between picking this movie or like Inside or Dead End. Like this is the same thing, and this has more Christmas than those movies.
Where's the horror?
How is there's not horror in this movie? Come on, dude.
There's real kangaroo killings, but I don't know if that's horror.
It is called Wake and Fright.
Yeah, like the guy.
See, that's actually my issue with it because I saw someone's list with Wake and Fright, and I was like, Wake and Fright's a horror film? I'm like,
This is definitely a horror film.
Really? Definitely?
Yeah, absolutely.
I promise you. Looks it up.
Remember that time you promised me?
You look it up.
Comments.
That was something.
I want conversation on this. Is Wake and Fright a horror film? Because I have never looked at Wake and Fright as a horror film, and I've seen this movie so many times. Like, it does have
cover it on.
It has its Christmas parts, and for sure it does. But like, I don't. It's weird because I guess it's because it feels so hot. Those scenes where they're drinking,
but that's like what it's like Christmas.
This is like it feels. It's so hot, dude. It feels like it's just the middle. Well, it is the middle of summer in Australia, but like it does not have that feel.
Christmas just, but like that's because Christmas isn't the same everywhere.
Of course, but I mean, so like, it's just having a couple scenes. It's like putting the Brain on your list. Like if you love the Brain that much, it's the same deal. There's 4 or 5 scenes with trees in it, but like, is it a Christmas film?
I don't understand how this is like a movie of contention, but like Inside or Dead End is not. Like this is more Christmas than any of those movies.
Is it more horror than either of those movies?
I think it's just
that's the issue I'm leading towards. I have no problem with it being set during the holiday, but I just don't think it's See, I had a comment the other day saying that that Fat Man was on par with Violent Night. I don't agree. I think Violent Night is way more horror than Fat Man is.
I never seen Fat Man. Like
Violent Night. Can you guys just get on the same fucking page? Come on. Fat Man, really? It's fucking, it's awesome. It's awesome.
I've never even heard of Fat Man.
Yeah, I've never even heard of that movie.
Did you just make a movie up?
No, the Mel Gibson movie from a couple years ago. It's fucking awesome, dude.
Dude, I don't go out of my, like, I'm not like hunting.
Check my Letterboxd. I've already watched it 6 fucking times and you never even heard of it? It's fucking amazing. Like, it's awesome.
So you're saying that you're saying you support anti-Semitism is what you're saying.
Who are you talking to, me or
you?
Why would I be? What are you talking about?
That's what you just said.
Did I like? Oh, fucking Fat Man! Shut up! You're such an idiot.
It's because the Mel Gibson.
But yeah, I have a lot of fun watching Wake and Fright.
No, I support the movie, and we've talked about this a million times. Because if we're gonna get down that road, we're not gonna do that shit, man. Because we like a lot of movies from pieces of shit. Let's face it.
Yeah.
We really do.
So Tyler picked Wake and Fright, which I didn't even fucking think about.
Yeah, Wake and Fright was a banger, and
it's not a horror film.
I
Or a
definitely think
Christmas
it's a.
film.
Oh, I'm gonna call it a horror film. And if this isn't a Christmas film, then neither is like several other titles we've talked about.
No,
tonight.
you can't say that.
No,
How can you not
it
say
can be
that?
a Christmas film, dude. That's not what we're saying.
This has. More
I'm saying it's not a horror film.
I think it's a horror film. I don't see why this isn't a horror film.
It's literally one of my all-time favorite movies, and I'm saying it's not a horror film. That's just what I'm saying.
Okay, but all right. Here's a good example because you would say Manhunter is a horror film too, right?
Yeah, there's a killer.
I would. I don't think Manhunter is a horror film, and it's one of all my time.
It's more thriller. It's more thriller, but
I don't understand how being. I'm just a difference of opinion. I don't understand how.
Is there a killer?
Why does there have to be a killer? There's lots of horror movies without a killer.
Name one.
Name one horror movie without a killer. Like, all right, does Rosemary's Baby count? This is the first thing that came to mind. All right, let me look at a list of horror movies. I guarantee you,
Dude, I'm just fucking with you, bro.
I mean, that's true. I mean, there's no killer in Rosemary. There really
But,
isn't.
dude, he's not a killer in a lot
The
of
devil is the killer, bro. He's killing the whole world once he's born.
Come on, dude. Jesus Christ.
That's the killer. Are you
Give
serious?
him a break here. You're just roasting him, man. It's like,
He's looking he was looking for the opportunity to pounce this whole night because he realized his list was more pretentious than mine.
No way.
That's exactly it.
Wait, where's
honestly, all right, in dead
hold on, where's my
seriousness,
pretentious movie?
if in dead seriousness, the most pretentious movie any of us have talked about tonight is Christmas Evil.
probably. But
Yeah.
as much as I love Wake and Fright, I just don't consider it a horror film. I'm sorry. Like, I had this comment before too, and I was like, I can't. I don't know.
I definitely consider this a horror film, and I have a fucking blast watching.
And I love it. Like, I've watched Wake and
It's
Fright a
good.
lot.
It's
Like,
very
one
good.
thing I found
it's in 22 Shots Hall, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We love it. We love the movie.
I only discovered this movie because of you.
Why are you smiling, Carly?
I
But,
just thought of that's in Woodsboro Hall.
yeah. So
I
like,
knew you
how
were thinking
am I the asshole?
I knew you.
So anyways, Wake and Fright's great. If you haven't seen Wake and Fright, well, just watch it for yourself and be your own judge. I think it's definitely a horror movie.
Nobody.
And
even knows what that
if you're
means.
gonna call Deliverance a horror movie, you have no reason.
Tyler, we're not talking about Deliverance. We're talking about.
I know, but I'm saying it's
and the Woodsboro Hall.
oh, well, what's the?
But Deliverance isn't a horror film
The
either. so-
Woodsboro Hall is Andrew and Austin Schroyer used to have a podcast, and they were very inspired by 22 Shots. And like when we'd hang out with them, like in a movie, like buying movies at FYE or something, he'd pick up a movie and be like, "Oh, this is it. This is in Woodsboro Hall."
It's just like
They had their own Hall of Fame.
Oh my god!
like
movies in
every
the
movie
Woodsboro Hall.
was it.
Like Halloween H2O, Woodsboro Hall.
Oh my god!
The
What's the bar?
fuck?
What's the bar of H2O's in it?
Dude, that's
It was lower than 20. Like the
It
scoring
was 18.
18?
Yeah.
18 or 17. Because
Oh
there's
my
only
God.
two of them.
Okay,
Woodsboro
Yeah.
Hall.
but yeah, I had a shit ton of fun watching it this time. I actually didn't like this movie that much the first time I watched it, and I came like way fucking up on it. There's very few movies that are like this, like disturbing and this much fun at the same time. Like I like the scenes like where he's like driving around with these fucking like idiots that just like get hammered all day every day and like just mowing shit down in the desert, and he like finally starts getting himself into it where he's like, yeah, this fucking rules. And I kind of like wish I could just be there hanging out with him. I thought the kangaroo stuff was like extremely fucking disturbing, but like I am also just like fascinated by the, just like these drunk fucking like buffoons out in the middle of nowhere. There's like these like feral adults, and the whole just almost disaster of this guy just getting stuck here and finding himself in a horrific situation after one another was a lot of fun for me. So I had to come in hot on this one. Wake and Fright gets a 9 out of 10 for me.
I come in hot all the time, don't I, JP?
Yeah. All right. My number 2 is an actual Christmas movie and an actual horror movie. Since what were we doing here? I forgot.
Okay. Just to deflect.
What was it?
top 10 Christmas horror films.
Christmas horror films. Okay. See, I thought we were doing like top 10
Where the fuck you want?
Set in the summer of Australia movies.
Yeah, okay.
Are
I picked the horror film with the least amount of Christmas in the rest of the list, but I'm the bad guy here.
Okay, so my number 2 is the 1974 classic, if you will, Black Christmas.
I love Olivia Hussey, man. I think she's so beautiful.
I love Olivia Hussey.
She's so beautiful, man. Fuck.
I love her voice
doe-eyed. Too. Yeah, she's got that like doe-eyed curiosity.
Yeah. Right, Carly?
Yeah. No, she's pretty. She's always been pretty. I mean, you look at her like 20 years after this and she still looked the same.
Isn't she in fucking Ice Cream Man?
Yeah.
Is she? Oh,
in a very weird, it doesn't look like her. She like looks it's like a goofy role, I think.
She's the neighbor, right?
Yeah.
The landlord or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, Black Christmas. This is a movie much like Carly. Like I've always respected it, always liked it, but I used to get a little bored in the middle there. But not anymore. Like I just love it's such a classic horror movie. It's like one that you have to see before you die. Like let's say if you were gonna watch like only 300 or something, this would have to be one of them. And
wink wink.
Yeah. But yeah, Black Christmas. I love the phone calls. And they're like actually intense, dude. They're like, I want to say your cunt and stuff, you know?
Yeah, they're kind of gnarly. That's
have
like
you ever listened to the fucking commentary where the dude that plays Billy he does a commentary as Billy?
That's fucking weird.
It is fucking weird, and it's actually terrible. It sucks.
And as much as I love in the remake, the 2006 one, like the backstory that they created, I also love the backstory in this one as there isn't any. Like it's just you don't really know anything about anything, like anything about the killer, anything about like who's doing it. It's really creepy, and especially that awesome, ending there with the credits. Love how they do that. Favorite type of technique for me. I think when it's done right, it fucking slams. I like the characters. I like it feels very like old, like it reminds me of like the Christmases that I had when I was a child, like just like the look and feel of that era. I think probably because most of my shit in my house was like this is from the 70s or before. But yeah, like I just fucks with it heavy. It's a good movie. Definitely one of my favorites, and of course directed by Canadian legend Robert Clark. What?
Bob Robert Clark?
No, I started saying Bobbert, and then I said Robert.
Bob and Robert is the same name.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Robert Clark.
Said Bobbert.
Yeah, who also went on to make such classics as A Christmas Story and Baby Geniuses, too.
Baby Geniuses, really a classic. Wow.
No, he just really.
How about Death Dream? Death Dream he made before this.
Yeah, and of course, Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things, which I'm a big fan of as well.
Again, before this, but
yep. But yeah, so Bob Clark went out there and was like, y'all like Christmas movies? I'll give you the 2 best ever made.
Remember that time
totally
that you got
different genres.
Remember that time you got so fucking hung over at Wasteland you didn't even make the Christmas Story House with me and the wife?
Yep. I do remember that.
Dude, it was so fun, dude. We went there and I was like, oh, every like place we went into the house, I'm like, oh, JP would love this. Oh, JP would love this. I should have filmed the whole thing, man.
I did owe Carly one Christmas Story House later in the year that I fulfilled on, so we did go.
But you were still kind of miserable the whole time.
She was pissed. She was pissed when we're like, where are we going to Christmas Story? She's like, what the fuck? JP's still sleeping. I'm like, checkout time was like 40 minutes ago.
Dude, I fucking can't, like, I can't wake up, dude. I can't get up. I don't want to.
It's because you try to keep up with the drinking with me and it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, he's like big
No,
boy
it's because
Moodz
I did.
here.
I never. It's because like the first night, I'm always like fine. That second or the third night, like the second morning is when I'm like dead. You know, the second night I'm cool too, but the morning of the second night, I'm like fuck. But yeah, Black Christmas. Go ahead and give that one a 9 out of 10.
Oof. All right, so number dukes for myself is going to be also Black Christmas from 1974. It's awesome. I mean,
So
it's
I
one
was
of the
wrong on your number one, motherfucker.
it's one of those films that it just has this like foreboding atmosphere to it. Like I get why people think that like the middle can be a little bit slow, because there's a subplot that isn't overly that interesting at times, but kind of interesting too. I mean, I you just kind of want to get down to the nitty gritty and stuff like that. But like for me, I've watched this movie so many times. I love everything that's happening, you know, whether it be, you know, the main story, subplots, whatever. But what really sells this shit for me is literally the third act. It's so good. It's so fucking good. One of my favorite things in cinema is when a film ends and the credits are rolling, but it's still playing.
Yeah.
I love that shit, man. I think that's one of the most underutilized things. It doesn't work for like everything, but like in this movie, it just works so well because you don't know exactly what's going on, right?
I
It
also
works
like
so well.
a good freeze frame ending credits as well.
Yeah, free streams are nice.
Yeah, I like in this one. There's no music; it's just the phone ringing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like I'm a big music guy. Love the scores, but sometimes with the lack of that can be even more effective. This movie does it perfectly. I mean, Black Christmas, 10 out of 10 for myself. We've talked about it.
Oh
Do
shit.
not listen to do not listen to the commentary with, oh my God, it's so bad. I couldn't even get it. I think I got like 25 minutes into it. I was like, I can't do this. It was so bad.
What did you rate it, Carly?
Black Christmas 8.5.
Tyler, did you have it?
I have not had it.
Okay. Okay.
All right, should I move along?
Yep, number one.
Yeah.
All right, number one for me is Silent Night, Deadly Night, the first one.
I called it.
This has become my favorite Christmas horror movie over the years. I only saw it like a few years. I didn't grow up with it or anything, but I fell in love with it the first time I saw it. I think it's the perfect Christmas slasher. I think someone said earlier, like you actually get character development with this kid. You're watching like different stages of his life and what led to him going crazy. Most movies don't really do that. So I think that's cool. Again, just great atmosphere. I love the song. I love the grocery store characters. It's a lot of fun. You know, it reminds me of how an actual work party would go down at like the Hampton Inn or something,
Yeah.
where you just lock the doors and everyone gets drunk on at their workplace, and then, you know, all that. Yeah. And then like the songs, it's just, yeah, it's a fun time. And I do tend to watch this one and part two both the same year, but I do the same thing where I'll watch one and then wait a while and then watch the other one. But yeah, I give this a 9 out of 10.
Very
Alright.
nice.
And
Very
it
nice.
flies by. It's like it
Yes.
fly, like it cruises on by. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
All right. Coming in at number one, I'm sure it's pretty obvious at this point. From the United States, from the year 1999, it is Stanley Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut.
You being serious?
No, I'm waiting for the joke.
It's Black Christmas. My number one.
What
is
a
Black
pretentious asshole.
We're having Black Christmas is number one.
Yeah, because it has the like abortion commentary. You
Dude, he fucking abuse Wake and Fright here, man. Now I'm all fucked up with Wake and Fright now here.
I don't even care about that. I don't even think that's like a good like angle of Black Christmas. I don't even care about that part.
Yeah.
Oh, the abortion shit. Oh, that guy's a piece of shit.
That guy is an asshole. I think it's just more about like he thinks he's like entitled to do what he wants because he's like this like fucking like concert man. I was like, I'm the man. I'm a concert.
He wears turtlenecks.
Yeah, it's the guy. It's the guy. It's funny. I never noticed this until this time too. Is the guy from 2001, and I can't think of like any other movie I saw.
Is he the? Yeah, he's the gold. Yeah, he's the.
Or something. He's not in a ton of movies, I don't think, but I recognize him. I'm like, oh, it's the 2001 guy. But what I really love about this movie is the atmosphere in this movie is like so thick. You can cut the atmosphere in this movie with a knife, and it's just like legitimately scary because like. These women are like real people. Like the film colors are obscene, and I took in those POV shots of the beginning of the movie this time, where he like climbs up the lattice into the attic, and like I really see like the Halloween inspiration in that now. And it's just so effective, just the way like this movie like plays it straight and like keeps it believable and like kind of like keeps this like grounded story. It's always just been. I shouldn't say that because like the experience a couple of you have had, I probably didn't even really like this movie on a personal level that much until like the third time I watched it. But it was a movie over like several years. I just kept trying, and like by like the third watch, I was like, okay, I kind of get it now, and I think I like it more than I ever had before. I actually like consider putting Wake and Fright as my number one because I think I might actually like that movie more, but I spent a lot more time with this movie and I've seen this movie like several times that I have like much more of a weird appreciation for this movie, and I'm definitely like this is like one of the movies I always watch on Christmas. I prefer it over Bob Clark's other Christmas movie. Just everything like just comes together in this movie, and like we already covered the ending, which is like zooming out, and like you have like what's really neat about this too is like as a viewer, like you have a completely different conclusion of the movie than the characters in the movie, which is kind of like a cool duality. I don't think you see that often, where like the cops like think they got their guy, and like we're the one who gets to zoom out and like see like the real like threat and like what's really going on. So that's a great note to it. Love this film. 9 out of 10.
Yep.
Yeah, John Saxon's awesome in the film.
Oh yeah, I forgot about good old Johnny Sax.
Yeah.
Yep.
What are you smiling about, Carly?
Nothing you said.
Fuck off. Okay, whose turn is it? Mine?
Yours. It's all yours.
Yep.
Any predictions?
It's got to be Gremlins at this point, right?
Yeah, Gremlins.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking lame.
What the fuck? I'm pretty fucking lame. Okay, so mine is the best Christmas movie ever made, Christmas horror movie, and that is 1984's Gremlins.
This guy always criticizes people for not having horror films on their list, and then he picks a comedy. This is number one. Like fucking go figure, man.
No, as Tyler said,
it's a
Gremlins
goddamn comedy.
It's
a comedy.
When I was a kid, I never noticed the comedy.
What?
Dude, I was a kid. What do you mean?
Yeah. I do think.
Oh, yeah. I guess you're a little bit naive to it.
I do think this movie packs a little more punch than people give it credit for.
Yeah, it definitely packed. It was one. Okay, so this movie was actually written as an R-rated, straight-up horror movie.
Oh, I know.
Cut the mother's head off
about
and rolled down the stairs. But so basically they just took out the violentest stuff, and then
I want to see that movie. I want to see that movie.
That movie too, but yeah, Gremlins. It's like perfect to me. It has the best Christmas atmosphere. It has amazing Christmas music in it. It's Spielberg, and it feels like that 80s Goonies era Spielberg, which is awesome. Joe Dante does such a good job with the direction. Zach Galligan is actually a really likable character as Billy. He's and Phoebe Cates's goddamn dark story adds like a darkness to it that makes it more horror. And then also like the animatronics are fucking amazing. The amount of gremlins that are in this movie is insane.
Yeah,
when they're all in the movie theater, like
I forgot about
around,
the scope of this watching.
Yeah. they're just wacky, nuts, crazy, doing all kind of nuts shit. But like then there are the scary moments where like the gremlin in the Christmas tree with the red eyes, and then the scene with the doctor, the professor who gets murdered in the school. Like that's actually like kind of a dark scene as well. For a fucking PG-13 movie, you know. The rules don't make that much fucking sense to me. Never have.
Yeah, there's a lot you can criticize about the rules, like with the snow and like just...
yeah, like snow is water, right?
Yeah.
And then also like the fact that like you don't feed them after midnight. Well, it's always after midnight technically.
Yeah.
Like when does that cut off? Like 6 a.m., 5 a.m., 3 a.m. And then it's like, what if like does time zones matter? Like what if you're on an airplane with a gremlin and then you like cross over to like time zones? Then does that matter? Or is it also, or is it like a
I would assume,
or is it more scientific where it's like the sun has to be in a certain stretch?
I'm assuming it's that time zone considering physicality of the gremlin being in that area, right? Would it not just be that time zone?
Huh?
Yeah, how does the gremlin know that? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how does?
But you're in that time zone. Like you're living in that zone like, right now.
For example, like my cats are used to getting fed at a certain time in the morning when I wake up, and when daylight saving changes, and like it's an hour earlier or later, they're like, I can't read a clock, Tyler. Get up. And
they're
still they wake me up an hour.
They're still living creatures like we are, man. We adapt to it too, so they would too. Like it doesn't matter.
But like, how you don't do that immediately? You know what I mean?
So there's a lot of what I'm saying is, okay, like let's say you were in Pittsburgh and it's midnight, and there's a gremlin in fucking California and it's 9 p.m. So the one in California can eat?
You couldn't just say BC, which is the same time zone.
Dude, most people don't know what that is.
Because y'all be some uneducated motherfuckers. That's what I'm saying.
EST.
You guys are fucking brutal, dude. It's so bad. It's so bad. That is horrible. That's horrible.
But I've pondered this my entire life about the rules. Even the one with the snow, Tyler.
Like,
I thought about that.
See, my thing is, if you have to think that much about some shit, man, that movie sucks. It just
no, what it
sucks.
is it just doesn't fucking matter at all. And it's but it's just as like a fan, that's some like fan theory shit where you're just like having fun with the silliness of it. But like Gremlins is a cartoon, bro. It's a cartoon, and I normally never put
it's like pretty live action to me, but whatever.
If you look at actually there is a cartoon called Gremlins Curse of the Mogwai that's on HBO, so it is a cartoon. Fucking loser.
Well, not this movie, but
I said Gremlins is a cartoon.
Okay.
Is Gremlins not a cartoon?
You're wrong.
Is there a cartoon called Gremlins?
Not this move, but
did I say this move or did I say this? Did I say this move or did I say Gremlins is a cartoon?
Why would you be talking about?
He's really good with the semantics, right?
Yeah.
What are you talking about, Tyler?
He's really good with semantics. That's why you got to go.
Are you calling me a politician?
You do a lot of slippery talking.
Yeah.
You guys are brutal, man. Like Tyler's got fucking non-horror. Like all your non-horror film fucking entries here.
Listen, Gremlins is the shit, dude.
It's a comedy.
I love it. It started the whole like little creature thing.
I like if Gremlins like isn't a horror film, then like stuff like Shaun of the Dead isn't a horror film either.
Yeah, Shaun of the Dead sucks, anyways. But
but no, like
that's just like the poster child to me.
I mean, Shaun of the Dead straight up is a comedy, though, right? It just has zombies.
I would say that. I'm just saying, like that's like I just always use that as an example because that's just like the most popular one. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's like like that's like where it's like if this isn't a horror movie, like neither is this.
See, you guys need to start listening to Tyler. He's clearly the second smartest person on the show because he knows that Gremlins is a horror film.
I watched it.
Even Joe Dante says it's a comedy. It's a comedy.
Yeah, but like there's a lot of I think Calvaire is a comedy, but it's still.
He said the same thing about The Howling.
I don't see why that was funny.
I don't know. There's no comedy in that movie, though.
I just made that up.
I was going to say, what the fuck? I was like, there's no comedy in that movie.
If I don't think that movie's funny, like...
No, there's no comedy in that shit. That's why I had to think about it for a second. I was like, what the fuck?
I was like, what's funny in that?
But I love freaking Dick Miller as Mr. Futterman. I love that he comes back in the sequel, which is awesome. Whenever we do a roundup show, I'm nominating Gremlins 2 for a roundup.
Oh, that'll be awesome. Because I fucking hate that movie.
I haven't watched it in so long, but
it is ridiculous. So bad. I think it sucks. I think it sucks. I think it sucks.
You're so bad.
Yeah. Hate Gremlins.
I give Gremlins a 9 out of 10.
All right. Number 1 for myself is Christmas Evil.
I knew it. I
love this movie, man. I think it's the epitome of one of the best character studies of all time. The fact that Fiona Apple's dad just rocks this shit out. Like, he's so good. Y'all confused right now?
No. I thought it would be Black Christmas.
No, I meant Harry is Fiona Apple's. Her dad is Harry.
I don't know who Fiona Apple
I know
is.
that, but
Fiona Apple is.
I don't really listen to her.
Yeah, she's a singer. Yeah,
really?
She's pretty famous. She's pretty famous.
How's she? If she's so famous, how come I've never heard of her?
Because you're just kind of whack, dude. Not gonna lie.
Boy's whack.
I'm not whack.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I've only probably heard a couple of songs by Fiona Apple.
Yeah, I don't really. Yeah.
But I know who she is, though. I do. She's really skinny, like super skinny. But
So
anyways, yeah, Brett and Margaret, who is Harry in the film. That's her father. But man, what a fucking amazing film this is. So we mentioned before about this film that like it's a little bit creepy. Watching it from like our lenses now, 100% it is. It is. But this was made in 1980. Well, probably 79. Came out in 80.
No, this one was, I think, started being made in like 77, 78. I think Joe Bob talked about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like the dude took like 3 years to get it made or something, and like he just collected a shit ton of Christmas stuff over the time period.
It's so good, man. It's so good. It's like one of the best character studies of all time. Like the descent. I mean, the story is kind of funny when you look at the backstory in the beginning of the film in this one to like Silent Night, Deadly Night. It's like the same thing. In a sense, but like the study of this character though, man, him just believe. I love the angle of like how it's just, it's all about belief, you know, and the angle that it plays on throughout the whole film, man, so good. It's so good. It is creepy as fuck. It is creepy as fuck. But like this dude, like legitimately loves Christmas so much. He loves kids so much. You can watch this movie and take it totally different way. You can totally.
Tyler, you working on those stats?
Yeah, I have all the stats.
Okay.
And it's fucking awesome. Whatever. I don't my train of
Tyler, what did you rate
Garcia.
Black Christmas, by the way?
9.
9. So 9 plus 9 plus 10. Is that Hall of Famer? No.
Yep, 28. 28's Hall of Fame, right?
Yep.
There you go.
Yay, Black Christmas is in a Hall of Fame. I don't think it ever made it before.
Yeah, right alongside Wake and Fright.
So is Boss like a real name, like, or is that like a nickname?
Who?
Moss is his real
I think
name.
that's
It's his real name.
Like, is
Moss
that? Is
Garcia.
that? I've never heard that. I always thought that was such a weird name. for
It's
that
his real
kid.
name. Yeah.
Moss
Moss
Garcia.
Garcia.
Moss Garcia.
I just,
Using
man,
profane language.
like this study, man, is so fucking good, man. Oh, God.
I love like the
I
humming
love this
scenes
movie.
where you're just sitting there like more like violently just going like
Looking.
So
in the
when
mirror.
I joked about having the best list, turns out I was fucking telling the truth.
Dude, you got Gremlins in number 1, man. Christmas Evil is literally the best Christmas movie ever made, though. Like,
You
it really
guys
is.
did no Black Christmas.
John Waters even fucking says the
Whoa.
same thing.
I don't give a fuck what John Waters has to say.
How do you not give a fuck what John Waters says? John Waters is fucking godly.
John Waters also thinks that fucking Bride of Seed of Chucky's the best Chucky.
He was in the movie as a cameo. He was just being fucking an idiot. He knows that movie sucks.
No, I love John Waters. No, but you guys didn't even have Silent Night. Like, what the fuck? I'm the only one with Silent Night?
Dude, that movie is fucking awful, man.
Do you guys not like good movies or like what?
No, I like good movies. I don't like depressing movies. To the point where, like, I don't ever want to rewatch Silent Night, man.
too goofy for me.
Like Christmas Bloody Christmas is like one of those movies where I feel like you could watch over and over again.
Dude, I really want to do a part 2 next year because
I'll rewatch
I
all
have,
my movies over and over.
I
again.
have 10 more movies I need to talk about.
Next year I'll put Eyes Wide Shut on my list.
We should do 25 to 10 or to 11.
No.
15.
Why?
Because I got that many I love.
So you could do a part 3.
Yeah, next year just be
Just
like,
every year we
round
just,
two.
we
Yeah,
just keep going
everybody.
down.
Hey, listen, everybody
Down
loves
the road?
top 10
10
shows.
more.
My number
10 more.
35
10 more
is
Christmas movies.
Yeah, even more.
Even more
Christmas movies.
Then I can really get pretentious picks. Then I'm
Yeah.
gonna really squeeze it.
Dude,
That's when-
you already pushed it like to the fucking
Yeah.
fullest, man.
No, dude, how did I push it?
Yeah,
Wake
you
and
pushed
Fright,
it.
bro. Come on, man.
How is it
You
in
know
the
how much I
Hall of
love
Fame
that
then?
movie, man.
How is
But
it in
like,
the Hall of Fame
I
then?
can't fucking.
All right, Tyler, what's the stats?
All right, so we have 24 different movies that appeared between the 4 lists.
Wow,
The
crazy.
24 different movies.
24. That's 24 days of Christmas.
Yes.
It's 25 days of Christmas.
Yeah, but
by the
Christmas
way.
Eve is Christmas.
Fuck,
The
no,
only
it's not.
the
It's
only
not, though.
movies to appear on all 3 lists were Black Christmas, Silent Night, Deadly Night, and Christmas Evil.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting. Y'all didn't have Krampus?
No, I have Krampus. Carly,
I don't like
Krampus either.
Krampus. Really.
You guys didn't have Better Watch Out?
Only you and Moodz did.
Carly, you don't like Krampus? What the fuck? I do. Oh my god. that
I
movie-
like I actually like the Christmas vacation-y parts a lot, and then once it gets into like the stuff, I lose interest. I don't know why.
Who do you think had the most unique list?
Tyler.
Carly had the most unique list.
yeah, I was gonna say Carly.
Really?
Yeah.
Carly had 5 unique films. I had 4 unique films,
Unique.
and Moodz and JP both had 3 unique films.
Check the stats for who had the most pretentious list.
Probably you.
No, it was you, you fuck.
It's definitely you because you have Dead End. We have Black Christmas. The most pretentious movie is Christmas Evil. And everybody has Christmas Evil.
I had Dead End on my number 10 as
Dead
well.
End
and I
is the
took it
next
off
most.
last minute.
Dead End is the next most pretentious movie.
I took it off.
For the record, I don't think movies are pretentious, but if we're using this definition,
Oh, come on.
then the third one is probably Black Christmas.
That's exactly what a pretentious person would say.
Nah, you've been clawing the whole episode to try to gain the upper hand. You're like, Wake and Fright. I'm jumping on this, even though it's in the 22 shots, 22 shots Hall of Fame. But anyways,
Hey, we don't just review horror films; we review
I'm just
exploitation
saying.
films too.
But anyways, Carly and our lists are pretty close. Carly and I both had 4 films. JP and Carly both had 4 films, and Moodz and Carly both had 4 films that were alike. Me and JP both had 5 films that were alike, and me and Moodz had 4 that were alike, and then JP and Moodz both had 5 films that were alike.
Interesting. So what
Definitely wasn't our number one.
What would the top 10 be combined?
Oh, point. I think. Oh, I didn't even think about that.
You didn't do
Let's
that?
No.
Score it up real quick.
I fucking knew it. Gremlins at number one. I fucking knew it.
No, you didn't. You didn't say that.
I never said anything about number ones.
Well, you fucking were wrong then.
We never took number ones, man. If we
I
had,
did.
Did you? What do you think mine was? You thought mine was Black Christmas?
Black Christmas
I
for
would
you,
have said
Christmas
Moodz.
Evil for Tyler, and Silent Night, Deadly Night for Carly.
It's so fucked up because I've said so many times on this show that Christmas Evil is my favorite.
I'm
Christmas
pretty
film.
sure you said so many times that Black Christmas was.
Yeah, well, that might have been like 2014. It's 2024. Like, come on.
That
bro.
was MF1 era.
Yep. So the Hall of Famers, just nothing new, nothing.
Black
new?
Christmas.
Black Christmas.
Oh, really? That wasn't the Hall of Fame.
I don't think so.
What the fuck? That's ridiculous. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it was actually.
Wow. What the hell did Jeremy give that one?
I think I gave it an 8.
Oh, so that's not even working at all.
Yeah, that was back in that was episode like 4.
Yep.
But he only gave it an 8.
I gave it an 8.
Oh, you gave it an 8.
I also gave Phantasm an 8. That's why I wanted to redo that show.
Oh God, Phantasm.
I think there's an obvious top 2.
We should do Phantasm in the summer next year. Just do it.
Summer.
Just do it.
It doesn't feel like a summer movie.
Yeah,
it feels
it
like
does.
a fall
with the ice.
movie.
I always thought it felt summer because of the
Oh
ice
yeah, I guess
cream,
you're
but-
right. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll do it as a bonus episode.
What about what about a shark show?
Fuck yeah.
Zoology sharks show.
I'm telling you. Sharknado franchise.
Really?
Yeah.
We could.
You might have to record them in separate entities because they kind of run together a little bit. It's kind of the same thing, but
Yeah, this was a fun show to prep for. Well, to be fair, my list I don't think changed from what I thought it would be. The only one was the number 10 that I bumped off. But I think by next year I could have an entire different 11 through 20.
Right.
There's still a lot of movies I love that I didn't put on.
do you think that some of the bottom ones could change? You don't think so?
Some of the bottom ones?
Like number 10 could be like number 11 kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could. Yeah. My lists change all the time.
Carly, you gotta get back on that Krampus thing, man. Rewatch that shit. That movie is fucking awesome.
I used
man.
to feel the same way. I used to be bored by it a little bit.
Oh, dude, I don't man. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan when I first watched it, but the rewatch is like Dave Z said, man. You gotta do them.
Yeah.
And sometimes your mentality is different in times. Oh, dude, that shit just became one of those annual watches for me. Even the wife loves it. She loves it.
Really?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it was. I love Christmas horror movies. I love Christmas movies in general. I didn't get to watch any non-horror ones, but I'll probably use the rest of the time, next couple days, watching non-horror stuff like Home Alone and.
I got my Home Alones in.
And
I haven't watched a movie in the last 2 days, so I probably should watch one tonight.
An anime series called Monster, which is is absolutely, it's like a horror psychological thriller type of anime. It's fucking absolutely insane. So I'm powering through that. It's 74 episodes. I'm on 42.
Pretentious.
How is it pretentious? It's a fucking Japanese cartoon. But anyways, are you ready for a top 10?
Tyler's butt is so hurt.
Yeah, why is your butt so hurt tonight, Tyler?
Well, it doesn't matter. It's when you say everything's pretentious, then it just loses its meaning. So it doesn't even matter. But
I don't even
anyways,
care.
you ready for a top 10?
Yep.
All right. At number 10, with 6 points, we have Day of the Beast. At number 9 with 7 points, we have Christmas Bloody Christmas. At number 8 with 9 points, we have Wake and Fright.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what? That's not how this works.
I scored. Well, this is how I scored it.
Hold on. How does that make sense at all?
Listen. This is how I scored it. If you came in 10th place, you got 1 point on a list. If you got in first place, you got 10 points. It's just a point system. So whatever collectively got the most points between every list is whoever came.
So you tell me Wake and Fright has more points than
Day of the Beast and Christmas Bloody Christmas. At number 7, Inside with 10 points. At number 6, Krampus with 12 points. At number 5, Better Watch Out with 13 points. At number 4, Gremlins with 19 points. Number 3, Silent Night Deadly Night with 21 points. At number 2, Christmas Evil with 30 points. Number 1, Black Christmas with 37 points.
Okay.
A lot of unique films.
Yeah. Pretty fun list.
Interesting. Wow.
I actually thought we'd have more unique films. I thought we were going to have more than 24, but I guess like towards the bottom of the list, like it really kind of straightened out.
Yeah.
But I mean, 24 out of 40 possible is pretty good.
It'll
probably be bigger next time.
Yeah. I think it will for sure. But I think that what's interesting to me, I don't know. I would think that the fact that there's like 24 different like Christmas horror movies that are like all considered like pretty damn good by people is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It gives you a variety.
Yeah.
And I mean, our lists everybody had between 4 and 5 with each other. I don't know how the stats usually shake out, but that seems like that's a lot of common ground.
Is there any films that made 3 lists? Because you said there were multiple films that made 2 lists. And
Gremlins made 3 lists.
Okay.
And
how many made? Was there any that made all 4?
Yeah, 4. Yeah, Black
3
Christmas, Christmas Evil, and Silent Night made all 4. Gremlins made 3 lists. Better Watch Out made 2. Krampus made 2. Inside made 2. Day of the Beast made 2, and Christmas Bloody Christmas made 2.
Am I the only one that had Don't Open Till Christmas?
Yes.
Yeah.
Damn. It's crazy. Y'all be tripping on that motherfucker. It's just awesome.
Yep.
I feel like we would have had another Super Dark Times if
maybe.
That.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that movie. But
I've never seen that on any Christmas list ever.
Yeah,
I've never seen Wake and Fright.
Never once.
I found them both on Christmas.
I have seen Wake and Fright actually, but
then I pulled it up on Letterboxd. I'm like, it's in the description.
Okay. So probably the next top 10 show will be definitely will be the 2024 top 10. And then we have a 1959 top 10. And then we have 1992 top 10. And then we're going to take a little bit.
Are we doing the 50? Are we doing the 59 before the 92? Are we going to end with 92?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We end with 59.
And then do 92 first show back.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But we're not going to go quite as hard with top 10s.
I can't.
We did a lot this year.
I can't fucking wait for 92. I'm excited for 92.
I've been prepping for like 2 months straight.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't wait for 92. I'm so stoked. 59 is gonna be fun too. It's gonna be fun.
So
there's a lot of good movies.
Normally this would 59 will be fun.
Yeah.
Normally this would be our last episode of the year, which is still the case. However, we may actually do an episode in between this and the next top 10. Normally we just do the top 10. I don't know if we talked about that yet on air, but we might do like a New Year's show.
We're definitely doing a New Year's show. Well, I mean, it's scheduled.
Yeah, as long as like nobody dies or anything.
Yeah, I mean that's usually.
Well, if Tyler dies,
kind of a deal breaker.
We could probably still do it.
It's kind of a deal breaker when someone dies. It's like shit, dude. It's happened. But.
Yeah, that was fun. I feel like we really went hard this December with in general, honestly, this entire year we really went like above and beyond for stuff. Like we did a really cool Italian horror month. We did a bunch of Christmas and winter themed stuff in December. We did multiple top 10 shows this year. The top 10 Italian horror movies and the top 10 Christmas horror movies. And we did top 10 of 36 this year, I think it was.
Yep.
And then we did top 10 of 70. Did we do a 70s? What was our last one?
No, we didn't do 70s.
80?
I don't remember. Too many.
What was our last top 10?
We did 36 recently.
75. Did we have 75?
Oh yeah, 75, and we did 36 just before that.
Yeah, which I mentioned.
Yeah.
So yeah, we really went fucking hard this year.
75, totally. Right.
Everything. So yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed the content we've done. It was definitely fun doing it.
Right.
Did a bunch of zoology shows.
Which of course does, Italian month did so good this year. It did so well.
Yeah, record setting.
And then the zoology show, that was the first week. Of course, it does what it does. Nobody really likes it. I personally love doing them.
Oh, they're fun.
But we're going to continue to do them. So
yeah. But yeah, we got a lot of stuff planned coming up as well.
So next show is the New Year's show, which is what?
You picked the movies. Bloody New Year. Y2K.
No.
The Substance.
There's actually a 90.
This fucking guy right now.
There's actually a 92 New Year's movie.
What? Hold on. We're making an audible. What is it?
Kronos.
It's not from 92.
Yeah, that's.
Or that's it, or I mean, it's New Year's.
Yeah, there's a New Year's party like in a really pivotal spot.
Maybe we should do that.
All right. So Bloody New Year, The Signal, and Ghost Keeper. Getting back on that Canadian shit. But if Tyler wants to say that Kronos is it really New Year's though?
It's
been years since I've seen it, but
it's New Year's in the same way the Substance is.
Oh, so it is New Year's then.
So, like, if you would consider that, I mean, like, based on my definition,
I haven't seen the Substance. I'm just fucking.
I'm saying based on my definition for this Christmas show.
Well, how New Year's is the fucking Signal?
It's set on New Year's. The whole movie is set on New Year's. It's all about New Year's.
Is it about New Year's?
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember that.
It's full on straight up New Year's.
I haven't watched it in a long time.
Yeah, okay. It's straight up New Year's. It's 100% New Year's.
Isn't Terror Train New Year's as well?
Yeah.
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 I just double checked on Kronos on Wikipedia. It even says like during a New Year's Eve party, and it's like a critical part of the movie.
Yeah, The Signal is definitely New Year's.
All right, well, we'll figure out what New Year's movies we're doing.
Yeah.
I'm fine with those though. Those are fine.
Yeah, I already watched Kronos, so it doesn't matter to me. But I just thought like I'd throw that in there if it's a 92 movie.
Yeah. I've never seen it. I would like to watch it.
It's good movies.
Yeah.
Guillermo del Toro.
Yeah, I believe it's his first film.
All right. I guess that's it.
That's it. And we didn't kill Carly this time. Yay.
Oh, yay. I lived.
No, it's still early.
Yeah, we usually don't even get done regularly on this time lately.
Yeah, exactly.
We're usually getting done at 12, 1 a.m.
No. I don't want to be.
All right, guys.
All right.
We're out of here. Episode 278 done.
Thank you for coming on, Carly. Check out Carly's other show, Slumber Party Massacre, which she does with a bunch of girls.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Carly's YouTube channel.
Yes. Yes, I have one.
All right. Cool. We'll see you guys next week.
All right, guys. Deuces.
Thanks.
That's all, folks.